It's one of the most acclaimed and beloved sitcoms of all time, with its popularity now spreading to younger generations thanks to streaming. It's been nominated for 62 Emmys and praised by TV Guide, Empire Magazine, and the Writers Guild of America as one of the best sitcoms. And it's the go-to show for people to go out of their way to say they don't like it to seem hip and cool. Oh my god, you are so cute. You're probably expecting me to say it sucks, aren't you? Well, ain't gonna happen. Have you not seen me pull my friends' books out of thin air in the past and remember Friendsuary? Plus, you can see Hugsy in the shot when I announced this episode of Binge Watch. You're not going to be finding any Friends hatred here, nor are you going to be finding one of those pearl-clutching Friends hasn't aged well hot takes. This show has been with me since it premiered in 1994. Hell, I still kind of dress like it's 1994. I was there to watch this show first run, and this is hardly the first time I've binge-watched it since it went off the air. It's not even the first time I've binge-watched a season of it this year. In the past, I've said things like, don't get me started on Friends, because I could talk Friends for hours. And now I finally get the chance. So prepare yourself for plenty of Friends love and reminiscing, because after episodes on Fuller House and The Big Bang Theory, I need something comforting. I need something for me. I can tell it's the pilot because the opening credits are just the dancing in the fountain with no clips from the show. What I'm left with is these damn kids keeping me up all high and with their dancing in a fountain. It's fun going back to a pilot of any series, really, and looking at how different some characters are compared to what they may later become. Monica is not the neurotic clean freak in this. Chandler's development really hasn't happened yet. And Joey's just a struggling actor. He's really not all that dumb. Though Rachel is appropriately the spoiled rich girl, we're introduced to her here after she's run out on both her wedding and the short-lived sitcom muddling through. Her maturing is a giant arc over the series, and Ross is appropriately mopey here too, considering this is right after his divorce. You can tell that Ross and Rachel are the two characters that they're wanting to develop the most in this pilot. But apparently Matt LeBlanc had like 102-degree fever here, so maybe that's an excuse. Joey wasn't feeling very well. Explains the unfortunate haircut and that dreadful black vest shirt. I even enjoy how the editing is kinda different, like the gazing out the window Jackson Brown moment that feels more like something out of The Heights than Friends. Though I will miss no more appearances of John Allen Nelson as Monica's date Paul. I love John Allen Nelson, though I don't know why he would need to make up a story in order to sleep with someone. He's already perfectly charming. But let's pour one out already for the first and last appearance of Monica's work friend Franny. She must have later died. All is right with the world. Monica's a clean freak now, and Joey fixed his hair and got rid of that horrendous vest. Though this episode is still a little weird, this one's got original Carol, Ross's ex-wife. Here she's played by Anita Barone before she left to go co-star on the Jeff Foxworthy show. That show isn't as good. Plus, it's the first appearance of Ross and Monica's parents, Jack and Judy, but more importantly, it's the first reference to Ugly Naked Guy. Oh, and Satan, I mean Susan, Carol's girlfriend, makes her first appearance here too. For as much shade that always gets thrown Ross's way about being mopey, in this episode, he finds out that his ex-wife, who left him for another woman, is pregnant, and not only that, he has to tell his parents about all of this. He has Perfectly good reason for being mopey. Hell, I'd be mopey and drunk if it were me. But even through all of that, he shows up for the sonogram and immediately wants to be a good dad. And in the fight about wanting to give the baby Susan's last name and not using Ross's last name at all, he has the patience of a saint. When you're as big of a Friends fan as me, you see all kinds of hot takes online. Some good, some bad. I remember one that said, you know, if Ross and Monica weren't siblings, the Friends would have totally sided with Carol. Okay, yeah, I'm sure they totally would have done that if they were really shitty and unsupportive friends. Well, I see Franny was easily replaced at Monica's work after her possible death. Though this is also the first and only appearance of Monica's work friend Paula, played by Jennifer Lewis from Blackish. We get some more develop of Chandler in this one, such as his smoking addiction. Development of Chandler is very important to me because Chandler is my spirit animal. He's the one that I always get in those which friend's character are you quizzes. It's probably got something to do with the sarcasm. Definitely the sarcasm. And the smoking addiction too. His monologue about the joys of smoking is nail-bitingly accurate. It's got one of the first great Chandler moments when he gets all of the other friends to fight just so he can enjoy his cigarette in peace. I will be getting into my love for Chandler all throughout this binge watch, but in terms of all the characters and the series as a whole, this show is just really relatable to me. I wasn't in my 20s in the 90s, but I was in high school and I did turn 18 in 99, so I'm not drastically younger than these characters at the time. I relate to knowing that 90s hippie girl like Phoebe, the scene where all the characters express their pet peeves about one another, Chandler's smoking and sarcasm, and their relationship problems, like in this episode, when Monica is dating a guy who all of her friends love except for her. I've been there before, and vice versa. I remember when one of my friends dated Reverend Johnson from Dr. Quinn. Although one thing I can't relate to, Chandler drinks his coffee black. No, I need sweetener and lots of cream. This one has one of the first great Joey gags too. I love the joke where he doesn't know the difference between omnipotent and impotent. This episode has a lot to do with the friends supporting one another, even if it might be a bummer, such as with the girls cheering up Rachel because she's not sure where her life is going at this point, and the guys cheering up Ross because it's the anniversary of when he and Carol first slept together, and that's also when he lost his virginity. I know it's popular on the internet to just blindly shit on Ross all the time, but that's not what you're going to be getting on this binge watch. I've not only been that mopey asshole after a breakup, but I've also been the one who's been there to cheer up the mopey asshole after a breakup. Plus, just shitting on Ross all the time takes away from how brilliant David Schwimmer's timing is. All of their timing is brilliant, such as Rachel's improv reaction when her pillow falls off of the balcony. And the writers are great at even paying that off, where the random guy brings the pillow back at the end, implying that this has maybe happened before. I remember when I did the Big Bang Theory binge watch, and I would make the day's lunch based on whatever it was they were eating in the opening credits. Since this episode has to do with pizza delivery, I probably should have ordered a pizza, but I've already ordered my Chinese food. By the way, Sean Whalen plays the delivery guy, so in my headcanon, this is Roach's life before the events of People Under the Stairs. I love all the plot lines in this one. This is a show that really does get the dating world. Joey is re-interested in an ex because he sees that she's gotten hotter and she is now involved with someone. Chandler doesn't know how to pick the right timing in breaking up with Janice, and Ross is neurotic about finally being interested in someone again after his divorce. There's great gags when he and Rachel go out to do laundry together, like the two of them standing up against the bitchy laundromat lady, and Ross picking the very macho detergent Uber Vice. They even technically have their first kiss here, a celebratory one when Rachel gets her cart back. The chemistry between the two of them is already great. And as I said, it's the first appearance of Chandler's on-again, off-again girlfriend Janice, who still has her Fran Drescher laugh in this episode, but it is funny that her extreme personality is a little toned down in this episode. Sorry, still a little full from Lucky Walk for lunch. They know how to make a large. All those pieces were overflowing out of the box, and some of those pieces of sweet and sour chicken were bigger than my foot. Yes, it's the first episode with the famous Rachel haircut, but we're still in season 1, which means we still have that season 1 Chandler hair. Why is this important? Because that was my haircut back in the 90s. I did kinda look like Chandler back then. Hell, in this episode, when he's interested in a really hot woman and feels that she's way out of his league, he's told that you see beautiful women all the time with really nothing guys. That sums up most of my relationships, especially my marriage. By the way, my wife is exactly like Rachel, whether we're talking about her humor, the things that worry her, her reactions to stuff. I am living in a universe where Chandler is married to Rachel. Though with one of the plot lines having to do with Joey being cast as Al Pacino's butt double, I also want to live in a universe where apparently James Burrows directs a movie in which Al Pacino shows his ass. Oh, and I don't think it worked out when Joey and Monica broke up Bob and Angela in the previous episode. They're not mentioned in this episode at all, or in any of the episodes that come after. I miss the days when it was primarily network television, so the networks would do something really gimmicky like this. So this episode takes place during a blackout, because it was blackout night on NBC, where this New York City blackout was also featured that night on Mad About You and on the Dabney Coleman sitcom Madman of the People. Seinfeld chose not to participate in Blackout Night, starting the tradition of Seinfeld people acting superior over Friends people. I say that as someone who is also a fan of Seinfeld. It's okay to love both. Also, since the blackout was caused by Jamie on Mad About You, and Kramer once appeared on Mad About You, sorry Seinfeld people, Friends is in the same universe. Blackout or no blackout. Plus, their downstairs neighbor, Mr. Heckles, is fake Kramer from the sitcom Jerry. But it's more than just a gimmicky episode, though. It's one of the first ones to really talk about Ross having a crush on Rachel, and it gets into his jealousy issues, too, because it's the first appearance of Rachel's boyfriend, Paolo. In fairness, Ross does try to talk to her about his feelings here, but he's interrupted when he's attacked by a cat. It happens. Lloyd-approved episode. Whew, excellent. They're eating Chinese food in this episode. Now my lunch makes sense. I'll get pizza for season 2. I mean, I'm totally watching all these seasons in the same day with absolutely no sleep. With the subplot about Chandler wondering what it is about him that makes others think he's gay, I take it this is one of those episodes that a modern hot take would call problematic. I don't care. If you're outraged by a 26-year-old NBC sitcom, your life is fine. Also, they may not admit it online, but people still talk like this. Trust me, take the wokest person you've ever met, and I will show you 50 politically incorrect conversations that they've probably had this month alone. I love that this episode deals with death and their own mortality, such as going to the funeral of Ross and Monica's grandmother and looking at pictures of her in the 1930s with her own friends group and comparing it to their friends group. Looking at these characters so young and being reminded that, yep, this was near 26 years ago, boy, it does show you that life does go by pretty fast. Someone's Thanksgiving wish came true. Anita Barone was magically transformed into Jane Sibbett as Carol, Ross's ex-wife. Ha! That wasn't my wish at all. My wish was for Susan to go away. I'm sorry, I just never liked this character. Ross is deeply flawed, yeah, and can be a dick, but Susan is just wholly unpleasant, whereas Ross kinda has reason to be pissed. If you were cheated on and the person your partner cheated on you with was always a dick, yeah, you'd be pretty annoyed too. Even with that, Ross is trying to be nice in this episode, but for no reason, Susan tells him that they refer to him as Bobo the sperm guy to his unborn child. Classy! This episode is back when I think they were maybe trying to make Max Wright as Terry, the Central Perk manager, a recurring character. This is his first of 2 appearances. Don't worry, Gunther is still there. He's just in the background on the phone. Going from a Thanksgiving episode to a Christmas episode, that tells me that there was probably a month-long break between episodes. They all make a pact to not bring dates to the holiday party, which they all clearly break. I mean, Monica has fun Bobby, plus Phoebe meets Hank Azaria as David, the character she should have ended up with on the show. But more on that later. Also, Ross has Marcel the monkey in his first appearance. I know this plot has been criticized as being a gimmick that you'd see late in a series run, but I don't know, I liked Marcel. And they gave good reason for Ross getting Marcel. It was because of his loneliness after his divorce. There were some good episodes involving the monkey. The show is definitely a time capsule series, and I mean that as a compliment. For me, it's a good snapshot of that period, especially in cutting to the party with shiny happy people playing. It really does take me back, and it reminds me that I will be 40 in less than 2 years. Friends was such a cultural phenomenon that naturally it inspired a bunch of knockoffs. Remember Buddies and Two Something and The Single Guy? But since this episode has to do with Monica and Phoebe crushing on a guy who's in a coma, who knew that it would also predict the rom-com While You Were Sleeping, which came out a few months after this. Also, Ross kisses Chandler's mom, bro. Although his mom is Morgan Fairchild, who plays a romance novelist. I mean, mistake, sure, but Morgan Fairchild. I like that the show presents these characters with a lot of past and present issues, like Ross's jealousy and Chandler's rocky relationship with his parents. It not only presents those, but it deals with them too. Like in this episode, where Chandler has it out with his mom, and it's played straight. Even the little attention to details are good. Joey's VD ad from a few episodes back is visible in the background. Wait a minute, this episode starts with all of them humming the theme to The Odd Couple, which Matthew Perry would later star in a remake of, along with Joey's identical hand twin. Oh, talk about a brick joke. You really feel Joey and Chandler's bromance for the first time in this episode, when they realize that they are far enough into their relationship to go in on a table together. Although one relationship ends, Rachel and Paolo. This is also a Susan episode, as they find out the sex of the baby. I do love that Ross puts all of his drama with Susan and his feelings for Rachel on hold when he finds out he's gonna have a boy. He genuinely wants to be a father and a good, attentive ex-husband. Oh, but he was jealous of Rachel and Paolo. That means he's evil. Even though he didn't really do anything about it, he just kind of sat there and gave dirty looks, cause no one would have done that. Even at the end, yeah, Russ closed the door in Paolo's face, and he was glad that he and Rachel broke up, but they all were. He cheated on Rachel by making a pass at Phoebe. Again, he tries to talk about his feelings at the end of the episode, but the timing is still shit. The difference between Ross telling Rachel that she deserves someone great and a creepy fake nice guy doing the same thing is that he figures out quick that it's not the right time to tell her his feelings, and he drops it when he has to think about being a good dad. I mean, what a monster. This one's great. You know why? It's the one where Fisher Stevens plays the over-analytical boyfriend of Phoebe. And who doesn't love the hell out of Fisher Stevens? Well, the characters on the show hate him, but I love Fisher Stevens. He's underrated. This episode gets into something that all people go through. That awkward moment when you accidentally see one of your friends naked. Granted, most of my friends and I have seen each other naked thanks to strip poker, and a lot of my fans have seen me naked thanks to the Snob DVDs. We get to see Robert Costanzo as Joey's dad, who comes back later on as Joey's dad. Not on this show, but on the sitcom Joey. Alright, I did do an episode on Joey. I guess this episode of Binge Watch is a spin-off of that episode of Binge Watch. I have another theory though. Joey's dad and his mistress, Lee Garlington, also played the parents of Vince, one of Will's boyfriends on Will and Grace. Different characters, maybe. Or Joey has a half-brother that he doesn't know about. It's Valentine's Day, so you know what that means. Oops, ex-girlfriend sex when Chandler and Janice sleep together. It happens. What I like best in this episode is that we've previously just seen Ross and Carol as two very recent exes. But in this episode, they actually do get some much-needed closure. And in the parts where they're laughing together and reminiscing, their chemistry shows a very strong sense of how they ended up as a couple to begin with. Plus, Susan gets called away from the dinner, so she has to leave early. Bye. Oh my god, I had that Blue Louie t-shirt that Chandler is wearing in this episode. Between that hair and walking out of his room in sweatpants and that shirt, I really did look exactly like him in the 90s. In this episode, he's also worried that he has no dreams and he's not sure what to do with his career. That was me when I was in my mid-20s. Granted, I was also probably drunk and very high, and this episode ends with Chandler getting a promotion, but still. There's some very first season jokes in this episode, meaning ones that are a little more juvenile than usual, such as the word weenus sounding like penis. I'm looking at the weenus and I'm not happy, 'cause penis. But there's still some great gags here, like John Lovitz playing a stoned restaurateur. He comes back later, but we'll talk about that hours from now. They are continuing with that weenus joke. Okay, this is the first two-parter of the series, as you could probably tell by the title. Although since there would be more two-part episodes as the series would go on, this title doesn't really narrow it down as well as some other titles. It's also the first episode with Phoebe's twin sister Ursula, and I always thought it was really genius how they carried that character over from Mad About You. It was also cool that Lisa Kudrow would still show up sometimes on that show, even after Friends debuted. I wonder if she'll show up on the newer episodes of Mad About You. I really liked that show. I should probably watch the relaunch sometime. Plus, Joey wants to bang Phoebe's sister, bro. He did say, though, when Ross kissed Chandler's mom, that sisters are okay. Well, maybe not his own sister, but foreshadowing. But back to Mad About You. Since Helen Hunt shows up here as Jamie Buckman, you should probably thank her for causing that blackout some episodes back. It's part 2 of the Sweeps Week episode. George Clooney and Noah Wyle play two doctors who are Monica and Rachel's dates, and I'm reminded that, oh yeah, ER did premiere the same year as Friends. I know this is New York and ER was Chicago, but it is kinda weird that they're playing different doctors. You could have written it to where maybe they're in town for a convention. A must-see TV convention. Joey's relationship with Ursula ends, and I feel that this is maybe the first-ish episode where we get a sense that Joey may be a little dumb when he doesn't know that Phoebe and Ursula share the same birthday. Mostly in season 1, he's less dumb and more Italian struggling actor ladies man. The dumb guy side comes out more and more throughout the seasons, kinda like Ross's geekiness. It's kind of weird, though, that for a two-parter that deals with a relationship between Joey and Ursula, that there's really nothing in the way of actual scenes between Joey and Ursula. But it's hard to be mad when this has two of my favorite reactions. Ross being scared by them all shouting surprise and then dropping the birthday cake, and Ross and Chandler's double take when they see that the girls are coincidentally at the same hospital as them. And Marcel is important to this series, damn it. Ross taking Marcel to the hospital gave Ross a good indication that he's ready to be a dad. God bless that monkey. For as much as the Ross and Rachel will they won't they is an important part of the series and the most written about, I like that in season 1 it's there when it needs to be and it's not when it doesn't need to be. I'd say that way more of season 1 has to do with Ross preparing to be a father more so than it does his feelings for Rachel, which shows that he has priorities. This one's a Ross and Rachel episode, and I love this kind of episode where all 6 characters are all involved in the same plot. That being poker night with one another, and Ross is stuck between his Geller competitive nature and wanting to give Rachel a win because she's had a shitty night. Personally, I'd want my crush to have a win after a bad night, unless it were GoldenEye. If it's GoldenEye, all bets are off. I'm kinda trigger happy at GoldenEye. You know what I do hate, though? There's some versions of this episode that cut out the great Beverly Garland teaching the girls how to play poker. How dare you do that? She was the gunslinger. Given how all of the actors hated working with Marcel the monkey, they are all really good on screen with him. This is even the episode Ed the chimpanzee was watching in the movie Ed. Remember that classic from the Cinema Snobs Friendsuary? Better movie than Marcy X, I guess. For as much as Ross messes up in the future, when Rachel said that she wasn't interested in anyone, he pretty much let it go, and in this one, when she says she'd maybe like to try dating again, he does try to talk about his feelings. But shitty timing when she loses the monkey, and when her ex-fiancé Barry comes back. See, Marcel is very important to these plot lines, almost as important as Barry. There is quite a bit I stick up for Ross on, especially in how compelling he is as a character as a whole. In this one, though, this is one where I part ways a little bit. Mainly when he comes down pretty hard on Rachel here for sleeping with her ex. Not saying that it isn't okay to be bummed out in that situation, but maybe avoid saying things like, "What the hell were you thinking?" And no one is addressing the elephant in the room, which is that Barry, being with Mindy, who's played by Jennifer Grey, means that he clearly has a thing for actresses who have once played Jeannie Bueller. As easy as it is to joke about Chandler's hair this season, when he goes for the wet look and slicks it back, then it looks fine. I'm saying that because I wish I did that with my hair back then. Now I got nothing. Also, like Chandler, I completely hate any time that I have to leave a message on an answering machine. Do people still say answering machines? Shows like this and Cheers really helped set a standard for sitcoms to feel like they were going somewhere, like there was an overall arc. Already in season 1, between Carol being pregnant and Ross and Rachel, and characters' jobs and love lives, it already feels like this is leading places. I didn't start complimenting Big Bang Theory for having season arcs until like season 8 or 9. Even an episode like this that has to do with Marcel humping things is important because it's the one where Ross has to say goodbye to Marcel. I remember at the time being really sad that they wrote out Marcel, but then later when I found out that the actors hated working with Katie the monkey, yeah, I totally get why they'd write out Marcel. I remember at the time my dad also saying, yeah, but it would be pretty weird for Ross to have a monkey around the house at the time he has a newborn baby. Even the side plot here I dig. I love that Monica becomes friends with the woman who stole her identity, mainly because Claudia Schiffer is a really damn good actress. I like that something like identity theft makes Monica realize that her life could be more exciting. I tend to relate to plots about people in their 20s trying to figure their shit out. I should go back in time to tell my younger self to just start talking about things on the internet. The Ick Factor is that Monica is dating a younger dude who turns out to be much younger than she thought he was when he reveals that he's a senior in high school. Don't worry, that Ick Factor will lessen once we get to Ross and Elizabeth and Monica and Richard. Granted, they all have high school degrees, but young Ethan here is played by Stan Kirsch, who knows the Highlander. Plus, the actor is technically older than Rachel and Chandler. Speaking of, this is one of my favorite season 1 Chandler episodes when he finds out that all of his work friends hate him because he's now the boss. He also finds out about his own personality stereotypes, which couldn't possibly be any more true. I remember my friends started hating me when I began asking them to go see Medea movies. But there was free popcorn. I know I've thrown a lot of shit Susan's way, but I can still have empathy for the character, especially in situations in the past when characters have problems acknowledging her existence as Carol's girlfriend. That has to suck. You can still be a bitch, but that has to suck. I don't think it's a poorly written character. Raj on The Big Bang Theory was poorly written and worthless to that series. Susan is humanized. She feels like she could be a real person, just a person I probably wouldn't like. My parents got divorced in '86, and my mom came out not too long after that, and I'm so glad my mom's partner at the time was awesome and nothing like Susan, because a person like that would make any breakup, regardless of sexuality, worse. I may not like the character, but this show is so good at writing characters that I hate that in this episode, they really make Ross and Susan work their shit out before they all become parents. They butted heads so much this season that it really does come to blows here. And by the end, there is a sense of comfort that they can all raise this baby. Also, Joey should have started dating Leah Remini's character here. They have ridiculously good chemistry. Look, they're all just lucky the universe didn't explode. Jonathan Silverman plays the doctor here. Silverman starred on a show called The Single Guy, which had an episode in which Ross crossed over onto it, making that show in continuity with this show, even though The Single Guy also had Susan actress Jessica Hecht playing a supporting character a different character than Susan. I know my sitcom paradoxes. The one where Rachel finds out is the one where Rachel finds out. I promise that is the only time I will make that joke. From this episode alone, we see that this show is really good at writing a reveal, such as when Chandler accidentally spills the beans that Ross has feelings for Rachel. It also shows that the series knows how to write a great cliffhanger, which would become a trademark of the show. Ross is told that he should just move on from Rachel, which he does when the episode ends with him coming back from China with a new girlfriend, Julie. And Rachel realizes she has feelings for him and she's waiting for him at the airport. So one thing they do have in common with each other? Bad timing. Sure, there were episodes where Ross could have asked her out on a date, like in the pilot when they're flirting over Oreos, or in the laundromat episode. But it's easy to say that when you're just sitting there and watching the show. And it's another when you're just out of a very awkward divorce. I root for them as a couple. Even in Rachel's daydream about Ross, they have very good chemistry. Ross is a very human, romantic underdog, and Rachel is very easy to root for as this former spoiled rich girl in her first year trying to make it in the real world. It's nice to be talking about a show I love. Did I mention I'm wearing my Joey Tribbiani shirt? Oh man, I talked about season 1 for 35 minutes. This may be an even longer video than the Big Bang Theory binge watch, and that had 2 more seasons. Now that it's season 2, it definitely feels like most of the characters have really settled into the ones that we know. Chandler's sarcasm is on brilliant high alert, and Joey is the right mixture between ladies' man and dumb guy. Perfect episode for that too. It's the one where Joey finds out that his tailor has been grabbing his balls since he was a teenager. The comedy here is so well timed, and the actors are perfect at that too, that it takes what would have been a very dark special episode of Different Strokes and makes it hilarious. I love that the show isn't afraid to go dark. One thing I do notice on sitcoms, especially when you binge watch them, is when a character may look different between a season finale and a season premiere. And even though this picks up right where season 1 leaves off, it does take the time to explain that Phoebe gave Chandler and Joey haircuts. So RIP season 1 Chandler hair and 90s Brad hair. Though when Ross is wearing a t-shirt tucked into his jeans, I remember doing that a few times. Unfortunate. Ross and Julie, who he met up with when they were in China, are still dating, and I love that season 2 is doing an opposite season 1, where now it's Rachel crushing on Ross and he's the one who's oblivious to it. Plus, since the season premiere ended with Phoebe about to cut Julie's hair, now Lauren Tom no longer has to wear that wig from the previous episode, and same goes for Monica. Really, one of the friends, or Rachel, could have talked to Ross about her feelings. He and Julie haven't been dating that long, and they haven't even slept together yet. I say there's a good window for something like this that's between dating and a serious relationship. Though there is plenty to distract them, Joey has precious little time to ask out Emily Proctor before she clearly has to move to Miami to join the CSI, and Ross and Susan are still measuring dicks. But since they screamed all of their shit out in the delivery episode, their bickering now is less hateful and more just a light pissing contest. This time it's about trying Carol's breast milk, which Ross and Chandler thinks is gross. Whatever, I do it. Ever see my show Brad Tries? There's episodes on that show where I eat turkey testicles and mealworm pizza. Breast milk would be a step up. I feel like I'm talking about hair a lot this season. We're now a few episodes into season 2, and we've reached the natural progression of Ross's short season 1 hair and the combed up, wet season 2 and 3 Ross hair. Wish my hair could have done that. Season 2 is definitely more Ross and Rachel will they won't they heavy, whereas I'd argue Season 1 was a lot more about Ross becoming a dad. Although that takes a back seat in this episode, which is definitely a Ross can be kind of a dick episode. He keeps trying to get Phoebe to believe in evolution, which, why would he be shocked that Phoebe, a 90s hippie who questions gravity, wouldn't be an expert on evolution? But Schwimmer is brilliant at still remaining funny. The defeated slouch that he makes when he grabs his briefcase and leaves the room after getting his comeuppance is really great. This one also contains a goodbye and a hello. We say goodbye to downstairs neighbor Mr. Heckles, who dies of a heart attack. Again, the show is great at being funny and dark. They use it for a great plot, too, where Chandler starts having an early life crisis when he finds out that he had a lot in common with a younger Mr. Heckles, who would later grow up to live very bitter and alone. This causes him to call up his ex-girlfriend Janice. Been there, bro. But we say hello to the great Mike Haggerty as the building super Mr. Trieger. Trieger's hair doesn't change too much throughout the seasons. You know, for as much as people like to now criticize Ross for pining over Rachel in Season 1, in Season 2, she does way more to sabotage him than he ever did in Season 1. In Season 1, he would just get kind of bummed out, and he had perfectly good reason for not liking Paolo. In Season 2, Rachel calls Julie a manipulative bitch. She tries getting Phoebe to give Julie a bad haircut. She hangs up Ross's phone when he's talking to Julie, and in this episode, she tries manipulating Ross into not sleeping with Julie. Don't get me wrong, this stuff still works. It's all very funny. Jennifer Aniston has great comedic timing, and I still do root for this couple. I just think that it's funny that if Ross did any of this, there would be outrage articles out the ass. On a lighter note, there's revelations in this one. We find out that Chandler has a third nipple, and that Joey had a non-sex role in a porno film. I hope they reenact this in the actual Friends porno parody. More pornos need the line, you know, that can't be good for the paper tray. I love this episode, which has to do with Ross, Monica, and Chandler not really realizing how much more money they make than the other friends. It's an easy situation to identify with. Throughout my life, I've fallen on either side of this. I've been broke and have had to skip out on events, and then later in life, I've maybe not realized that I make more than some other people. A person can say things like, oh yeah, I can cover that, that's no problem, or suggest going in on an expensive gift or going to an expensive restaurant, and not really realize what you're doing. Oops. There's a great conclusion here, though. They all fight pretty hard about this, with Ross, Monica, and Chandler saying that they like living a different lifestyle than the others do. But they come together at the end in order to support Monica after she's been fired. Joey even offers to pay for the check. Side note though, Chandler pretends to be a girl's ex-boyfriend Bob when she accidentally calls his apartment thinking that it's a different number. And I'd like to think that this is the same Bob who was dating Joey's ex-girlfriend Angela, that couple who Joey and Monica tried sabotaging their relationship. I want to believe that this guy Bob just keeps having his life screwed with by our leads. And Monica used to babysit Buck, John Candy's oldest son from the great outdoors? What? This one's a classic. It's the one where Joey and Chandler are watching Ben, Ross's son, and they accidentally leave him on a bus. And it's another reminder of when sitcoms used to do very gimmicky crossovers. This was guest appearance night on NBC, so we get a cameo from Leah Thompson's character Caroline Duffy from Caroline in the City. That same night, Chandler popped up on Caroline in the City to hit on Caroline's friend Annie in a video store, and Ross appeared on The Single Guy as Jonathan Silverman's college friend. And this may be a coincidence, but Victor Wexler plays a doctor here, and he would also play a doctor in a few episodes of Seinfeld. I'm gonna guess it's the same character. We've already established this is the same universe. Sorry, Seinfeld fans. All of this opens so many questions, though. Ross didn't realize that the doctor who delivered his baby is a doppelganger of his friend from college. Good thing he didn't have a scene with Jessica Hecht's character on The Single Guy. She wasn't playing Susan on that. Plus, Aurora, the hot girl that Chandler was dating and the one with the butt, was played by Sophia Milos, who also had a part on Caroline in the City. I'm telling you, paradoxes. Maybe they had to sacrifice Max Wright as Terry, the Central Perk manager, in order to keep the universe together. This is his last appearance on the show. You know what else I love here? That Ross raising the correct child came down to a coin flip. And that the bus station Lost and Found has a baby section that has another baby in it? How often does this happen? Was this filmed earlier in the season? Ross is back to his early season 2 hair. Either this was filmed earlier, or Ross can't decide on a look. Hell, at the beginning of the episode, they tell Chandler that he's putting on weight, when this is one of the skinny Chandler seasons. This episode was huge when it first aired. Yes, Ross finds out about Rachel's feelings, but more importantly, this is the first episode where Gunther is referenced by name. And so soon after Terry's mysterious disappearance. The main thing that sticks with me from this episode is when Rachel's date says that he's so bored that he's just been watching the movie Diner in his head. Whenever I space out from boredom, which is a lot, I always think back to that scene, and usually I end up watching some kind of movie in my head. Well, more so just clips from a lot of different movies. I am ADHD as hell. This one's definitely a classic, given the huge build-up it had to the episode's premiere, and it was one of the episodes that was theatrically screened at last year's Friends Fathom event. It's easy to see why, between the hilarious drunk Rachel stuff, the scene where she jumps on Ross's back to stop him from listening to his messages, the fight that the two of them have about bad timing is realistic, and the kiss at the end is really sweet. I'm sure that that means that they will officially be a couple in the next episode. I'm so confused about my feelings. Ross's hair is back to the slicked up season 2 and 3 look. What is happening? On the plus side, if he had stayed with Julie, he could have said that it was a different Ross who kissed Rachel. Or Russ. Wait, that hasn't happened yet. This is honestly an episode that I usually skip. So as many times as I've watched this series, it has been a while since I've seen this one. I remember being really frustrated when this aired. It was near 2 years of a will they won't they between Ross and Rachel. They finally kiss and everything seems settled. But then they don't start dating because Ross makes a list of the pros and cons of Julie and Rachel. To watch them still prolong Ross and Rachel inevitably get together, it was frustrating because we have to see Ross get all mopey again, and then pining over Rachel, who still doesn't want to date him, again. As far as Ross making the list goes, I sort of understand because he is happy with Julie, so I get wanting to take some time with this predicament. I also understand Rachel being pissed because you could argue that Ross shouldn't have to think about this decision, and one of the things on the list was Rachel just being a waitress, so it can't feel great looking at a list like this that shows a lot of your faults. Not to mention she thinks that Joey's con of fat ankles is one of the things Ross put. Plus, Jennifer Aniston would later have to deal with this same list shit in Along Came Polly. In Ross's defense, though, they got to use Chandler's new laptop, which has 12 megabytes of RAM and a 500 megabyte hard drive. I could fit half a Snob episode on that laptop. Well, Ross may have made up his mind that he wants to be with Rachel instead of Julie, but his hair hasn't made up its mind on what style it wants to be. Since this is during the brief Ross crushes on Rachel Part 2 batch of episodes, it's still very frustrating, but also very important. Gunther gets his first lines. Gunther is played by James Michael Tyler, and his backstory is pretty great. He was an actual barista, and he would appear silently in the background at Central Perk because he was the only one who knew how to work the cappuccino machine. When they started giving him lines, he'd not only become one of the most popular Friends recurring characters, but he was also able to quit his job and become a Friends bit player full-time. That's pretty cool and inspiring. The show is great at introducing new characters, while still having an episode which features a character's first and last appearance. This is the only episode to feature Audra Lindley as Phoebe's grandmother. But to be fair, Lindley did die in real life a couple years after this. And it was worth it to know that Phoebe's grandmother is totally Helen Roper from Three's Company. There is some silliness in this episode. Rachel starts dating a guy named Russ, also played by David Schwimmer. That seems like something you would see on a lesser sitcom. Though it does give Julie some closure when it implies that she's probably gonna start dating Russ. But you're telling me that they all noticed that Russ is Ross's doppelganger, but Ross didn't notice that Dr. Jonathan Silverman looks a lot like his old friend Johnny Elliott? Or that Joey's agent Estelle is in this episode, who is played by June Gable, who also played one of the nurses who helped deliver Ross's baby? Hell, this episode marks the final appearance of Fun Bobby, who is played by Vincent Ventresca, who would also be in Romy and Michelle's high school reunion with Lisa Kudrow, though that movie may be outside the Friends continuity. Regardless though, paradoxes! I am gonna miss Fun Bobby though. I liked the common theme of Fun Bobby constantly getting screwed. In season 1, his grandfather died, and in this season, his life is ruined when, oddly enough, he stops becoming a functioning alcoholic. What is with the Friends frequently screwing over people named Bob? This is one of my go-to episodes in really defending Ross as a person and as a character. For me, Ross Geller is one of the most compelling sitcom characters of all time, because of his flaws and because of his strengths. Ross has plenty of faults. We'll talk about his jealousy issues later, and he makes a lot of mistakes in his personal life. But Ross's mistakes are all realistic. They're all very human. They're really common mistakes that people make in their life when either they are in their 20s or just out of a divorce, or both. I've always theorized that some people hate Ross simply because they see a bit of themselves in Ross. I think that's a reason that people should like Ross, because he is that real. And because he's that real, he has moments of heart and compassion. This is one of those episodes where Ross has true moments of greatness. He finds out Carol and Susan are getting married, and at first, he's a little weirded out, but then he finds out that Carol's parents want to boycott the wedding. She and Susan nearly break up, and she confides in Ross, who becomes very loving and supportive. He even says to hell with her parents and to be with the woman that she loves. He even gives her away at the wedding. He and Susan dancing together at the end is really sweet too. Ross shouldn't be hated like he is. Moments like this show that there's a lot of people who should really strive to be the kind of ex-husband Ross is. And Schwimmer's just great. I've raved about his comedic timing, and his dramatic chops are really great too. He and Jane Sibbett are excellent together in the episode's more serious scenes. It's nice that the show can have serious situations like this, and a B-plot in which Phoebe becomes possessed by her dead client. I'm glad that this episode's title lets you know that it aired after the Super Bowl, which explains why it's as gimmicky as it is. Post-Super Bowl episodes can sometimes be the worst, like the Prince episode of New Girl. This one, though, it's okay. It does have a lot of celebrity guest appearances, but most of them are simply just playing characters and not themselves. Chris Isaak is a teacher who is a love interest for Phoebe, and Brooke Shields plays a stalker of Joey's because she loves him as Dr. Drake Ramore on Days of Our Lives. It shows that dudes don't mind stalkers so long as they're hot. Even Fred Willard and Dan Castellaneta pop up on this episode. A majority of it has to do with Ross finding out that Marcel has become an actor monkey and he wants to reconnect with him. I honestly like this idea because when Ross and Marcel had their goodbye before, it was emotional, sure, but it was undercut by a Marcel humping Ross's leg joke, which caused him to say, "Just take him away," as he practically has tears in his eyes watching Marcel leave. I didn't think that was a proper goodbye, and this episode gives the two of them a chance to have that. Excuse me, I have to put in another title card, because this is considered to be 2 episodes. Anyway, I'm back. More guest stars this episode, one playing a character and one playing himself. Julia Roberts plays a former classmate of Chandler's who wants revenge on him, and Jean-Claude Van Damme plays himself, who Monica and Rachel are fighting over. Celebs playing themselves on a sitcom is a pet peeve of mine, especially when it's a, "Have you met my friend or relative, a celebrity?" This time, though, I'll allow it. They didn't know each other beforehand, and it's not impossible that they'd run into him on the street in New York City when he's there filming a movie. Honestly, the only far-fetched thing about it is that not only would there be a sequel to Outbreak, but that it would be a 90s Van Damme movie. Don't get me wrong, I'd watch the hell out of that. While the episode has a lot of laughs, especially when Phoebe breaks up Monica and Rachel's fight by pulling their ears, it does mark a turning point in the gimmickiness of the show. This was around the time when Diet Coke had a huge ad campaign about which friend is it who steals a Diet Coke, and this episode itself is also pretty gimmicky with all of its celebrity guest stars. Ratings were still huge, but that Diet Coke thing was pretty eye-rolling. And ratings started to slide a little bit after so many people watched this episode. Plus, a few members of the Friends cast had headlined movies around this time, and they didn't do very well. See the Cinema Snobs Friendsuary episodes. It's a turning point because the writers made the right choice in pulling back on the guests and the gimmicks and just letting the characters and the plots speak for themselves. That shows admirable restraint to improve the show, especially because the show is still great. There are a lot of laughs in this episode, but it is wise to try to prevent a possible future jump the shark moment. There'd still be guests, sure, but they'd be used far few in between, and they would be playing characters that were important to the show. I've seen sitcoms make the wrong decision of having a celebrity guest in what seems like every other episode. That gets tiresome. Still wish they had brought the monkey back later, though. One of the best episodes of the series. I've criticized the list plotline and prolonging the season 1 and 2 Ross and Rachel arc, but this episode kinda makes all that worth it. Maybe a compromise could have been made if it came directly after the list episode and not a few episodes later. That at least would have gotten rid of the whole Russ thing. Yes, this is the one where Ross and Rachel finally get together at the end, and the huge applause from the audience is justifiably great. Watching the episode first run, there was a "thank God" heard in the house. The whole lead up in the episode is done very well, since before they kiss, it's looking like he and Rachel are never gonna start dating, and that he finally has to accept that. Even outside of that, there's other things that make this a memorable episode too. Joey getting Chandler an ugly bracelet is a funny subplot, and the video that they all watch of their high school prom is hilarious. Between Ross's Mr. Cotter look, Rachel's old nose, the first appearance of Fat Monica, and that Donkey Lips from Salute Your Shorts is Monica's prom date, this reminds me that, I'd be pretty embarrassed too if I looked at old video of me in high school. Oh, but it's so politically incorrect. Whatever, I used to be fat. This episode is hilarious. I'm sure there's a lot of old videos of me just randomly holding a sandwich. Actually, thanks to Brad Tries, there's plenty of new videos of me holding a sandwich. Ooh, the one where Ross and Rachel, yeah, they listen to Wicked Game together, and they have sex. But wait a minute, you're telling me that Chris Isaak and Chris Isaac's character Rob from the one after the Super Bowl exist in the same universe and within the same season? I'm telling you, science fiction. This is 2 5-star episodes in a row. I love this one. I love Rachel getting the giggles when kissing Ross, addressing the minor awkwardness when friends date. Plus, it's the first episode of Tom Selleck as Richard, Monica's much older love interest. Richard is just cool, largely because Tom Selleck is cool. And I love that they really do talk about their age difference here, and whether or not it's weird. Because of that, it almost ends between the two of them. But it does continue because they genuinely do like each other. The subplot, too, of Joey and Chandler refusing to get up because they've just bought a couple of Lazy Boys and a new TV is pretty great, too. That looks like heaven. Just sitting there for days on end watching TV. Wish I could do that for a living. Oh, wait. I do. I love my job. This one is interesting because it's the one where Monica and Richard have to tell her parents that they're dating. They do address that it's a weird situation because Richard and Jack Geller have known each other for decades, and Richard knew Monica and Ross when they were kids. When Monica's parents do find out, they argue for sure, but that's cut off with people coming in singing a happy birthday song, and there is no real resolution to this conversation, at least not one that we see. I kind of wish they had finished this talk, because when you break it down, it is weird, and it would be a hard thing to tell someone. But they still really work as a couple. Their chemistry is excellent, and it never seems pervy. It always comes across like the two are adults who have genuine feelings for each other. I like that this is the second episode this season where Monica accidentally sees her parents having sex, but that's not even the weirdest part of that scene. Jack Geller references Cocoon. Does he not know that Monica co-starred in the sequel Cocoon the Return? Sadly though, we get our first breakup here. No, not Ross and Rachel or Monica and Richard. Joey now has enough money from Days of Our Lives and moves out after he and Chandler have a fight. They even have to fight for custody over the foosball table. Oh, I almost forgot. I see Greeked up product placement. They're talking about eating Captain Crunch, but the box just says cereal in big letters. Yes, it is cereal. The sad breakup between Joey and Chandler is continuing. Chandler is binge eating ice cream and reminiscing, but there is hopes for reconciliation between the two. They're still bonding over their love for Baywatch. They could easily do a binge watch episode on Baywatch. That would save me from doing it. That's 242 episodes of an hour-long series. That's like 484 episodes of a sitcom. I mean, I could do it. It's just a whole lot of seafood I'd have to order. Speaking of which, I wasn't kidding when I said that I was gonna get pizza for season 2. I got Brick's wood-fired pizza, and that pizza was so beautiful looking that I almost didn't want to eat it. But then when I did, it was like that barbecue chicken pizza was sent directly from heaven. I could have gotten the Joey special, 2 pizzas, but Laura wanted Mediterranean for lunch. And I don't think the Joey special is directly referenced till about season 6. Crap, I've been talking about food so much, Chandler has already met someone else. He has a new roommate, Eddie, played by Adam Goldberg, one of the great minor characters on the show. But still, Chandler and Joey deserve to be together. Man, Adam Goldberg is just great in this. Chandler finds out his new roommate is insane and appears to be a paranoid schizo who thinks that goldfish crackers are real fish. Adam Goldberg would later play Jimmy, Gina's ex, on the spin-off Joey, and they really should have just had him playing Eddie again. He was more or less the same character. He was also great on Joey, and if that character had been included right at the beginning of that series, I think it would have had a way better chance of making it. Instead, he was mainly on the last batch of episodes, most of which didn't even air here in the States. Brian Posehn is in this, and since he's just credited as Messenger, you could argue that he's playing a young Bert from The Big Bang Theory. I'm okay with arguing this. Bert was one of the better side characters on The Big Bang Theory. There's a great plot here about Monica and Rachel fighting over the last condom. And personally, I think Monica should have gotten it. It was the first night she and Richard said I love you to each other. I love the awkward small talk between Richard and Ross when all of this is happening. It cuts from them not saying a whole lot to Monica and Rachel, and then when it cuts back to the guys, they're having a full-on argument about coming home and the deer hunter. What was the progression of this conversation? I love little things like that. Yes, it's great that Joey and Chandler are back together, but I am going to miss Eddie, who is kicked out at the end of the episode. I love that the crazier he got, the more Phoebe liked him. He started out perfectly normal. I think there's something about either living with or dating the friends that makes normal people turn insane. Or maybe Eddie just lost his meds during the move. It's okay though, again, he'll later be on Joey. If you only watch the Adam Goldberg episodes, that show is watchable. There's really funny gags here where the girls start hating the guys and then each other because they're reading this feminism book that speaks only in metaphors. It's like it predicted the Titania McGrath satirical woke book. After Joey loses his job on Days of Our Lives, Gunther tells him that he once played Bryce on All My Children. Yes, I did once look up whether James Michael Tyler was on All My Children. And no, he wasn't. Well, we might not see Helen Roper as Phoebe's grandma again, but she is mentioned in this episode when we find out that she never let Phoebe watch sad endings to movies. In Phoebe's universe, there's a lot of movies that have really anticlimactic endings. There's a lot of great stuff here, like Ross being really sad when he keeps missing a lot of firsts with Ben, like the first time Ben pulls himself up. Then Susan snidely says, "You can watch our tape of it." I still don't like you. The end though, where Ben starts speaking and tells Ross bye, it's really adorable, especially in how happy Ross gets about it. It shows that he is a great dad. Ross does get a little forward in this episode when he lays out all of these future plans with Rachel, like a house and kids, showing that he does have relationship inexperience. Sometimes you gotta keep that to yourself, bro. Though they do say that they love each other in this episode, and it is during a fight, which is appropriate for this couple's first round in the relationship ring. The best relationship here, though, is Joey and Chandler's crush on Richard when they realize that he is incredibly cool. Joey starts holding cigars and Chandler tries growing a mustache. It took you this long to discover that Richard is cool? Though that ends when Richard finds out that the two of them think of him as a dad, which makes him feel very old. I don't know if it would have upset me that much. I mean, granted, yeah, I am a bit older than my wife, but if one of her friends said that they thought of me as a dad, I would just be really confused, because that would have made me a dad at like 14. This one has one great plot and one stupid one. Phoebe works up the courage to go to her dad's house because she hasn't seen him since he walked out on her and her sister when they were kids. There she finds out she has a half-brother, Frank Jr., played by Giovanni Ribisi. This is actually pretty brilliant because Ribisi played an unnamed guy looking for a condom in the one with the baby on the bus. It's completely realistic that that was also Frank Jr. and not just some random other character. He dresses the same and 100% acts the same. That was definitely Frank Jr. Frank Jr. was also kind of mentioned in a season 3 episode of Mad About You when Ursula mentions having a brother. It's also realistic that Ursula would hide that from Phoebe. The other plot is a bit dumb. It's a bully plot in which Chandler and Ross are being bullied at Central Park by Nikki Cat and Peter DeLuise. Bully plots are more often than not just really lazy because a lot of them could be resolved so quickly and they just become obnoxious after a while. I was bullied only once in my life, just once, and it was in 6th grade, and it ended with me punching the dude in the nuts. You know what happened after that? We became very good friends. This is Brad's advice to young people. Actually, that's kind of what happens in this episode. They stand up to the bullies and then kind of become friendly after that. I think that they could have held their own against these bullies. Plus, the bullies are never mentioned again in the show after this. Maybe Nikki Cat went to go bully Adam Goldberg. Ha! Reference! Okay, back to an episode being thoroughly great. It's Rachel's birthday, and they have to have dueling parties to keep Rachel's separated parents away from each other. I love the subtlety that they all have something green in their clothes due to Rachel's last name. And I love that the party at Joey and Chandler's is a blast, and the party at Monica's is super lame because she's hardcore about the rules. There's also great gags here too, like Phoebe sneaking people away from Monica's party as if it's a prison break. And then Ross pretending that Rachel's dad's glasses, cigarettes, and drink are all his, which makes Rachel's mom think that Rachel's dating someone who's exactly like her father. Plus, this is the first episode with Rachel's dad, Dr. Green, played by the great Ron Liebman, who sadly passed away recently. Dr. Green was intimidating and hilarious, and Ron Liebman is just suave as hell. Remember Kaz? He could just throw this disapproving and annoyed look at Ross and get a laugh from just that. There's some very real moments here too, like Rachel nearly breaking down due to her parents' separation and confiding in Chandler over this. Until now, these two hadn't really had a moment like this together, just the two of them, and it was nice to see that. Although Joey breaks his rule about not kissing moms when he kisses Rachel's mom, bro, I'm going to allow this. He only did this as a distraction to sneak Dr. Green by. Plus, Rachel's mom is Marlo Thomas. Friends may not have written some characters out in the best way. More on that when we get to Pete. But they would, more often than not, write them out.
And when they didn't, it would make sense. Joey dates people all the time. You don't need a reason for why Emily Proctor was only in one episode, or anyone else that he just randomly dates. The Big Bang Theory would just make people vanish who were in relationships with the characters. Friends is a lot smarter and more respectful to their characters and to their audience. In this episode, though, Phoebe says she has this on-again, off-again hookup relationship with a naval officer played by Charlie Sheen. They apparently get together every time he comes to shore, except that he's never been mentioned before, and he is never referenced again after this. So it all just seems like a big excuse to just have Charlie Sheen guest star on an episode. It's even odd to me that they have their big date over at Monica and Rachel's apartment. I know that they all constantly hang out there, but this seems like one of those instances where it would definitely be at Phoebe's apartment. The Monica and Richard plot is cute though, like when he finds out about all her OCD quirks and she's really angry that he really doesn't have any quirks. Of course he doesn't. Richard is too cool for flaws, god damn it. I bet these two are gonna remain together forever. They are not together forever. This is the one where Monica and Richard break up at the end because he doesn't want to have kids and she does. And it is genuinely sad. I respect a sitcom so much when it just lets a moment like this be very serious and show how heartbreaking the situation is. Whenever I watch this one, I think, man, this couple probably could have tried working things out. He did say he was open to having kids, just that it would have felt more like an obligation. Hey, he could have changed his mind and been more gung-ho about this in the future. Don't give up! You've only been together less than a year. I sure hope this fictitious couple that broke up in 1996 takes my advice. Or don't, because who Monica does end up with is perfect. While all of that is very serious, there's still hilarious stuff here. Chandler's line, "I'm sorry, we don't have your sheep," in reference to Rachel's ugly bridesmaid's dress, is one of my favorite Chandler lines. Wait though, at Barry and Mindy's wedding, why is Mindy no longer played by Jennifer Grey? My theory, Barry murdered the real Mindy. This is the only season finale of the show where I don't know if I'd really classify it as a cliffhanger, especially in compared to the other season finales. It ends with Chandler meeting a mystery woman that he falls for on the internet, and then it turns out to be Janice. It ends with the two of them kissing, implying that they're going to start a new relationship together. That feels like a cliffhanger you'd see on a regular episode and not really a season finale. It's still a great finale overall, especially with all of the Monica and Richard stuff, but it doesn't have that oh shit finale moment that the other seasons do. More like an oh my god finale moment. Sorry. Whew. As we continue on with what will surely be the longest video on this channel, there is something I gotta do. This reflective DVD up here was driving me nuts in season 2. Okay, so I talked about season 2 for like 40 minutes. I'm predicting this will probably be a 5-hour video. This is a great season premiere that hits close to home in a lot of ways. Even the opening scene where they all leave Central Perk because people are already sitting on their couch. I remember back in Springfield, we did not know what to do when we would go to the brew house and people would be sitting in our horseshoe booth. Chandler is in a serious relationship with Janice, and Joey can't stand her. I've been in many relationships where my friends couldn't stand the person, and vice versa. I had one friend shocked about how much they actually like my wife. When we all didn't like the person that one of us was dating, we all just kind of had to suck it up and keep drinking at the brew house. Monica is very realistically dealing with her breakup with Richard. She has insomnia, she's depressed, she's lounging around in her robe waiting for him to call. Part of me is like, God, you two just need to work your shit out. This show is brilliant at remaining funny and treating a breakup realistically. There's a great scene where Jack Geller comes over to offer her wisdom, and he does mention that he and Richard are still friends, which makes me wish that there were more scenes between Jack and Richard in the episodes where Richard and Monica were dating. And finally, a show that references everyone's Princess Leia in the gold bikini fetish. That's one of my first crushes too, along with PJ Souls in Halloween. Plus, the episode gets into picturing things that you don't want to be picturing when you're having sex. It happens, but in my case, whenever a bad image pops up, it leaves pretty quickly once my ADHD comes in and saves the day. This is definitely a memorable episode. It has classic scenes like Joey putting on all of Chandler's clothes and saying, "I'm Chandler, could I be wearing any more clothes?" Or Monica not knowing whether the message on her answering machine is an old or new message from Richard, and the messages that she leaves are great post-breakup moments. The episode is a bottle episode too, and more or less done in real time. It's also the one where Joey separated his shoulder during the making of it. There's a lot to remember here, and yet I really don't like this episode because of a couple minor writing missteps. Ross is obsessed with everyone getting ready so that they could leave and go see his speech. And the plot is good, especially with Ross being frustrated when Rachel can't get ready quick enough. That's relatable on both ends, and it's easy to see his frustration at Joey and Chandler, who are wasting time fighting over a chair. But Ross screaming to Rachel, "Get your butt in there and change your clothes," and then throwing her shoes is ridiculously out of character. I understand the relationship has to be imperfect so that they can later break up in the season. And yeah, Ross can be a bit of a dick. But that was always just too much, to the point to where that could have been a breakup moment right there. They fight a lot, sure, but there was never a time before or after this where Ross, in front of everyone, just goes into straight up verbal abuse. They could have done this same plot and this same third act without being this awkwardly mean-spirited. Ross has way better hair continuity so far this season. Although this is the season where Joey appears to be sporting Monica's season 2 bangs, they write in Joey separating his shoulder by having him off camera fall off of his bed while jumping on it. That's kind of silly. Having him separate it during sex, or even when he and Chandler were fighting over the chair, would have been more realistic. There's greatness in this one though, such as Joey's really funny jam plotline where Monica starts making a bunch of jam because she needs a hobby to get over Richard and she also wants a baby. Plus Ross and Rachel telling Chandler the right way to tell a woman that she doesn't look fat. And oh my god, do I relate to the not liking cuddle sleeping and needing the space and rolling your partner over. I need the space. Hardcore. When I cuddle sleep, my arm goes dead, and then I wake up with my leg joints killing me. The Phoebe plotline is weird. She starts dating David Arquette, who plays a stalker of Ursula's, and Phoebe is trying to wean him off of stalking. Weird, yes, but it is written well because the other friends are telling her that she probably shouldn't be dating this creep, and it does seem like something Phoebe would do. Creator Marta Kaufman says she regrets this plotline, but that they did what they could to make it work. You can tell, it's not a great plotline, but they really did do their very best at making the plot work. This season is right after the August issue of TV Guide, in which Chandler won the poll of who is your favorite friend, and he graced the cover. That's right, my spirit animal was voted best friend. But while I do feel a sarcastic connection to Chandler, I'm not exactly like him, and there is a lot of stuff I have in common with the other friends. I never had the commitment issues that Chandler has. I never had problems being in a relationship, and dating was never that hard for me. I'm messy like Joey, I'm a foodie like Joey, and I've hooked up a lot in the past. I've also made a lot of relationship mistakes Ross has, and I can be a bit of a dick. Though I don't know if I would have had a problem with my son playing with a Barbie like Ross does in this episode. Granted, in 1996, I might have, because other kids can be freaking mean. Plus, it kind of seems like Carol and Susan only got Ben a Barbie just to set up Ross and make him uncomfortable so they could say things like, oh, so do you have a problem with two women raising him? No, god damn it. Way to invent bad faith Twitter. I know this is one where modern viewers probably rage at Ross, but it's written to where you're supposed to disagree with Ross, and in episodes like this, he always does get his comeuppance at the end, while also opening a dialogue to the show's viewers about these kind of subjects and where they would fall on the issue. Hey, as long as my kid isn't into Elmo, whatever. It's the introduction of the giant entertainment center that Joey makes and the slice in Chandler's bedroom door that Joey accidentally causes with a power saw. There's great continuity in that split in the door stays there for the rest of the series. Though given that Joey almost drills a hole in Chandler's head, this could also be called the one where Chandler almost dies. Frank Jr. comes to visit Phoebe, and it's one of the many episodes where someone thinks that Phoebe's massage parlor is a happy ending place. This one touches upon celebrity lists. You know, the list of 5 celebrities that you're allowed to cheat on your spouse with if the situation were to present itself. Ross meets one of his, Isabella Rossellini, and Chandler picks Jessica Rabbit? Dude, Jessica Rabbit's voiced by your dad, bro. Okay, first crushes is another thing. This list is way different. What would my 5 be? Pam Grier, Jennifer Aniston. Ross is right. These lists do require serious thought. I love this flashback episode, which takes place 3 years prior and has to do with which friends almost hooked up. Near friend hookups do happen. It's really important that they did this, since the episode was done as kind of a test to see how the audience would react to potential couplings. Knowing that, it's easy to see how Monica and Chandler later get together, because their scene here shows great chemistry. Flashback episodes are kind of interesting, because they always portray the characters how we now know them, as opposed to maybe what they were like in the pilot. For instance, if we knew about Joey and Chandler's Baywatch love, they should have acted way more ecstatic when Monica dated John Allen Nelson in the pilot. Plus, this is back when Mr. Heckles was still alive, and that's important info here. It's because of Mr. Heckles that Joey and Chandler end up living together, meaning this series probably wouldn't happen if it weren't for Mr. Heckles. This is also the second time on the show where it shows Chandler and Rachel meeting for the first time, the other time being the pilot. And it's not the last time that they meet for the first time. Though in Rachel's defense, early Rachel does seem like the type of person who would forget meeting someone. And fake product alert, Villa wafers? 1993 was weird. Ross goes through the awkwardness of a girlfriend's parent not really liking him that much. Admittedly, I've never really gone through this. I've always gotten along good with the parents. And if I was at a restaurant and saw that the dad only tipped 4%, I probably would have just gone back into the restaurant and personally given the waiter a tip with the parents nowhere around. But damn, Ron Liebman is so good at being suave. Even when he's a terrible customer, he's still very funny and intimidatingly cool. It's okay, he and Ross end up becoming close when they start making fun of Rachel. I totally could have made fun of, well, nothing. My wife really is too good for me. Probably because she wouldn't cheat on me with an ex-husband mattress king like Janice does to Chandler. In fairness, I do love local commercials like the Mattress King. Who doesn't remember the This Is It furniture guy who ate onions and his deals were going downer, downer, downer? Well, probably only Central Illinois people remember that. Joey has to break the news to Chandler that he saw Janice kissing her ex-husband, who again is royalty. He is the Mattress King. The show is great at presenting this as a complex issue because Chandler has to decide whether or not he wants to just step aside because she and her ex-husband have a kid together. It also shows that you can end a relationship for a noble reason, but as soon as you do that, every negative thing about the relationship escapes your head, and all you're left with is just thinking about the positive things, causing instant regret. Boy, is that real. The mind can be a horribly sadistic trickster. Unlike Joey, I'll miss Janice. Some of her outfits, like the long overcoat with the matching leopard skin ensemble, were kinda sexy. The voice doesn't really bother me. I've dated women before who have that thick New York Fran Drescher accent. You know what would cheer me up after a breakup though? Poking a sleeping ugly naked guy with a long stick. Sometimes it's the little things that can cheer you up. So Chandler definitely should have been a part of that scene. A classic Thanksgiving episode, which most of the Thanksgiving episodes are classic. There's brilliant physical comedy on display here as they all play football against each other. This gets into Ross and Monica's competitiveness and explains that they used to have a Geller Bowl when they were kids. There's something funny about Jack Geller angrily throwing the Geller Cup into the lake years ago. Wait a minute, Phoebe is wearing a That Girl shirt? Phoebe's wearing a shirt referencing Rachel's mom, bro. I love too that when they go back to the apartment to get the Geller Cup, the Dutch girl that Joey and Chandler are interested in is there with them. How did they explain this to her? The Dutch girl is played by Susanna Midnight, here credited as Susanna Voltaire. I love those actors where it doesn't matter which name of theirs they use, they still have a really cool sounding name. Wish we had a Thanksgiving dinner for lunch today. We got this Indian Chinese fusion place. There was too many vegetables in my chicken, the ratio was not good, and the crab rangoon looked like it was filled with confetti. Ross accidentally breaks Girl Scout Mae Whitman's leg and then has to sell her Girl Scout cookies. This is all very necessary because we find out that Gladys Kravitz from Bewitched lives in one of their buildings. This plot is funny because of the scene where Ross is in the girl's room explaining to her that he can help her sell her Girl Scout cookies so that she can go to space camp. Which means that somewhere along the way, this girl's dad was like, oh yeah, sure, you two can talk it out, complete stranger. She's in her room. I love sitcoms. There's hilarious stuff too, like Phoebe getting horrified when she sees a Christmas tree going through a wood chipper. Someone really needs to put that clip on YouTube and add gore effects to it. Speaking of gore, Terry may not be seen again, but he is referenced in this episode, which means that this episode takes place before Gunther eventually murders him. That's the real reason Rachel quit Central Perk. She didn't want to be an accessory. Joey's sisters make their first appearance here, and it's fun trying to figure out which ones would later be recast as Dre De Matteo and Christina Ricci in the spin-off Joey. Now in the past, Joey has had his rules, which say that you are not allowed to kiss mothers, but sisters are okay. He does remain consistent, even though earlier in the season he told Chandler that he pictures his mother when having sex, But that's not actually happening, he is just picturing it. Chandler fools around with Joey's sister in this episode, and in Joey's defense, he's actually happy for Chandler at first. What pisses him off is that Chandler can't remember which sister it was. This also marks the beginning of the end for Ross and Rachel Part 1, because it's the first episode to feature Mark, who gets Rachel a job at Bloomingdale's. Ross is instantly jealous, thinking that Mark just simply wants to have sex with her. I feel bad for Mark. He was so hated among fans of the show during this season, even though he really didn't do anything wrong. But this is where we're first really getting into Ross's jealousy issues, and he's called out on this by Monica, who yells at him and tells him to grow up. But there's still good Ross moments, like him telling Chandler the right way to call it off with Joey's sister, as opposed to just leaving her a note. Sisters, bro. Wait a minute, what is going on here? Carlos Gomez plays the busboy that Monica hooks up with. He also played a director on the spin-off Joey, and he was Chewy in the Matthew Perry movie Fools Rush In. How many of this guy are there? So this one is deeply about Ross's jealousy. He goes way overboard in practically marking his territory on Rachel to show Mark that he is Rachel's boyfriend. I like how it gets really complex about this, though. Even in the previous episode, Ross knows that this isn't a great way of thinking, and he is apologetic. And in this one, it gets into real psychological issues about why he's so jealous, given that his marriage ended when Carol had an affair with Susan. When he opens up and talks about this to Rachel, it really does humanize him and the situation. It really makes you want him to just go see a therapist so he can get past these issues. I was never the jealous type. Yeah, I made mistakes like Ross, but jealousy was never one of them. If I were in his shoes and thought that way about Mark, it wouldn't bother me because I don't have trust issues. But like I said, considering the breakup later, this relationship has to be written to be fairly doomed, and the writers do a great job of building to that inevitable breakup episode. Ross should know, though, that if you're in a serious relationship, it's not okay to just randomly set up a play date with a single mother stripper without talking to your girlfriend about it first. I think Rachel had every right to be jealous about that. There's a classic subplot in this one. It's the one where Joey and Rachel switch books. He reads her favorite book, Little Women, and she reads his, The Shining. I know that I put any and all scary books in the freezer now, thanks to Joey. The Bear's Picnic has been in there for years. I gotta admit though, I first knew of all the plot points of Little Women because of this episode. So whenever I see a movie version of Little Women, this episode pops up in my head. But you want to know what's more shocking than Beth's death? Richard is back in this episode, and he has no mustache, clearly because somebody put him through the Face app. My wife loves this one because she prefers Tom Selleck without the mustache. She didn't grow up on Magnum like I did. When Monica and Richard are together, making dinner and hooking up, they are clearly still in love with each other, and you just think, man, work your shit out! Though since this is around the time when mustacheless Tom Selleck was in and Out, she is clearly hooking up with in and out Tom Selleck, and, I don't think that's gonna work out. I love the video store that they meet back up in because it's got Cobra in the children's section and a Robbie Benson movie poster on the wall. I mean, it helps when Robbie is the director of the episode. Why wasn't it Die Laughing? E.G. Daily plays Phoebe's former singing partner, and not once does she break it to her that she was Phoebe's sexy singing voice in the one with Joey's new girlfriend. Sherilyn Fenn guest stars in this as a woman dating Chandler, and then it turns out that she has a prosthetic leg because years ago, Joey accidentally threw her leg on the fire by mistake. That is pretty funny and gloriously dark, but it is an example of, let's picture all of the outrage articles that would happen if it were Ross that did this. Especially because there's enough you could criticize Ross for in this one. He's still a complete dick to Mark, even though Mark is moving to a new job. Dude, play it cool. At the same time, I sort of understand where he's coming from in this one. I kind of get him being a little miffed that Rachel is spending her Saturdays with him and going to a fashion lecture. In the same way, I understand Rachel being upset when Ross had that play date. I understand Ross missing her because of her job and being sad that they don't see each other as much. Granted, I wouldn't be acting all annoying and lovey-dovey and snoring during this lecture when Rachel is trying to listen and take notes, and I certainly wouldn't be trash-talking it afterwards. I'd just be watching the movie Diner in my head. Okay, the ever-important question. Were Ross and Rachel on a break? Well, the title seems to think so. But were they really? I'd say, not really, not 100%. They have a brutal fight with each other about Ross showing up to her work during a crisis and wanting to have a picnic. During the fight, she says, maybe we should take a break, and then he leaves. There was really no finality to that conversation, especially because the word maybe was used. This deserves a pretty long conversation. The person saying maybe we should take a break could later argue that it was just something said in the heat of the moment. Like, yeah, Ross does overhear Mark in the background at Rachel's apartment, but he immediately hangs up and doesn't even ask the context of it. And clearly she was wanting to patch things up with Ross during that phone call. It's certainly not grounds to go out to a bar and get drunk and hook up with Cindy the maid from Seinfeld, hear Chloe the Xerox girl, and definitely not grounds to do so on he and Rachel's anniversary. I love this show. Part of why is because it's really fun talking about these really complicated issues like this. The show is brilliant at writing these situations as very real, hence the next episode. When someone trashes Friends, I can usually tell when it's someone who's never really watched it. Recently I saw a talk show where someone said, yeah, Friends is one of those shows without any continuing story, and the episodes just exist on their own without referencing anything before or after. Holy shit, is that ever not true? Every season has a giant arc. The entire series does. Again, that fight in the previous episode was brutal, and in this one here, where Rachel finds out that Ross slept with another woman, it's gut-wrenching. It's one of the most real breakups put in a sitcom. Did Big Bang Theory ever treat a breakup this heartbreaking? God, no. You were lucky if it happened on camera. Here, Ross genuinely thinks that the two of them have broken up, and even when Rachel is talking to Monica, she says, I think we broke up last night, meaning she probably thinks they did too. However, it's still completely 100% understandable why she would be pissed off at Ross for sleeping with Chloe and then actually breaking up with him. It's understandable why someone would be pissed off that their significant other instantly went out to sleep with someone else after a possible breakup, and again on their anniversary. During this fight, the writers treat it respectfully and hardcore. There's tears in the other friend's eyes as they're overhearing this conversation. Ross and Rachel aren't written here as good versus evil. They are written as human beings. This is why I don't hate Ross. This show needs his flaws for these moments to work. This plot line needs his flaws for all the episodes that led up to it. This is a rough episode to watch in a very good way. I still get choked up watching it. And you're never gonna find a laugh track show like this again, unfortunately. As realistically as the show treats Ross and Rachel's breakup, it also treats their post-breakup very real as well. A lesser show would have just barely mentioned it or just moved on to business as usual. This episode gets really deep into Ross and Rachel really not liking each other at the moment, and the other friends trying to keep the two of them apart and schedule times when they can hang out. It shows how a breakup like this can be really hard on a group as a whole. They have a great talk about how Ross and Rachel have to find some way to get along and not pit the others against each other because their group depends on it. I love Chandler's stress smoking too, because I've gone back to smoking because of stress. What keeps me from going back to smoking is remembering that the older I get, the more smoking becomes a huge depressant for me. Smoking is great, but at the same time, I never feel as cripplingly depressed as I do when I'm smoking. Again, Chandler, very much my spirit animal. I can't emphasize this enough. See, someone sensed that in the next episode, Phoebe and Chandler would mention Spider-Man, which in this one summons the appearance of Jon Favreau. Though this is the 90s, so he should have been summoned with a reference to Vegas, baby. Vegas is a few seasons away, though. Jon Favreau makes his first appearance as billionaire Pete, who's a love interest of Monica, and it's also the first appearance of Alice, Frank Jr.'s wife, played by Deborah Jo Rupp of That 70s Show. She's much older than Frank, and she's also his former teacher, which Phoebe has a huge problem with in this episode. It always seemed weird to me that Phoebe would have a problem with Frank and Alice's relationship. It seems like the kind of thing she'd be fine with. This is the same season where she dated her twin sister's stalker. Chandler and the hypnosis tape plot is extremely funny, and it's nice having a Chandler plot again. It seems like it's been a handful of episodes since there's been one. Even though this isn't a Ross and Rachel episode, the writers are very good at throwing in little things, like Ross telling Frank Jr. about how much he blew it with Rachel, and he and Rachel still kind of snipping at each other a little bit, and talking to each other with some attitude. Little things like that I love in these episodes. This one sets up a lot of plots that I like. Monica is casually dating Pete, even though she's not really all that attracted to him. Eventually she is, but I like how this shows that she's not just gonna be with Pete for his money. She wants a genuine attraction to the person she's with. I love Joey's ongoing plot here, where he's in this play directed by a really pretentious director, and he has a hate crush on Dina Meyer, who's one of the actresses, and she's also the director's girlfriend. What I really dig, though, is Mark showing back up to say that he has a crush on Rachel. She doesn't want to go on a date with him at first, but then she and Ross have a huge fight about dividing up their stuff. Schwimmer's great because he can keep Ross endearing by doing something really funny. When he puts on that way too small Frankie Says Relax shirt, it's hilarious. Rachel and Mark actually do go on a date with each other, which kind of opens up whether or not Ross was a little justified in his jealousy, but he still went about it the wrong way. Choosing not to go out with Mark because of how dramatic it would be shows that the characters really do still care for each other. And there's a great scene where Chandler has a serious talk with Ross about how he needs to move on. Anyway, side note, I still don't know why Dina Meyer was in that Amerigeddon movie. I haven't given any love yet to Reg Rogers, who plays the pretentious director of Boxing Day, that play that Joey is in. He's this over-the-top, stereotypically artsy director, and he is committed to this role. He makes the most of his screen time and is very funny. I love it when actors can make a part very funny for a character that I would hate hanging out with in real life. This one's a Chandler and Rachel plot, and I love those episodes because I feel like there's not that many of them where it's just those two in their own plot together. It's when Chandler dates her boss Joanna and can't stand her, but he still has to call her back because, again, she's Rachel's boss. Awkward. Plus, Joanna is played by Alison LaPlaca, which makes me really miss the John Larroquette show. This one could also be called the one where Ross brings a burning dollhouse into Monica's shower and catches her masturbating. Yes, the first appearance of Joey and Chandler's pets, the duck and the chick. I love the duck and the chick. In my opinion, they are both tied for #1 as best recurring character. Throughout the series, there's great gags with these two, like Joey and Chandler treating them as their children. And in this one, Chandler punishes the duck by sending him out in the hallway. This is an excellent episode. Monica and Pete begin dating here, and this is another one of my go-to episodes that shows that Ross really does have greatness in him. He's very excited to be on television, but then he gives all of that up so he can stay behind and help Rachel put on her makeup because she hurt her ribs, and he even stays with her to take her to the hospital. He does it in an incredibly selfless way, too, not even bringing up that he gave up being on TV for her until Chandler mentions it later. It's a sweet episode that reminds us how this couple ended up together to begin with, and that there's still very real feelings there. But did Monica take the chef's position that Pete offered to her? I don't think that's referenced again the rest of the season, not even in the movie Chef. This episode deals with what happens when your ex begins dating someone who actually is a psychopath. Like, that's a hard situation to be in because you're going to instantly look like you're jealous, even though in this situation, he's right. Rachel is dating Ben Stiller, who keeps screaming at people. He even yells at sitcom directing legend Peter Boner's Dr. Jerry from the Bob Newhart Show. Before she dumped Ben Stiller, though, Ross really should have told him not to make a list of her flaws like he would later do in Along Came Polly. There's also a great payoff in this episode with that play that Joey's in, Boxing Day, which thus far has just looked like a melodrama, but apparently it ends with a spaceship and the lead character being an alien. I gotta see this play. Well, this one, wow, it's very silly. Okay, so one plot has to do with Ross finding out that he has a growth on his ass, but he doesn't like all these doctors looking at his ass. And his friends certainly don't want to look at his ass, but the doctor is played by Richard Gant of Jason Goes to Hell. So Ross may actually be in danger of the doctor eating his heart. Maybe Guru Saj, played by Kevin McDonald, in full Kids in the Hall mode can help. Yep, that happens. What? Phoebe is dating both a fireman and a teacher, but given that both of these actors would later appear on Queer as Folk, I think this situation may work itself out. Monica thinks that Pete is going to propose to her, and it's already kind of quick and random that they're even on I love you terms at this point. He doesn't propose to her, though. Instead, he... You know what? Let's just jump to the next episode so we can talk about this. Okay, I really did like Pete. He was a nice character, and I miss 90s Jon Favreau. This is maybe the worst way that they've written out a love interest. So he doesn't propose to Monica. Instead, what he wanted to tell her was that he's training to become an ultimate fighting champion. He gets his ass handed to him, just bones crushed, body casts and everything. And she ends the relationship because he refuses to stop and she doesn't want to keep seeing him lose fights. somewhat. This character always seemed cooler and smarter than this, and not insane. He's never referenced again in the series, and this is one of those times where I am legitimately wondering, did he die? But unlike in the previous episode, where none of the other plots really worked all that great either, in this one, the subplot really does save it. Sam McMurray makes his first appearance as Chandler's sleazy boss Doug, who keeps slapping Chandler on the ass. There's a hilarious scene where they're all debating the ass slapping by slapping each other on the ass, mainly Ross. I love how morally corrupt Chandler's boss is, who apparently just spends all of his nights driving around drunk. The opening is fun too. It involves an improvised cameo by Billy Crystal and Robin Williams, who happened to be in the building at the time promoting their movie Father's Day, which came out a day after this episode. It's very random, yes, but it is very fun and sweet to look at these two comedic legends playing off of each other for a scene. This is a great finale where all of the plot lines are wildly important. They all go to a beach house together, and I've been wondering why Joey's hair looks so odd in the last few episodes. And then I remembered, oh right, these were filmed when he was doing Lost in Space. Speaking of hair, Ross has been dating Bonnie, played by Christine Taylor, clearly to get back at a screaming Ben Stiller. Phoebe sets the two of them up, and Bonnie used to be bald, which is funny because Phoebe mentioned having a bald friend in season 1, but that person had a different name, so how many bald friends does Phoebe have? Phoebe's plot is great here too, where she meets a friend of her parents, played by Terry Garr, who may know the whereabouts of her estranged father. Then it turns out she's actually her birth mother, and casting Terry Garr as Lisa Kudrow's mom is perfect. Little things are great here too, such as Chandler saying to Monica that, hey, if worse comes to worse, we could start dating, and then he goes through all of these what-if scenarios that would cause them to date. It's great foreshadowing of their future relationship. So great that when the episode first aired, I never even considered that that's what that was. The big cliffhanger here is that Ross and Rachel are still in love with each other, and he has to choose between Rachel and Bonnie, who Rachel talks into shaving her head. He is rightfully pissed about this, which he should be if she was dating someone and then Ross talked that person into shaving their head. He'd be dead meat. I'm really not one to pass judgment, though, on shaved heads. I praise anyone who does it. It is wildly convenient. I wonder whose door Ross chose.
Okay, this may be hard to believe, but I legit didn't know this copy of another Cinema Snob movie was sitting back there. Of all the DVDs to just randomly be in the background. I understand if you don't believe me, but I did not know that that was sitting there. Plus, we all know that it should be this copy of Kissing a Fool. At the beginning, Joey, to the camera, tells us all about what happened on the previous episode. And it is always weird to me whenever one of the stars in character is telling us about the show in the show. I remember Cliff doing that on Cheers with a projector and some slides. Are they aware that they're in a show and that we're watching? And considering that Joey has done the previously ons before, is this whole series just Joey recalling events of his friends' lives to us? We find out which door Ross went into, and you don't understand what it was like to wait 4 months for these cliffhanger payoffs. I remember when this first aired and when it was revealed that the door he went into had both Rachel and Bonnie in it. My dad and I both laughed and were like, well played. Ross chooses Rachel, of course, and they briefly get back together. Only she wrote him an 18-page letter which he didn't read all of, which causes him to accidentally admit that he cheated on her. This is why they break up again at the end of this episode. And I'm like, you know what, Ross? Just give this one to her. Even if I didn't think I was in the wrong and I thought we were broken up, it was still on their anniversary and right after the maybe break. If it were me, I know I could suck this up. I'd also have no problem peeing on my friend's foot if they stepped on a jellyfish. You wouldn't even have to ask. Hell yeah, I'll piss on your foot. That sounds hilarious. Yes, one of my favorite fake products on a sitcom. Joey is eating a bowl of Captain Crunch, and the box says, "Love that crunch." Clearly, it was the Soggies that not only stole the name Captain Crunch, but also Joey's Lost in Space hair is now gone. There's a great plot here where Monica goes out on a date with the popular guy from high school, Chip Matthews, and she considers this to be a win, considering that in school she was fat and unpopular. Only Chip is still doing teenage shenanigans and still living at home, so he definitely peaked in high school, but he still has his looks, there's that. We also get the start of no one really knowing what Chandler does for a living. I can relate to this. It's hard for me to describe my job to people without sounding like I do porn. My dad still isn't really sure what I do for a living, and if I say that I'm a YouTuber, they probably just think I go around throwing pies at the homeless. It's definitely a Ross is a dick episode. Phoebe comes across her cat, and she thinks the cat is the reincarnated spirit of her mother who killed herself. And Ross is having none of this for like no reason. Kind of like the evolution episode where he scolds her for not believing in evolution. Why is he surprised that Phoebe would think that her dead mom is reincarnated into this cat? The ending, where she teaches him to just be a good and supporting friend, is a really good payoff, though. What makes it even sweeter is that the episode itself is dedicated to Marta Kaufman's mom. Plus, this cat thing could totally happen. Lloyd is definitely the reincarnation of my grandfather. He is very, very grumpy and he eats a lot. Ross isn't in any of the plot lines here, and he just has some background lines. Plus, he suspiciously has his kissing a fool hair. What is Ross doing off camera? One of the plot lines here is a Chandler and Rachel plot line, which I love these because, again, there's really only like a few of them. He's hooking up with her boss, Joanna, again, and is left handcuffed in Joanna's office. There's a great real reaction here, where Matthew Perry accidentally hits his head with the filing cabinet, and it's left in the episode because Perry is great at playing off of these things. And let Chandler have a fling with Joanna. He needs this after his stuff was robbed in the previous episode. I love Joey and Chandler's apartment. Between the lawn chair furniture and the canoe, even after being robbed, their place still looks cozy. Monica, meanwhile, is catering for her mother, and I'm still not sure whether or not she took that job at Pete's restaurant. But I am sure of one thing, and that is that adding Penn Jillette to any episode of any show will make it better. I'm sorry, instead of Diet Snapple, it's Diet Napple. That's no Love That Crunch. This one's got one of my wife's favorite Rachel moments, when Mr. Trieger catches her clogging the garbage chute with pizza boxes and then yells at her and causes her to cry. Joey makes matters worse by outing a lot of the rules that they're breaking, and Monica's reaction is, "Oh, Rachel always cries." Laura and Rachel are both the same person, and it's not just me saying that. Laura admits to this too. That's why this is one of her favorite Rachel moments. I do like that Mr. Trieger is given a plot line here, but the whole story of Joey having to teach Trieger how to ballroom dance is kind of silly. The plot I love is Chandler having a very difficult time quitting the gym. I completely get this. There were so many things that I was still a member of just because it seemed like quitting things would be a really big pain in the ass. It took moving to Chicago for me to quit my Y membership. This is why I get a personal trainer, because at least then I know I'll make the appointment.
This episode has a lot to do with pizza boxes, and even the season premiere had Phoebe and her birth mother bonding over many things, including their love for pizza. So naturally, we had to have pizza for lunch. I had to save a little bit of money since I took a lot of Ubers last week, so I got a couple of those great value pizzas for like $2.50 each. But back to the episode, Phoebe gets fired because again, everyone seems to think Phoebe is one of those happy ending masseuses, including her boss. Yes, I'm aware that in my Season 3 breakdown, I accidentally attributed the title to this episode to the one where Eddie moves in. The reason is because this one also has a plot line about Phoebe's sexy singing voice. I didn't catch it in time to put in the oops buzzer, but I'm fine with leaving it in. It shows me who is still watching and paying attention to the video. We get the first appearance of Ross's replacement of giving the middle finger, which is this gesture. It would later become the go-to gift to answer any wet blanket woke Twitter review of the show. It's also not only the first appearance of Joey's girlfriend Kathy, played by Paget Brewster, but also Paget Brewster's on-screen acting debut as well. This begins a great Season 4 plot about what happens when one friend gets a serious crush on another friend's girlfriend. This is never a recipe for disaster. It is always a recipe for disaster. Hello, kissing a fool? Not just the plot line, but the fact that it was a disastrously terrible movie. Also making their acting debut this season, Rebecca Romijn as Ross's super messy date, whose apartment is like my basement room in my 20s. Look, one thing leads to another, and you got several cans of urine and many piles of clothes. It happens. Although in my case, I would at least acknowledge my messy room, Rebecca Romijn seems completely oblivious that there are new specimens growing in her apartment. Chandler is still in love with Kathy and makes the mistake of getting her a birthday present that is way better than Joey's. Again, I've been in my 20s and this stupid. If you have a crush on a friend's girlfriend, whatever you do, don't drink. Monica, meanwhile, is still out of a job and doing freelance catering, so I'm just gonna guess that Pete had to sell off that restaurant to pay for his medical bills. And this funeral home she's catering for has the exact same kitchen as her parents' kitchen. Do Jack and Judy live in a funeral home? Is that how Gunther was able to dispose of Terry's body? I dig how we're getting a lot more story arcs with the other characters here. Not that we didn't before, but the writers are so good here to put a lot of the Ross and Rachel stuff in the background after being heavily featured in seasons 1 through 3. I really like the Joey, Kathy, and Chandler love triangle because, like the we were on a break plot, it's fun to talk deep about this with others who watch the show. Chandler and Kathy kiss in this one, and while on the one hand, yeah, you really shouldn't be doing that. On the other, Joey was cheating on her and didn't seem that serious about the relationship. Then again, on the other side, you know what? I'll talk about this next episode. There's a classic Ross subplot here where they all hear his music for the first time, which is just a series of keyboard sound effects. I was looking for which moment could be the turn between the Ross of the early seasons, this romantic underdog who has been through some shit and is depressed a lot, to the Ross of the later seasons, where they definitely emphasize his geekiness and get a lot of humor out of his screaming reactions. With the season premiere having his fake crying, "Fine by me" reaction, and this one with its very funny music plotline, this could arguably be the start of that transition. Anyway, as I was saying about Joey and Chandler, yeah, even though Joey and Kathy weren't the best together, he did date other women and didn't seem all that sad when she broke up with him. I still get him being pissed at Chandler. It's not so much a feelings towards Kathy thing, it's more of a loyalty thing and a total friend betrayal. Especially because, as others point out, he probably could have talked to Joey about this before kissing Kathy. And given Joey's dating record, he could have just waited till the eventual breakup. I've been on either side of this situation. I've totally screwed up in the past and would definitely get in an empty box to say I'm sorry. I've also been the one pissed off like Joey in a situation that was way more dramatic than he and Chandler's. In my case, I think that was just karma catching up to me from my partying days. But let me tell you how guys are. When enough time goes by, who the hell cares? Though that's not as dramatic as Monica going on a date with Richard's son Tim, as hard as it would be to explain she and Richard to her parents, try explaining this one to Richard and everyone else. In fairness though, Monica does have a point when she mentions all of the messed up things the other friends have done. We say goodbye to Joanna in this episode, and I would joke that she dies, but no, she actually does die in this episode. And Monica finally gets a job that she keeps through the rest of the series. Pete's spirit is there to keep her employed, and in a kitchen run by the late great Taylor Negron. There's some great getting older themes in this one, like when you hit that age where you can't really party anymore. Chandler and Ross's friend Gandalf comes to town so that they can all party all night. When Gandalf can't make it, the two of them and Joey decide to go out partying themselves, but end up getting very tired very quickly and just want to go home. I'm 38 years old, about 10 years older than these characters, and when I was their age, I was still deep into my partying days. But nowadays, there's nothing better than just staying home, ordering some takeout, and having a nice evening with my wife. Where I do differ though is that in my case, since I spent about 20 years as a binge drinker, is that if I wanted to go out, I could still be out till about 5 in the morning without getting tired. That's one of the reasons I quit, because I can still keep going, and then spend the next few days next to death puking up bile and having a priest read to me my last rites. I've always had bad hangovers, but hangovers after you're 30, the Ebola virus is easier to handle. Maybe the guys are just tired because this is the second season where Ross is 29 years old. Everyone hates Monica at her new chef's job, so she hires Joey simply so she can fire him in front of everyone else to show them who's boss. Though considering the other employees do things like writing "quit bitch" on her hat and baking her chef's outfit, she probably could have just fired one of the regular employees. But it would be hard to fire Fred Stoller. His voice is hilarious. And no one still knows what Chandler does for a living. Phoebe thinks that he works with robots, and even Chandler himself isn't quite sure why his building has a fine foods division. Again, I understand. It was very hard for me to explain to my dad how reviewing the God's Not Dead movies paid for my car. And that was after explaining to him what the God's Not Dead movies were. This begins one of the best ways that any sitcom has ever written in an actor's pregnancy. Lisa Kudrow was pregnant this season, so they write in that she becomes a surrogate for Frank Jr. and Alice. I take it she's now definitely okay with her brother and Alice being together. This is also the last appearance of Terry Garr as Phoebe's birth mother, which is a real shame. The casting was so perfect, and she and Lisa Kudrow were wonderful together. Maybe it was because of Terry Garr's health, I'm not really sure, but I wish she had kept making appearances on the show. Everyone plays off each other incredibly well. The episode opens with Matthew Perry accidentally flubbing one of his lines, and the others give him endless shit about it while remaining in character. It works so well, they keep it in. The show is awesome at keeping in moments like this and making it seamless. Although this is one of the few times I disagree with Chandler. In 1997, the greatest gift was not the Sony PlayStation. Nintendo 64 all the way. Plus, Chandler is worried he won't be as good in bed with Kathy as Joey was. I would just assume that I'm not as good in bed as Joey. Often cited as the best episode of the series, voted #1 by the Friends 20th Anniversary Handbook, given an A+ by Entertainment Weekly, and TV Guide ranked it as one of the best episodes of any sitcom ever. And damn right, this is not just a classic episode of Friends, but of any TV series. Everything about this episode works. The acting, the writing, the timing, the plots. It has laughs, it has drama, and it has a tremendous amount of heart. Any friends group can relate to this, where Monica and Rachel compete against Joey and Chandler on who knows which friend's the best. The questions and answers are hilarious. Every joke lands. The subplot with Phoebe getting the embryos and announcing her pregnancy to everyone else is great. There's an awesome scene where she has a pep talk with the embryos about how much Frank Jr. and Alice really want this baby. The payoff with Frank Jr. screaming, "My sister's gonna have my baby," is probably his best character moment. And there's a huge payoff to no one knowing what Chandler does for a living. This also marks the very brief period on the show where Joey and Chandler switched apartments with Monica and Rachel. Not to spoil who wins the game. I've seen this episode 100 times and it's still just as funny today as it was in 1998. Plus, I just thought of something else. Rachel's favorite movie is Weekend at Bernie's, starring Jonathan Silverman, the doctor who delivered Ben and Ross's friend from college. The number of Jonathan Silvermans in this universe is endless. You can see Love That Crunch in the background of Joey and Chandler's new apartment, while Phoebe is holding a box of tricks, so properly named tricks exists in this universe. This is the last time we see Kathy, when Chandler is jealous that she has a love scene in this new play that she's in. That's an area where I am not like Chandler at all. I'd have no problem if I was dating somebody who had a love scene in a movie or a play that they're in. Maybe it helps that I have acting experience and that I'm not the jealous type. I've dated cam girls before, and let me tell you, they are some of the most down-to-earth, normal people that you will meet. And since Ross is the one with the jealousy issues, this seems more like a Ross plotline. Though since Kathy did later sleep with her onstage co-star, maybe Chandler was kinda right? Chandler definitely has the right to be pissed here, since the two of them definitely did not have the "let's take a break" talk. I wonder if at some point he and Joey said to each other, "Well, all that drama we went through with Kathy, nearly ending our friendship over it, not sure that was worth it." It is funny, though, how they're talking about on-screen chemistry versus whether or not the actors are sleeping with each other in real life. In the first episode that features Rachel's crush, Joshua, played by her then-boyfriend, Tate Donovan. It's also the first time we hear Joey's "how you doing? Now my shirt makes sense." I may not have the jealousy thing in common with Chandler, but the sweatpants phase after a breakup? Oh, absolutely. It's even worse in my case when you work from home. I've spent many a weeks on a couch eating a lot of junk food and watching random television series. Granted, that's not much different than a regular week of mine, only with more booze involved, I guess. And I didn't go to a strip club to cheer myself up, I just went out to the bars. Plus, girls just talking about hooking up with other girls wouldn't move me on to the next phase. I watch porn for a living. Rachel still has a crush on Joshua, and I like that she and Ross have this talk about the two of them moving on because she wants him to do her a favor by taking out her boss's niece. This introduces us to Ross's love interest, Emily, played by Helen Baxendale, who has a great entrance where she comes in out of the rain after a really shitty day and is super pissed off. I honestly really like the Emily character. I did when these episodes aired, and I still do. There'll be plenty to talk about with her in the episodes to come, but until then, their apartment seems to be out of Love That Crunch at the moment. Ross plays rugby to impress Emily, and it's where we learn about Red Ross, which basically means Rage Mode Ross. Just like Red Brad, although all that is me playing GoldenEye and I've got an RCP-90. Anyway, Red Ross definitely marks Season 4 as the transition to very geeky, awkward Ross, and I love that Ross too. Chandler and Janice hook back up, and remember how I talked about when you break up with someone and every negative thing about it escapes your head and you instantly regret it? In this one, they're dating again, and everything negative instantly comes back. That is, again, very realistic, because loneliness is also a horrible trickster. It's okay, he gets out of it by pretending to move to Yemen. Oldest trick in the book. But back to Ross and Emily. Interesting how the name Emily is one of the names that Ross said he liked if he and Rachel were to ever have kids. And oddly enough, it's not that far off from the name they actually do give to... I'm getting ahead of myself here. Just like when I say that while this may be Janice and Chandler's last hookup, it's not Janice's last hookup on the show. Why do they have a note on their fridge that simply says hand grenades? What are they planning on doing? I feel bad for Ross in this one. He plans this very special night with Emily because it's her last night in the country, but at the last minute they have to do a fake party because Rachel wants to spend time with Joshua. The party is so big that we actually see the invisible fourth wall in the apartment. I would definitely be the Chandler at this party. I as well can drop Flashdance knowledge. Poor Rachel wants to impress and keep Joshua at this party, so much so that she dresses up in her high school cheerleader outfit. So Rachel may be a little insane, but it's Rachel, so she's adorably insane. She even tries tying a cherry stem in a knot with her tongue. Clearly, she should have learned how to do this from Cheryl and Fenn last season. Phoebe, meanwhile, is craving meat for her baby, but is conflicted because she's a vegetarian. My wife's a vegetarian too, and we've talked about having kids, but now I'm thinking that I'm gonna need to keep an extra eye out on my Big Mac. I love how awesomely 90s this episode is. Young people watching today have no idea the importance of this plot. Joey and Chandler find that the porn channel has magically appeared on their TV, and they're too scared to turn it off for fear that the porn will go away. This would be a genuine concern back then. A free porn channel would be a godsend. Oh sure, there's endless porn at your fingertips now, and while there were porn sites in 98, a lot of them were pay sites, which made videotapes and porn channels still a necessity. And don't even get me started on scrambled porn. I once had to explain to my wife what that was. Hell, I was a Cinemax kid. I went through puberty in the early 90s. We had to schedule our masturbation around what was going to be on Cinemax that night. Wait, Cinemax. I know who else I could add to my celebrity sex list. Christy Ducati, you know, star of the Bikini Car Wash Company. Alright, Phoebe finds out she's having triplets, and Ross and Emily say I love you to each other. I guess there's other important things that happen in the episode too. Okay, so this is a jealous Ross incident where I totally get where he's coming from. Emily and Susan become friends to the point to where they're going out to dinners, they're going horseback riding, they're going on trips together and to the theater, which is all very familiar to Ross to the point to where he starts getting flashbacks about how his marriage ended. Even Carol eventually has his back on this, so yeah, I would be uncomfortable if my now girlfriend was spending a huge amount of time with the person who my ex-wife had an affair with. They again bring up Ross's jealousy issues, and they tell him not to let that ruin what he has with Emily. Which is true, he shouldn't let that ruin his relationship. But at the same time, his fear is a little valid. It does, however, provide a nice shout out to personal best. Rachel, meanwhile, runs into some awkwardness when she's wearing a nightie and not expecting Joshua's parents to come walking in. In fairness, I'm pretty sure I've seen dresses like this just out and about, and Joshua can't be weirded out by this. He just had a panic attack from simply looking at the duck and the chick. Also, Joshua's dad is also Matthew Perry's dad, bro. Here we say goodbye to Joey and Chandler living in Monica and Rachel's apartment as the girls switch the apartments back. And in record time, too. They switched out all the furniture in the length of a Knicks game. That's gotta be impressive.
And all they had to do to get the apartment back was to just make out with each other. Don't know why that worked on the boys. They've got free porn on their TV. At least Joey is back across the window from the mornings here guy. I gotta admit, I'm not much of a morning person, but because of this, even I wake up most mornings singing "Mornings Here," admittedly just to piss off Laura. With Ross getting his ear pierced in this episode, this kind of begins a trend of plot lines where the writers ask themselves, what if Ross did this? Hence future episodes where he whitens his teeth, and one where he gives leather pants a shot. A new thing he doesn't try in this one, getting engaged. He's done that before, only in this case, I totally see it working out between him and Emily. Okay, he and Emily are still engaged, but I don't know, something is now telling me it might not work out between the two. Probably because I have seen this show multiple times. Getting engaged after only 6 weeks of dating? That's something I definitely have in common with Ross. I've had 1 or 2 engagements. Hey, the heart wants what the heart thinks it wants, like a starving child in the middle of a candy store. I can be a little impulsive. This is why me and my wife are perfect for each other. We made sure to live together first, and I quit partying. I love that Ross wants to have a talk with Rachel about the engagement and if anything is weird for her. She has a great scene later on with Monica and Phoebe where she's telling them how she always kind of thought in the back of her head that in the future she and Ross would get back together. I love the way they write them in this season. Sure, there's some awkwardness between the two and a little bit of snipping at each other earlier in the season, but the writers are smart enough not to just redo the plots or the interactions of the post-breakup season 3 episodes. But even if they did, this may be an alternate universe, like the moment in time where the Mandela effect took over. You know how I know this? That box of Love That Crunch in the background now says Captain Crunch on it. And in the same scene, the Magna Doodle says get out, and then in the next cut, it says poop. That must be where the splice happened. Maybe in the alternate universe, Ross and Emily do stay married, and Rachel and Joshua don't break up at the end of this episode. This is the first clip show of the series, and apparently is the lowest rated one on IMDb and a few other places. I don't know if I'd go that far. Off the top of my head, I at least like this one better than the one where Ross had that growth on his ass. Maybe that's just me, because Laura was wanting me to skip this episode. She has a hatred for clip shows. I kept saying, no, when you binge watch something, you can't skip episodes. That's cheating, which it is. I'm not entirely against clip shows. I think some of them can be fine, all depending on how good the wraparound segments are. I love the April Fools and musical episodes of The Simpsons, for instance. This one has to do with Ross sending out wedding invitations and then having flashbacks to all the important points of he and Rachel's relationship. Yeah, it's an episode that's not really all that necessary, and it definitely feels like it was the writers that needed a break. There's flashbacks to episodes this season from just a few episodes ago. But I do love Joey and Chandler's die-hard jokes, and like a lot of clip shows, this one shows how far a lot of characters have come in terms of their character growths, and also some of their hair and dress styles too. Seriously, what the hell was with Joey's hair in the pilot? He looked like he just walked off the set of Vinny and Bobby. Oh hey, this must have magically appeared between a couple of episodes. I got thirsty. Oops. Joey and Chandler go back and forth between being Ross's best man. At first, of course, Ross picks Chandler as his best man because they've known each other the longest, but then he gives it to Joey when Chandler says that he'd pick Joey as his best man. I actually understand this being a really tough spot for Chandler. He and Ross have been friends since college, but Joey and Chandler are Joey and Chandler. They're the best couple on the show.
I totally get why the writers would make Joey the one who officiates Chandler's wedding. Oops, spoiler. There's an awesome montage of great moments with the duck after the duck accidentally swallows Ross's engagement ring. It's okay, the duck turns out fine. But that little montage was a way better clip show than the previous episode. In my opinion, Joey is a great best man because I really need one of those Ross Geller Bachelor Batch 1998 shirts. Wait, if Ross and Emily had stayed married, this year would be their 22nd wedding anniversary. God, I remember watching these episodes first run and it feels like it was only just a few years ago. Getting older sucks. I mean, well, sorta, kinda. My life is way better now than it was when I was in my teens and 20s. Oh, and did I say if Ross and Emily stayed together? Sorry, spoiler again. Well, never mind the spoilers. I guess the title does say that there is technically a wedding. The gang travels to London for the wedding, where there's plenty of cameos like Richard Branson and Sarah Ferguson. But my favorite cameo is that you can see Marta Kaufman sitting behind Chandler on the bus. There's lots of drama here. Ross is very sad that Rachel can't go to the wedding. And while that does show how much Ross cares about her as a friend, he does make her feel pretty guilty about it. I would totally understand why my ex wouldn't want to go to my wedding. Everyone is fighting here. Chandler is frequently embarrassed by Joey's tourism antics, and Chandler is a little too cranky in this episode. Why wouldn't Joey want to go around filming things and wear a giant Union Jack hat? Even Ross and Emily are fighting when the church that they were going to get married in is destroyed, and Emily wants to push the wedding date back as opposed to finding somewhere new rather quickly. I'm actually on Ross's side about this. This close to the wedding date, like a day out, there's a lot of guests who paid a lot of money to travel, and they would then be out those travel costs, not to mention the costs of the wedding itself. But on the other hand, Joey could get some more travel footage. Speaking of Joey, he's very sad that Phoebe ordered the Joey special without him. That's 2 pizzas. See, I told you it was the right idea for us to have 2 pizzas for lunch today. He even watches Cheers alone in his hotel room. That will also be coming soon to binge watch. Joey does the previously on narration again, and I'm telling you, this whole series is either Joey recalling these events to his children or to a random live studio audience. If it is his children, it all pays off way better than How I Met Your Mother did. Should probably do a binge watch on that one too. And Joey must be huge fans of Olivia Williams and Hugh Laurie, who are both in this episode. Okay, so I absolutely remember watching this episode first run. This episode premiered when me and my dad and my aunt were on vacation together in Sarasota, Florida, and we watched it from the Sandals Resort. Even on vacation, I was not gonna miss the new episode of Friends. I love Rachel traveling to London to tell Ross that she loves him, but then realizing that she just has to be a good friend and live with the fact that Ross is happy with Emily. I remember being happy for Ross too, and then when it gets to the ending, when it's the vows, and he accidentally says Rachel's name instead of Emily, when we were watching this, when it first aired, we were like, what? And then it cuts to the ending credits, and we were like, God damn! That's the mark of a really good cliffhanger. Hell, this one has more than one cliffhanger, with Chandler and Monica sleeping together. That also got a very surprising reaction at the resort. Between Ross's marriage to Emily and Chandler and Monica hooking up, this all leads to so many great plots in Season 5. Season 5 being, in my opinion, the best season of the show.
As we continue with the most physically demanding series that I have right now, let me tell you how I record this. When I first started Binge Watch with Fuller House, I recorded each episode breakdown between the actual episodes. Then later I would start recording every 6 episodes. Now that I'm working in a studio and not shooting from home, I spend one whole day watching the complete season, and then I record all of the episode breakdowns the next morning. Since this is the long one, it takes a couple hours, and by the end, my back is killing me. Could be worse though. I could have said the wrong name at a wedding, like Ross. This is every dude's worst nightmare when in a relationship. Ever since this episode aired, it has been a constant nightmare of mine that I would accidentally say the wrong name at a wedding, or even the wrong name on a date. I've been married twice, and I promise you that the name paranoia is in everyone's head at weddings because of this episode. Just say the right name in your head 1,000,000 times beforehand. No more, no less. Say the right name, say the right name, say the right name, say the right name. On the plus side, Emily's mom, Jennifer Sanders, wants to bang Ross, bro. Okay, my back pain hasn't set in yet, but even if it did, it would totally be worth it, because have I mentioned that this is my favorite season? This is where Monica and Chandler become bang buddies, and they're keeping it a secret from everyone else, which means we have a hilarious subplot in this episode where Chandler keeps kissing Monica in front of the others and has to kiss everyone else to play it off. Smooth. The drama between Ross and Emily is great. He's still on the outs with her for saying the whole wrong name at the wedding thing. While I do feel bad for Ross because I don't doubt that he loves her, but I 100% get why Emily is furious. Aside from saying the wrong name, she catches him about ready to get on a plane with Rachel to Greece. Yeah, that looks pretty damn bad. Why would Ross even think that's a good idea? Even if Emily didn't catch them, it would probably come up that Ross and Rachel went to Greece with their honeymoon tickets. Even Rachel is mad at Ross for abandoning her on the plane, which I probably would have been fine with. I mean, free trip to Greece. However, she does end up telling him that she's still in love with him, but then laughs it off because she realizes what bad timing it is. I don't know how bad a timing it is, considering that he did say her name at the wedding. Rachel still being in love with Ross is kinda dropped for a while. Was she just in love with him simply because he was with someone else? I mean, that does happen. I don't know, I think I later would have remembered this and said something like, hey, remember when you said you were in love with me? Are you still in love with me? I like that the IMDb trivia for the 100th says it's the 100th episode. Really? I remember when I hit the 100th on the Big Bang Theory episode and said to myself, crap, I've still got 179 of these left. In this case, when it's a show that I love, I am totally cool with having over 100 episodes left. Yeah, baby episode, but Joey gives birth to kidney stones. My second greatest fear. Good thing my diet is perfect. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to go eat a rock on Brad tries. While it's Deborah Jo Rupp's last episode, we do say hello to the triplets here, as this is the one where Phoebe gives birth. Phoebe's speech to the triplets is arguably her best moment on the show, and she definitely deserved the Emmy recognition she got for this season. Plus, it's the one where Monica and Rachel jump into serious dating territory when Monica and Rachel are almost set up on dates with a couple of nurses. This could have been the perfect opportunity to bring back Dr. Jonathan Silverman, especially because the doctor in this episode's gimmick of being obsessed with the Fonz is weird and random. It feels very last minute, like we need this doctor to have a quirk, some kind of quirk, any quirk. This whole hospital is weird. The other doctor is named Dr. Oberman, and that was the name of Carol's female OBGYN from the one with the sonogram at the end. What kind of cloning situation is going on at this hospital? I do feel bad for Ross during the whole Emily separation because I don't think he intended to screw things up like this. And he is clearly very excited at the prospect of patching things up with her. With that said, I totally get where Emily's coming from. Here, he has to choose between being married to Emily and keeping his friendship with Rachel. I get why Emily's doing this. He said Rachel's name at the wedding, and she caught him almost going off to Greece with Rachel. This is why I stick up for Emily a little bit, because she does get villainized a lot. I know for damn sure that if I did anything like that, my wife would not want me to be around that person. Hell, she also wouldn't want to be around me either. I also slightly feel bad for Chandler for getting in trouble because he over-celebrated the fact that Monica said that he's the best sex she's ever had. If I found out that I was better in bed than Tom Selleck, not only would I be dancing, but I would also throw a parade. But I doubt that that's true, so that probably won't happen. It's more likely that Santa Claus exists, which apparently, up until this episode, Phoebe believed in Santa Claus. This is where Joey finds out about Monica and Chandler's relationship. No thanks to Donald Trump. No, seriously, he finds out because they both say that they ran into Trump at an elevator at a hotel when they were supposed to be at separate locations. When Joey finds out and does his wide-eyed double take, that is a silent bit of comedic genius from Matt LeBlanc. I've given that same look as the snob many times. The serious stuff in this episode is great too. There's a lot of heart to the scene where Ross has to choose between Emily and Rachel, and he's forced to tell Rachel about this. You can tell it's a huge sacrifice to him and how devastated he is, but he's left with no choice to save his marriage. It shows how strong he and Rachel's friendship really is, even after the couple of breakups with each other. Just like the time I had to choose between a relationship and my cat Lloyd. Look, it had to end, otherwise Lloyd would have smothered her in her sleep. Lloyd is a very vengeful kitty. We say goodbye to at least on-camera Emily in this one, as Ross ultimately chooses his friendship with Rachel because he wants Emily to trust him, which she doesn't. They had to wrap up the Emily plotline pretty fast due to Helen Baxendale being pregnant and not being able to travel to the US. You can tell because she's usually filmed either sitting in a chair or in a bed with a blanket over her, and that was definitely a stand-in in the shots with Ross and Rachel at the airport to Greece. But the writers know to still spend a handful of episodes on this and give it a respectful resolution, as opposed to just wrapping it up in one episode. I don't feel shortchanged with this story. It does feel that even if Emily were there, the story would hit all of these same points, like Ross having to choose between Emily and Rachel, and Emily wanting him to move to London. Plus, this puts more focus on one of my favorite plot lines in the entire series, which is Monica and Chandler's secret relationship. There isn't much Monica and Chandler plot in this one, because they're setting up a minor will they, won't they, with Rachel and her neighbor Danny, played by George Newbern. Hey, go for it! He was Puchinski's partner! This one has one of my favorite one-episode only relationships where Phoebe dates a health inspector named Larry. Gregory Sporletter is an underrated actor, and he's hilarious here as this power-hungry health inspector. It's really funny when Phoebe gets turned on at the prospect of him shutting down a restaurant. I understand why he'd be into health safety too, considering what happened to him in The Rock. This episode also features Doug Benson making sure that in the future, people always tweet to him, "My mom calls it Bloomies," whenever this episode airs in syndication. I get a lot out of this episode too. This is where Ross moves in with Chandler and Joey, and he does this gesture to signal to keep it down. While I'm never really being genuine when I do that, I do cheekily do this gesture a lot, as well as this one too. smelling the tuna sandwich I had for lunch. I was in a huge mood for a tuna salad sandwich earlier, so I got one from a place called Next Whiskey Bar. It was a nice big size and amazing, and so were the seasoned chips. This is a great Thanksgiving episode, which they're pretty much all great, but I really should have worn my 80s Ross and Chandler Miami Vice t-shirt for this episode. Too bad I'm totally filming this whole episode breakdown in just one day. Okay. This is where they all flash back to their worst Thanksgivings, like Chandler's parents getting divorced, or Joey reenacting the turkey on the head episode from Mr. Bean. I believe this is the third time Chandler and Rachel meet for the first time. Other times being the pilot, the other being the flashback episode that took place a year before the pilot, and here, Chandler goes over to the Geller's place for Thanksgiving when they're in college. On the one hand, yeah, I could still see a younger Rachel completely forgetting that she meets someone. On the other, that's asking a lot to forget the time that Monica dropped a knife on a man's foot and cut part of his toe off. It works out though. Apparently, because of Chandler, Monica decided to lose weight and become a chef. They were destined to be together. I like the common theme that Chandler hates Thanksgiving because of his childhood, but when you break it down, during the series, a lot of great things happen to Chandler during the Thanksgiving episodes. This is the first one where he tells Monica he loves her, plus he got to see Joey get terrified from Monica having a turkey on her head. Plus, when he got his toe fixed, his doctor was Taylor from Gilmore Girls. So I remember when a couple of my friends from my own friends group got together and were dating in secret. We'd all been friends for decades at this point, and I was like the Joey in the situation because I was the one who knew that they were together and keeping things under wraps. When he asked her, "So Brad knows?" she was like, "Well, yeah, he's not an idiot." Then when everyone found out, things were fine and they're happily married now. That wasn't much of a story. Real life doesn't have nearly enough shenanigans. I wish there was a moment where I had to cover for the two of them by calling her a sex addict and claiming to leave my underwear everywhere. Wouldn't have worked though. I don't wear underwear. Ha ha! Anyway, that's how Monica and Chandler cover for themselves when they almost get caught, and they say that Monica is a sex addict who sends Joey naked pictures of herself and that she and Joey once slept together. Later on, when everyone does find out about this, I really hope that at some point they told them that the whole sex addict sleeping with Joey and sending him naked photos thing was a ruse. And if any of this did happen to me in real life, I would hope that it would contain a hilarious fake product like in this. Instead of Kentucky Fried Chicken, the bucket says finger licking chicken. That's not false advertising. Crap, perhaps I should have gotten a bucket of chicken for lunch. Or at the least, Ross's delicious sounding Moist Maker sandwich. We talked last season about how that kind of marked the transition between early season Ross and dorky, crazy Ross. He definitely gets more energetic and insane as the seasons go on, and in this one, he's bored around his apartment because he was put on sabbatical for having a mental breakdown when his boss ate his turkey sandwich. I like how in the show it makes sense organically that Ross has personality traits that change as the show goes on. With Emily, he went through dating, a marriage, and a divorce all within the span of about a few months, and then later he lost his apartment. Yeah, it makes sense that Ross is now more prone to cracking and insanity. I completely empathize with Ross. If all of this stuff happened to me within 5 years, I would not be the same person in year 5 that I was in year 1. Some people go crazy even faster. Rachel dates Danny here, and it turns out he has this borderline incestuous relationship with his sister. This is the ongoing trend of people starting out normal, and then something crazy happens when they begin dating one of the friends. I'd be curious to know if this seemingly normal person still bathed with his sister before moving into Rachel's building and dating her.
I love this Chandler plotline. They all make New Year's resolutions, and Chandler bets Ross that he can go a full year without making fun of any of his friends. This would be hell for me. Taking away my sarcasm is taking away my ultimate power. I would be in agony if I couldn't make fun of Ross's leather pants, his date with the last name Hornswoggle, and Phoebe's guitar lessons to Joey. This is great. It's like the Beavis and Butthead episode when the boys weren't allowed to laugh. I need to laugh because an episode like this, revolving around a new year, makes me feel old. I was 18 in 1999, and I'm having a lot of trouble processing that was 21 years ago. I saw this episode first run, and now it's old enough to drink. It was bad enough the moment I realized I am way older than these characters. I need to give a special shout out to the Magna Doodle that's on the wall in Joey and Chandler's apartment. There's always funny little sight gags written on it, and in this one, there's apparently a whole dating thing going on that is never referenced in dialogue. It looks as if Joey is dating someone named Kim and is not returning her calls. He's busy, he's got a whole pizza to get to. There is something funny about opening the episode with Joey, a whole pizza, and a cloth down his shirt. We see Chandler's fake work laugh in this one, and I would like to think that I have perfected the fake laugh. I've made sure that my fake laugh is identical to my real laugh. Only difference is the tears. Plus, I've seen Chandler's fake laugh many times, so I really don't see what the big deal is when Monica's upset with him. Plus, not laughing at one of his boss's jokes almost gets him on really shitty terms with his boss. He needs his fake laugh. Naturally, with this episode revolving around a laugh, Janice has to be in it when she and Ross hook up, and then he starts feeling better about his life, and she says to Joey, well, 2 down, 1 to go. I wish they followed through with that and had the two of them hook up at some point. This is a weird one, not because it's not good or not funny. It is. I as well am terrible at giving massages like Monica. Only in my case is because I fractured my hands about 13 years ago, so they get really sore really fast. Like Chandler, I forward the timer when it's my turn to massage. Plus, Joey's man bag reminds me of my own, only mine says Oogie Loves on it. It's weird because while they do acknowledge Phoebe's grandma not being on it anymore, she dies in this one and Phoebe goes to her funeral. But a couple others in Phoebe's family are never seen again. Terry Garr, as we said, makes no more appearances as Phoebe's mom, and in this one, we meet her dad, Frank Sr., played by Bob Balaban. This has been a huge story for Phoebe throughout the seasons. She was constantly trying to work up the courage to find him after he abandoned her and her sister, and in doing so, she even met her half-brother Frank Jr. While we do finally get a scene with the two of them in this episode, and it is very sweet, Frank Sr. is never seen or mentioned again throughout the rest of the series. The episode even ends when he kinda puts his arm on her and she says, "Oh, I'm not ready for that just yet," implying that there would be episodes in the future that would grow from this. I guess he just disappeared again. It's really only Phoebe's parents this happens with. Everyone else's makes other appearances. Even Joey's dad appeared on the Joey spinoff, and that was the Joey spinoff. This episode is perfect. This is my favorite season of the show, and this is my favorite episode in season 5. So Rachel and Joey already know about Monica and Chandler, and Phoebe finds out at the very beginning of the episode, and Ross at the very end. The whole episode is these actors at their comedic perfection. Whether it's the characters trying to gauge how much the other person knows about the relationship, or even little things like Ross's hyper excitement over his new apartment. A lot of the episode revolves around a game between Chandler and Phoebe. They each know that the other one knows the truth, but it's like a game of chicken where Phoebe pretends to be into Chandler and he has to pretend to be into her as well. They try to see who cracks first before possibly leading to sex. Lisa Kudrow and Matthew Perry are comedic geniuses, and this episode is watching all of these pros play off of each other through physical comedy or line delivery with freaking inspirational grace. It also helps that Monica and Chandler are such a great couple between his relationship immaturity and her OCD perfectionism. This episode is a go-to example on how this cast makes this one of the most brilliantly casted sitcoms of all time. Their chemistry, whether it's comedic or romantic, is, I'm sorry to keep using this word, but perfect. Plus, it's the first Hugsy appearance. Like I said, Ross finds out about Monica and Chandler, and at first he's mad about this, but the two of them are in love, and Joey did say that sisters are okay, bro. We got some appearances from other sitcom familiars here. Soleil Moonfry guest stars as Joey's girlfriend who keeps fun punching him. I just did a DVD-R Hell episode on Punky Brewster, so I keep waiting for this to turn into a very special episode of Friends in which Joey's date recalls the Challenger explosion. Also, Ross moves into his new building, and the tenant president is Stanford from Sex and the City. He hates Ross because Ross doesn't want to kick in $100 for the retiring handyman, and I am totally on Ross's side here. Granted, I probably would have kicked in the 100 just to spare the drama, but it is unfair to expect someone who just went through moving expenses to pay $100 for a handyman he never used. And the people in this building all seem like asses. They want Ross to move because of this. With Punky Brewster being here, maybe they could have just settled this whole thing by stuffing Stanford in a refrigerator. Yes, it's the episode that inspired a whole generation to scream pivot whenever you're moving a couch. See, this is why you get sectionals. While I love the relationship between Ross and Rachel because it is like holding up a mirror to a real troubled relationship, my favorite is Monica and Chandler's relationship because while there is growth in the characters, like Chandler dealing with his commitment issues, it's just a fun relationship. Definitely played more for laughs than Ross and Rachel's, which makes sense because you don't want to hit the same kind of relationship plots and tone. Here Joey thinks that he may be in love with Monica because he dreamed of the two of them being together, which is why I constantly dream about being in love with a meatball sandwich, which I'm sure Joey does too. And this is the first appearance of Phoebe's boyfriend, Gary the Cop, played by the great Michael Rappaport. The two of them meet when Phoebe finds his badge and goes around pretending to be a cop. I've seen Miami Blues. This could have gotten way dark. I wonder if Gary the Cop was at all like the early idea of Pat the Cop. When the show was first being developed, the network wanted this wise Wilson from Home Improvement-esque adult character to frequently give the friends advice. That character was to be Pat the Cop, and thank God the writers won that argument. It makes way more sense that that role is more realistically filled by the character's parents. Plus, if it were Gary the Cop, he may have shot all of them. While I love the humor of Monica and Chandler's relationship, it does, like I said, deal with real issues too, like when you hit that point in the long-termness of your relationship where the hot phase has kind of died down a little bit. Don't get me wrong, that hasn't happened to me yet. I still dream of sandwiches. You know who else is in a hot phase? Rachel, when she accidentally kisses her job interviewer. Not really a relationship, but an important relationship to the show because it's the super underrated recurring character Mr. Zellner, played with subtle hilarity by Steve Ireland. He makes frequent appearances throughout the rest of the series, and his deadpan reactions to all of these plot shenanigans he keeps getting involved with are hilarious. Speaking of shenanigans, Ross's window antics, like pretending to be eaten by a shark and watching TV, are some of my favorite dorky Ross moments. So I guess this is one of the least favorite episodes from show creators David Crane and Marta Kaufman. So much so that they tried pleading with NBC to skip the show that week, but NBC wanted a new episode anyway, regardless of what condition it was in. I never would have guessed that, honestly, because I don't mind this episode. I think that Rachel having to pretend to be a smoker to get in on work discussions is relatable to anyone who's ever been in the workforce with smokers. Trust me, I was the smoker. Plus, her co-worker is Robin from Encino Man. Joey and Ben auditioning for a commercial works for me because I like seeing Ross involved with a Joey work plot line, and I like the recurring gag where Joey pretends to be really sad that he didn't get a call back when in reality he did. It's certainly an episode that you could technically skip because none of the plots here have anything to do with any of the whole season arcs. It's a pretty standalone episode, but it is a funny one. This episode shows that sometimes Chandler is great at flirting, and sometimes Ross is really, really bad at it. I like flirty Chandler. It's reminiscent of me flirting in real life. And thank God I've never been as bad as Ross is in this one. In the past, Ross has certainly never been very assertive, but here, his flirting is so bad that it's almost Jeff from Coupling. He attempts to get the phone number of Caitlin, the pizza delivery girl, and at one point says he likes 8-year-old boys. Oops. Happens to the best of us? He does get her phone number, but guess it probably didn't work out because she's never seen again. I'm going to allow this though because she was technically seen before because you can see her in the background at Danny's party in the one where Ross moves in. Maybe there's a lot of Caitlins though, since Joey's grandma references Capricorn 1, a movie starring Elliot Gould, Ross and Monica's dad. How has he never mentioned this before? Well, that settles it. Next season, I will definitely be getting a meatball sandwich for lunch. It's a Gary the Cop episode where the boys go on a ride-along with Gary, and then a car backfires and they think it's a gunshot, so Joey dives over Ross as if to protect him from a bullet. It turns out he was actually trying to save his meatball sandwich, which, if it's anything like the meatball sandwiches that I dream about, it would totally be worth taking a bullet for that. Head West Subs in Springfield had an amazing meatball sandwich. Damn, it has been a while since I've had a meatball sub. I'm just stuck here with my other sandwich and the leftover Chinese food from the Oscar party. Anyway, this episode actually is very important because it's Emily's last vocal appearance on the show when she leaves a message on Ross's answering machine wondering if they made a mistake divorcing and whether it's too late to try to patch things up. He doesn't call her back because his friends remind him about how awful Emily was. See, that right there is why I don't hate Emily, nor do I really think of her as a villain. Yeah, she went too far with some of her demands, like wanting Ross to move and get rid of all of his stuff, but I get her being pissed off and feeling betrayed. I don't think this situation is that black and white. I think at the least, Ross and Emily could have had a discussion. Then again, Helen Baxendale may have still been pregnant at the time. We are officially at the halfway point. There are 236 episodes of Friends, and this is episode 118. As I said earlier, I am perfectly fine with having 118 episodes left when it's a show I love. At this point, I think this video is on its way to being 236 hours long. To everyone who is still here watching, make yourselves known. Say hello in the comments. Hello! Sadly, Gary the Cop won't be making it to the second half of the series, as he and Phoebe move in together here, but they break up when he shoots at a bird outside of his window. Granted, this is a better ride out than Pete in his Ultimate Fighting Championship, but why would someone who's been dating Phoebe to the point to where they move in together think that it would be okay to shoot a bird in front of her? That would be like throwing away a pizza in front of Joey or crapping on the floor in front of Monica. Plus, he's a cop. What if that bullet hit someone? Although, is Gary a real cop? Who is the black father and daughter in the framed picture on his desk? Is this a Miami Blues situation? Did Gary take the identity of another cop? And how has no one else in this precinct realized that he's not black? while I may not have a problem seeing an eye doctor like Rachel does in this episode, and I can do eye drops, I can't, however, do contacts. My eye just automatically closes whenever I get a contact near it. Luckily, I like wearing glasses, so it doesn't really matter. I did a movie years ago called The Hooker with a Heart of Gold, and my character was originally supposed to have a dead eye, only I couldn't get the contact in. So at the last minute, on the day of shooting, we had to go to Walgreens to get an eye patch for my character to wear. Speaking of something that sounds like a fake Joey movie, I love the fake movies and TV shows and plays that Joey is in. I would watch every single one of them. In this one, he is given the lead role in a movie shot outside of Vegas called Shutter Speed. His character falls in love with a girl and tries to track her down, but finds out that she's been dead for 10 years. That honestly doesn't sound like that bad of an idea for a movie. Plus, John Kasser is the director. That's a lot better than Ed or All the Queen's Men. Honestly, maybe I just really love Matt LeBlanc because I've seen those movies too. Even his real movies are like Joey movies. Well, Jon Favreau is gonna regret choosing Ultimate Fighting over Monica because now they're in Vegas, baby! Shutter Speed has sadly been canceled, but with John Kasser directing it, it could easily have been turned into a Tales from the Crypt episode. And we see a more jealous side of Chandler here, where it begins Chandler's insane jealousy over Richard. This is played more comedically than Ross's jealousy issues, and in fairness to Chandler, it makes way more sense to be intimidated by Tom Selleck than Mark from Bloomingdale's. It would be an honor to lose someone to Magnum PI. Even Ross and Rachel are fighting too when Rachel walks around naked in her apartment and Ross sees her from his window and thinks that she wants to have sex with him. She's clearly just taking a stroll, just masturbate at the window like a normal person. I mean, I don't do that. People really need to stop banging on our apartment lounge's pool table. Still in Vegas, as you can see, this is the cliffhanger where Ross and Rachel get shit-faced drunk and get married in a Vegas church. Way ahead of you on this one. When Laura and I were engaged, we may have gotten drunk once and wanted to go to Vegas. Turns out Vegas is far away from us, and getting married there is way more complicated than it seems. But maybe I could have found my identical hand twin. Okay, that's one of the plots here, where Joey thinks that a card dealer played by Tom Lennon is his identical hand twin. Okay, first off, that is not your identical hand twin. That is Matthew Perry's future roommate in The Odd Couple. I remember when this first aired and I thought this plot was really dumb, but in the years since, it is memorable, especially the theme song that Joey gives their hands, but it is still pretty dumb, and it feels very last minute, like, we need something for Joey to do. I don't know, he thinks he has a hand twin? And hang on, if Joey is watching My Giant in the season premiere, and the doctor references Mork when Phoebe gives birth to the triplets, does that mean that Robin Williams and Billy Crystal were playing themselves in their season 3 cameo? Look, sorry, I'm on a bit of a delay here. I was thrown off when Joey didn't narrate the previously on in the premiere. I mean, sure, Rachel does in this episode, but that's not the same. Well, my back felt fine at the end of season 5, but I got a really bad feeling about season 6 because my back already hurts. The stupid mattress deflated last night. Ross and Rachel are not only Vegas married, but they are super hungover. And by hungover, I mean TV hungover. They're super tired and have a foggy memory and a light headache. A real hangover is when you're in bed until about 6 p.m. puking up bile for about 12 hours, which is why the only show that ever accurately depicted a hangover was the snake juice episode of Parks and Recreation. I love that Phoebe realizes that Vegas marriages are real and is apparently still married to some random person. That means at this point in the series, Phoebe has been married twice. Once to Steve Zahn and another time to some dude in Vegas. Let's pretend it was Charlie Sheen.
Chandler and Monica realize that they're not ready to get married yet and decide to move in instead, which isn't exactly like when Laura and I decided not to get Vegas married. We sobered up and realized that our families would probably want to see us get married. Speaking of married, I wonder how well that joke has aged when everyone's last name on the opening credits is Arquette, because this episode came out around when Courtney Cox and David Arquette got married. Does anyone watching this for the first time in 2020 just look at that and go, huh? The Ross and Rachel marriage plot is a big part of early season 6, as well as the marriage of A and W root beer. In the previous episode, it just said and W root beer. Those two letters got divorced this season as well. Ross doesn't want to get the annulment because he doesn't want to have 3 divorces under his belt, especially because less than a year ago, he and Emily got divorced. I get where his head's at in being depressed and embarrassed over 3 divorces, but this is a really easy fix. An annulment isn't a divorce. Plus, with he and Rachel being intoxicated, the marriage would be declared invalid anyway. Honestly, you could probably argue that Ross and Emily could have gotten an annulment as well. I do like, though, that with Phoebe being the only one who knows that Ross and Rachel are still married, and that he may still have feelings for, this starts the trend of Phoebe being the one that Ross confides in the most about Rachel. The way better story than Ross and Rachel's marriage, though, is Chandler and Monica moving in together and having to break it to Joey and Rachel. No more parties at J-Man and Channy's! This is another quick fix. All Rachel needs to do is just move back into Joey's to be closer to the morning's here guy. This does sort of remind me of when me and my wife first moved in together. We did have a spare room, and the topic came up of turning it into a game room. Though it wasn't an argument like it is with Monica and Chandler, we were both totally on board with turning it into a game room. But like all things, one thing leads to another, and boom, junk room. But we have moved to Chicago since then, and still no game room. And there is still definitely a junk room. We do live near an arcade, though. Phoebe is still convinced Ross is in love with Rachel, but the question should be, is Rachel still in love with Ross after she told him so during the whole Emily thing? And he definitely still has some feelings for her because he asks her to move into his apartment, but then remembers, oh right, that would be really awkward when she brings dates over, but oops, too late to call this off. And he still hasn't told Rachel that they're still married because she needs to be present to sign the annulment papers and also appear in front of a judge. And if he brings this up to her, then she would know he was lying about taking care of the whole thing. Again, Ross's predicaments are really easy this season. Just say, oh, it turns out I also need you to sign some stuff and we've got to get it cleared through a judge. Sorry, I thought only I had to sign the papers. There! Problem solved! I love when an episode can show off Matt LeBlanc's physical comedy and his self-deprecation side, like this one when he gets a hernia and still has to go to several auditions. And one of the casting directors is Maggie Baird. You embarrassed yourself in front of Billie Eilish's mom, bro. Between the hernia this season and the kidney stones last season, Joey is living out all of my greatest fears. I've already seen him on an airplane too. Though he loses his insurance here, and I'm not afraid of that. I spent about half of my life uninsured. I'm used to knowing that I'm gonna die of hernia stones on a plane. Ross is having much better luck with his career. This is the episode where he starts working as a professor at NYU, provided no one eats his sandwich and he doesn't marry anyone. I'm sure he'll be his student's most entertaining professor. Rachel finds out that they're still married and confronts him about it in his class. Now I really don't think Ross and Rachel should move in together. This is one Ross plotline where it's near impossible to feel bad for him. He made this situation unnecessarily worse. Again, sure, it would suck being that age and divorced 3 times, but this is like purposefully driving towards a cliff because you're sick and tired of driving on the perfectly good trail right next to it. It also doesn't help that Ross has the world's worst divorce attorney, and the judge sucks too. This marriage would be declared invalid like that. It's not even legal to get married drunk in Vegas. And the worst part of it, in last season's New Year's episode, Ross's resolution was to not get divorced again. He broke his resolution! And he and Rachel can't even be roommates now. That's because it'll be a much better idea when she moves in with him when she's pregnant. Damn, I'm jumping ahead again. I'm totally psychic. Whatever. I've seen this show so many times that I know what's happening all throughout the episode, despite there being a giant glare on the TV from the morning sun. Things go sour when Phoebe suggests that Monica and Rachel think of bad things to say about each other to make it easier that Rachel is moving out. That just doesn't sound like a good idea at all. Why is Monica trashing Rachel's clothes? I remember pilot episode Monica hair, and it's another episode that reminds me of when Laura and I moved in together. No, we didn't fight like Monica and Rachel, but it was very sitcom-y. Laura was celebrating with her friends the night before and then fell and hit her eye on the table, resulting in the world's biggest black eye. Yeah, we definitely stayed inside until that healed. Think of the misunderstandings. Except I think we did go to Kmart. That seemed alright. The more serious stuff is great too, like Monica and Rachel's goodbye, and Monica standing in the doorway with Chandler during their first moments in living together. It's a great life turning point scene that I think a lot of people could relate to. And this is one of my favorite Ross moments this season too, where he doesn't want to help pack, so he has to make a fake Ben so it looks like Ben is hanging out with him at his apartment. One of my favorite moments this season is when that fake pumpkin head comes off and Monica looks shocked thinking Ben's been decapitated, and Ross's reaction trying to put the head back on is really funny. Makes sense that this would be a great Ross episode. This is the first of about 10 episodes that were directed by David Schwimmer. I hope his assistant director also had a fake pumpkin head. It was very important that Rachel moves in with Phoebe because that knocks Phoebe off the checklist. Rachel is the only character on the show who at some point has lived in all 4 apartments, and it's already off to a rocky start because Rachel is very embarrassed of Phoebe's silly run. I'd probably be embarrassed too, though I wouldn't have that problem because I'm the one with the silly run. Speaking of roommates, it's the first episode with Janine, played by Elle McPherson, who plays Joey's new roommate. He's so busy being excited about his hot new roommate that he has to be told that asking out your roommate is a bad idea. And no one points out that Janine is Elle McPherson's doppelganger. Elle McPherson was referenced in the one with the Princess Leia fantasy, meaning she exists in this universe. Even Chandler is running into problems as he does an unauthorized clean on the apartment, and there's a hilarious scene where Ross has to pretend to be naked to cover up for it. Naked Thursdays is a Joey's apartment kind of thing. This is a what if Ross tried this episode, like last season where Ross got leather pants. In this one, Ross gets his teeth whitened and it looks like the full moon in a horror film. And considering that his date is Missy Pyle, who is gorgeous by the way, I'm just used to her being the one who has weird makeup on, like her unibrow in Dodgeball. I don't know why she gets so mad at him about his teeth. His teeth start glowing because she turns on a black light, and her reaction is, "What the hell's the matter with you?" I think that most people would probably just laugh. I do love the Ross Tries New Things episodes though. You can tell Schwimmer has a lot of fun in those, and I love the moments where it just breaks the sarcasm machine in Chandler's brain, as it would do to mine. Chandler doesn't need to be broken right now because all of his friends are turning girly. Janine has turned Joey's apartment into a place of knitting and oils and lotions. I remember having this problem when Laura worked in, but that problem more or less worked itself out. We're both incredibly messy. Plus, since I'm a bath person, all the lotions are mine. Okay, all the Thanksgiving episodes are great, but this one is my favorite, and it's also my favorite episode this season. Jack and Judy Geller hate Chandler because they think he got Ross high in college, and this leads to a hilarious scene where Ross claims to have been tricked into all the bad things that happened to him in the past year. That's part of a classic scene on the series where Monica and Ross tattle on each other over all of the things they've ever hidden from their parents. But the best part, Rachel is put in charge of making the dessert. Only 2 of the cookbook pages were stuck together, so she accidentally makes half of an English trifle and half of a shepherd's pie. Basically, it's a trifle, but with beef and sautéed onions and peas. Everyone reacts to it in disgust, except for Joey, who not only loves it, but he eats everyone else's as well. I totally have Joey's back here. We did Rachel's trifle on an episode of Brad Tries, and honestly, it wasn't bad at all. I finished my whole plate. It was pretty good. The beef was good, and even if it wasn't, the taste of the dessert part of it pretty much overrode the taste of the beef. Yeah, growing up in Central Illinois, I'm starting to think that my food standards aren't very high. This episode is a milestone because it's the last Friends episode of the 90s, which is like seeing the last Miami Vice episode of the 80s. Granted, the last Miami Vice episode of the 80s is simply just the last episode of Miami Vice. You know it's still the 90s because apparently Dick Clark's Rockin' New Year's Eve used a Smash Mouth song to help ring in the end of the decade. Yeah, technically the year 2000 is the end of the decade, but we as a society have determined that the 9th year is when the decade ends, and that's the way we like it. And it would have been hard to top Y2K panic in ending out the decade. Personally, I think the Rembrandts should have rung in the end of the 90s and not Smash Mouth. I'll Be There For You is a great iconic theme song, and you know why? In the 26 years I've watched this show, I have never skipped past the intro. Never have, never will. Though I do think some love should also be given to the Rembrandts' 1990 hit Just the Way It Is, Baby. That's another great 90s song. Damn, we're now in the year 2000. Well, sorta. The episode aired in 2000, but it takes place right after the previous episode and was probably filmed in 99 as well. Regardless, the year 2000 was 20 years ago, and that makes me feel incredibly old, just like everything else in this world does. Joey and Janine are now dating, and I do like the plot that she can't stand Monica and Chandler, which then makes it impossible for her and Joey to be dating. But I really feel the Janine stuff should have been a lot more fleshed out. At first, she wasn't into Joey at all when she moved in, and then all of a sudden, with really no lead up, she is into him. Plus, all of the friends' warnings about it being awkward if they break up and are still roommates comes true, but it doesn't really seem all that dramatic. Apparently, it was just really quick to move out of Joey's place and find a new apartment. At the least, a lot more could have been done with what happens when 2 roommates who barely know each other start dating. In fairness though, she was supposed to be in a lot more episodes, but it had to be severely cut down because she was living in London at the time. What's the deal with London keeping the actors away? I wonder if her new roommate is gonna be Helen Baxendale. But with the Emily plotline, I did feel that they worked around her story well, and I didn't feel that anything was missing. Here though, you can tell that the Janine plot was pretty shortchanged, with important pieces missing. But I do like finding out that apparently Chandler paid off Joey to keep quiet about him and Monica when they were keeping their relationship a secret. If the previous episode made me want to shop at Pottery Barn, this one makes me want to listen to Heart. Sure, Heart's not a part of the plot, nor do they play any of their songs, but they do mention them quite a bit in it. As if I really need an excuse to listen to Heart, though. They are one of my favorite bands. Joey begins working at Central Perk since he's now down a roommate, but the episode is mainly about Ross getting a joke published in Playboy magazine and Chandler thinking that Ross stole his joke. I like that it never really says who came up with the joke first, but I'm willing to bet it was probably Chandler who came up with it. Ross has tried taking credit for things before, and Chandler doesn't seem like he would just randomly take credit for a joke if he didn't come up with it. At least friends can take credit for this plot line when there was a very similar Cartman and Jimmy plot on South Park about 9 years later. I like when the show does little self-aware jokes sometimes, like in the past when they've all forgotten that they should be at work, or when they walked into Central Perk and didn't know what to do because there was already people sitting on their couch. In this one, there's a knock on Monica's door, and they're all confused because all 6 of them are already in the apartment. Ooh, that must mean it's a guest star episode. Reese Witherspoon plays Rachel's sister Jill, who at this point is at a point in her life that's kind of similar to Rachel's in season 1, where she's trying to get off of shopping and depending on her dad for money. This is years before Rachel and Jill would later work for a TV network on the morning show. And when Joey tries hitting on Jill and Rachel stops him, she very clearly does not share Joey's sister rule. Now I know that Joey tells Chandler that he still has 5 years left in being mad at him over making out with sister, but again, I'm going to allow it because Joey was mainly angry because Chandler couldn't remember which sister it was. Rachel especially doesn't like it when Ross is the one that Jill wants to date. I mean, she and Ross did just get divorced. Well, nice to know Monica isn't sick anymore. In the last episode, Monica had a wicked flu and had to stay home from work. This episode picks up right where the last episode leaves off, and I guess Chandler sex plus VapoRub is the cure-all for a flu, because that virus went away fast. Maybe that's where his fluids go, since in this one it's revealed that Chandler doesn't cry. Even though I thought for sure he's cried in the past, I do remember there being a point where Phoebe mentioned that she once made him cry like a girl, but he does have a fake work laugh, so maybe he also has a fake cry. In the Ross and Jill conclusion, they were gonna go out, but Ross calls it off when he sees that Rachel has a problem with this because he is a good friend, and also he definitely owes her over the whole divorce annulment thing. Naturally though, with it being a series I'm doing, there has to be another porn episode. In this one, they think that Phoebe's a porn star, but it turns out it's Ursula using Phoebe's name. They could put it on the shelf next to Joey's porno. Also, is Lawrence of Arabia just a go-to porno spoof title? I also remember that being said in Sex and the City 2. It could be a real movie. It's hard to say because Google keeps saying, "Did you mean Lawrence of Arabia?" No, I'm the cinema snob. You know damn well what I meant. This is a really clever two-parter, where the characters all wonder if they would still be friends in an alternate universe where things are different. This is triggered by them finding out that Barry and Mindy are divorcing, but it doesn't say which Mindy. Is it the Jennifer Grey Mindy? In this universe, Rachel and Barry are still married, Chandler is a struggling writer, Joey's a soap opera star, Phoebe works in stocks, Ross and Carol are still married, and Monica's still fat. Rachel doesn't recognize Ross at first, which goes along with my theory that rich, spoiled Rachel just forgets people, like Chandler. There's one joke I wish was still here. When the episode first aired, it aired as an hour-long episode, and the opening credits were redone to go along with the alternate universe. They still use that in syndication, but they only do the fake opening credits in part 2 of the episode and not in part 1. It packs way more of a comedic punch when it happens in part 1, directly after them all wondering what their lives would be like. But since it's in 2 parts in syndication, I gotta put this title card in. Anyway, as I was saying, they're now in a world inhabited by people from Friday the 13th Part 7. Phoebe works with Larry Cox, and Joey works with Kevin Spiritus. I appreciate the subtleties in the alternate universe too, like Carol's hair being curly and Susan's hair being straight, when in reality it's the opposite. And speaking of Susan, this is Susan's last appearance on the show. Oh no. It's also the last appearance of Rachel's ex-fiancé Barry, and it is kind of weird that their last appearances are in a non-canon fantasy episode. So I guess technically the last episode where we saw canon Susan was when she became friends with Emily. Susan is leading a double life as Emily's lover now, isn't she? I love the message of the episode too, that despite certain things about their lives being different, at the end of all of it, through fate, they all end up being best friends still, and Monica and Chandler are destined to be together. Now I just need to see the alternate universe where Pat the cop was their wise sage. We find out that the dog statue is named Pat the dog, clearly designed by Pat the cop. It makes total sense I'm recording this part on Valentine's Day weekend. I do always put this episode on around Valentine's Day. It's a total blast. I love Ross's karate concept of unagi, which he basically just uses as an excuse to scare the hell out of Rachel and Phoebe. How long was he hiding around that corner? Chandler and Monica agree to make their own Valentine's Day presents, and Joey suggests making crotchless panties. I love Chandler pointing out that Joey made this comment in front of her brother, and Ross's not amused stare is hilarious. Now, would I have tried passing off a previously made mixtape as a present? Yeah, probably. Granted, I would have listened to it first, and definitely remembered that my ex's voice is on there. I love that Monica can use sex as a way to say she's sorry, but Chandler definitely can't. However, while I do appreciate the acknowledgement of Marcel the monkey, here Ross says, "Remember when I used to own a monkey? What was I thinking?" That feels more like the writers talking and not Ross. Ross loved that monkey, and he definitely wouldn't have just referred to him as a monkey. He had a name! It was Marcel! Whew, if you didn't know that Ross was a college professor, the title of this episode might throw you for a loop. Oh my god, I can't believe Ross is dating an underage girl, says a person on Twitter who's never seen the show. So Elizabeth is 20 and Ross is about 32? It's hard to say since he spent a few years being 29. The age difference between me and my wife is bigger than that, and our marriage is perfect. I tried teaching her archaeology once, and let me tell you, she loved Raiders of the Lost Ark. This one does open with an important question though. When Phoebe and Rachel's place catches fire, they fight over who gets to stay at Joey's and who gets to stay at Monica's. Now that may seem like a hard question, but the answer is Joey's. Always Joey's. You can throw wet tissues at the wall, there's plenty of pizza, and you can just throw spaghetti on the floor, just like at my place. If the one where Ross got high is my favorite episode this season, this one is my second favorite, and it has my favorite plot line of the season. I go back and watch this one a lot. It's one of my favorite Joey episodes too. His fridge breaks and he keeps going through different schemes and manipulation to try to get the others to pay for his fridge. It's so goddamn funny. The scene where he shoves Ross into the fridge to try to blame him for the fridge breaking is a classic scene of the series. I love when he feels he has to eat everything in the fridge before it goes bad, as opposed to just throwing it away. It's a good thing that I know this episode by heart because I was watching it with sauce fingers and couldn't write. You damn right I got myself a meatball sandwich this season, and in a Joey episode too. It was a big sandwich from this Italian place called Aviva. There were 2 meatballs on there and they were huge. Although I wish it had come with some wrapping around it because that saucy goodness was falling all over the place. It's okay though, you're at Brad's. You can drip sauce on the floor if you want. This
This clip show is a lot better than the one with the invitation for a couple reasons. Most of it is focused on Joey's acting career and the occupations of the other friends as well, plus Joey and Chandler's friendship. And again, it's fun seeing how their styles have changed in just 6 years. Plus, it's the first episode with Mac and Cheese, the sitcom Joey stars on where he plays Inspector Machiavelli and has a robot partner named Cheese. It's important not to skip this one because there's a few mysteries here. In the montage of Joey and Chandler hugging, one of the clips is from The One That Could Have Been. Are they aware of their own alternate universe? And in the opening, the script that Joey is reading says Interior Joey's Apartment. That's not just any old script he's reading, that's the script of their lives. They're all living in a simulation. How else would Joey be able to read that chicken scratch Magna Doodle message that Chandler left him? Yes, this is the first appearance of Bruce Willis as Paul, Elizabeth's dad, who does not approve of her and Ross's relationship, but I am mainly here for Mac and Cheese. It's also the first appearance of the robot Cheese. Would I watch this show in real life? Yes, I would definitely watch this show. Hello, I did an episode breakdown of Tequila and Benetti. You damn right I would watch Mac and Cheese. I'd own every episode on bootleg. Bruce Willis is pretty great in this role. He becomes a romantic interest for Rachel when he should be of interest to Joey and Chandler, who are huge Die Hard fans. Which means that the whole 9 yards probably exists, which Matthew Perry also stars in. This would all be very shocking to me if the previous episode didn't feature them reading the episode script. The simulation is real. Friends is a science fiction series. Bruce Willis is the man. You don't need to tell me this. With Bruce Willis still being here, naturally we need an action movie villain in the form of the Russian dry cleaner who refuses to put Joey's picture on the wall. He says that Mac and Cheese was very offensive to his people, which I guess means there's an episode where the robot fights off Russians. You may know the dry cleaner as every Russian villain from every action movie. Hell, there's a part where Joey references Air Force One to him, and the actor who plays the dry cleaner, Ilya Volok, was in Air Force One as one of the Russian terrorists. Again, Bruce Willis is great here. It's easy to see why he won an Emmy for this role. Him psyching himself up in the mirror is a great moment, and goddamn I miss that Bruce Willis. Ross catching him doing this is what makes the two characters finally cool with each other. It had to be something like this, I guess, since Lizzie has proved that she never really stands up to her dad or intervenes to defend Ross at all, or just barely. Chandler is finally ready to propose to Monica. This is a great arc for Chandler too, because since the beginning of the series, Chandler has had very serious commitment issues. The show even plays with that too, since in the previous episode, you think that he's freaking out because he hears a message on the answering machine saying that Monica put down their names for a chapel. I love the reveal that his freak out was fake and he's serious about proposing. In this episode, he spends it looking for the perfect ring for Monica. But while their relationship is growing, Rachel and Paul's is ending because she wants him to open up more, which turns him into a giant crying machine. Again, dating the friends makes people go insane. She just ruined this man. Paul is now a basket case with mommy issues. This guy's gonna kill somebody. It's kind of weird that they sort of do this twice this season. In the one where Chandler can't cry, Chandler finally does open up and also becomes a big crying machine. Maybe they can all have a giant sad meetup with Fun Bobby and have a cry-off and tell depressing stories. I wonder if Fun Bobby went back to drinking. Now this is the one where Chandler's gonna propose to Monica, but since it's a 2-part hour long, I'm sensing shenanigans. Chandler is still pretending to be a commitment phobe when Richard shows up at the dinner where Chandler was gonna propose. While it's fun having Richard back, it's interesting that he's now kind of written as an antagonist who tries stealing Monica from him and interrupting their dinner date. Ross's relationship with Lizzie, however, doesn't survive, as he now sees her as too immature. her. I don't know, she didn't really seem that immature for her age. Who doesn't love the occasional water balloon fight? This was a way better way to write her out than what they had originally planned. Although I am surprised she never asked Ross, "So what the hell did your friend Rachel do to my dad?" Originally, she was going to be in it a lot more, and there was going to be a plot line about her being pregnant, but then it would turn out that Ross wasn't the father. It was best to not do that, since they would later have to repeat a pregnancy plot with Rachel, and I think enough bad things have happened to Ross at this point. On the plus side, though, Joey wins a boat from the Kenny Banya auction. I always forget that season 6 also doesn't really have a cliffhanger either, other than showing that season 7 will definitely be about Monica and Chandler's wedding since they get engaged at the end of this one. Unless the cliffhanger is, where's Ross during the last scene where they're all celebrating the engagement? Richard, however, will have to go be cool somewhere else since this is his last appearance on the show. It feels weird rooting against Richard because when he tells Monica that he's still in love with her and he is ready to have kids, it does feel very genuine. But she and Chandler are perfect together. They're the best couple on the show. And damn it, if Richard loved her this much, they should have worked their shit out 3 years ago. I mainly just think about season 2 when I think about Friends season finales that didn't really have a cliffhanger, since this one still ends very powerful, even without a cliffhanger. The end of season 2 mainly felt like it could have been any other episode, or maybe just like a mid-season hiatus episode. This one definitely feels like a season finale. It's a great episode, and I totally understand why it's written like this. If they had kept in Lizzie being pregnant, that definitely would have been the cliffhanger. Plus, having any sort of cliffhanger would have taken away from the engagement scene, which is one of the best wedding proposal scenes from any sitcom. Hell, it's so touching and well acted that it made me want to propose to my wife again, and we're already married. Maybe I'll just propose to a sandwich instead. Everyone is congratulating Monica and Chandler on getting engaged when they should be congratulating Chandler on his rapid weight loss. This episode picks up where the previous episode leaves off, and Chandler has lost about 30 pounds in mere minutes. It's like me in the Cinema Snob movie. Given that during the making of this binge watch episode, we have had an Oscar party, a Super Bowl party, and a big Valentine's Day dinner, I wonder if my weight fluctuates during this episode. Some of the cliffhangers in the season finale are solved. For instance, does my back still hurt? No, I'm on some pills. But where was Ross during the finale? He does show up here with champagne. Here Monica is upset that Ross and Rachel, almost hooking up, has stolen her thunder, and I understand that. I remember when Lloyd stole me and Laura's engagement thunder just by being an adorable kitty. The episode is great at showing both sides of the argument, like Monica being upset that everyone is now talking about Ross and Rachel making out with Ross because she was sad about where her dating life is. And there's some really funny, dumb, horny guy Ross moments here. Joey, meanwhile, wants to audition to play a 19-year-old, which he could totally do. Look at me. I still dress like I did when I was a teenager. Ross seems like the best professor in the world. In the year and a half when I was in college, I wish I could have listened to a lecture about how Jurassic Park was stolen from him. If I ever become a college professor, I will explain how I came up with Kevin Sorbo's Let There Be Light first, although I don't know if that's something I should brag about. Things are dramatic everywhere. Chandler doesn't want to spend his whole life savings on the wedding, which neither would I, honestly, though I would probably still do it just to spare the argument. And let's not forget about Phoebe and Rachel's apartment catching fire last season due to the hair straightening incident. Phoebe is massaging people over at Ross's, and Rachel is living over at Joey's. My wife is always paranoid that her hair straightener is still plugged in. It never is. But when we're getting ready to drive somewhere and she says, "I think I may have left my hair straightener plugged in,"
I still have to go back and check due to the 0.00001% chance that it is. I like how Joey finds Rachel's erotic novel. People are always finding porn around my apartment, though in my case it's usually something like Strokemon, and it actually is for work. At least I am the world's only person who can say that it is for work. And there's nothing wrong with Chandler knowing the Bay City Rollers. The Bay City Rollers are awesome. Saturday Night's a great song. Chandler gets glasses and they're all confused because they all thought he already had glasses. I kind of understand this because if they didn't point out the glasses, I'm not sure if I would have noticed them either. That kind of happened to me too because I didn't get glasses till I was in my 20s. Also in the non-canon The One That Could Have Been, Chandler wore glasses in that episode. This is the Mandela effect. The friends are remembering instances from the alternate universe. Science fiction, I'm telling you! I could use some sci-fi in the real world. This is the one where Monica tries to perfectly recreate Phoebe's grandma's cookie recipe, only it turns out to be Toll House cookies. I wish it was that easy to recreate items. I'd be having 12 Arch Deluxes right now as we speak. And I love that Phoebe's grandma is dead, but still gets mentioned way more than Frank Sr. does through the rest of the series. My favorite part of season 6 is carried over into this season, which is Joey's sitcom Mac and Cheese. The sad news, however, is that Mac and Cheese has been canceled. I remember watching this when it first aired and being genuinely sad that Mac and Cheese was canceled, as if it were a real series. Apparently there's episodes on it that have to do with a rabbi with a beard of horsehair and cheerleaders and explosives. Mac and Cheese is the greatest show that was never made. But he does get back on Days of Our Lives, so that's nice too. There's another great in-joke moment here too, when Chandler shoos away a guy who attempts to sit down in the chair by the Central Perk couch. Plus, while Mac and Cheese is canceled, this is the first episode with Tag, Rachel's dreamy assistant who she has a crush on. When she takes a Polaroid of him and asks him to stand up, it's another episode where we get to play a game of, let's see how the hot take articles would react if Ross did this. It's been a while since we got to play that game. That's fine with me. I love creepy Rachel. Prepare for another conspiracy theory. So Phoebe is dating a man named Kyle, and Ross is dating Kyle's ex-wife. Only Kyle is played by Christopher from Gilmore Girls, and he dresses almost the same too. If you ask me, this is where Christopher has been a majority of the time during Rory's childhood. He had a second life in New York City as Kyle, and even had a wife who looks a little bit like Lorelai. I like that way better than the Luke and Lorelai and Christopher love triangle from season 7 of Gilmore Girls. Chandler's predicament here, though, would be a much easier fix if it were made nowadays. His problem is that he can't smile in his engagement photo. If this happened now, just take the picture anyway, pop up the Face app on your phone, and add the smile filter. Make him look old, too, and also give him bangs and a mustache. There's some weirdness in this one. There's a big plot that has to do with Rachel and Phoebe competing over who gets to be Monica's maid of honor, and I'm not really sure why this is a hard decision. Monica and Rachel have known each other since high school and were best friends then. They clearly have the much longer past. Plus, there's an odd plot where Ross and Joey find out that the best way to take a nap is to cuddle with each other on the couch. Why would they even do this? First of all, I can't fall asleep cuddling anyone on the couch anyway, and I certainly couldn't do it if I was resting my head on my best friend's chest. And when they all watched Die Hard twice in a row beforehand, did the topic ever come up of, now that I think about it, Bruce Willis looks an awful lot like Elizabeth's dad.
I like what they're doing with Joey in this one, where he wants to have a serious relationship with a girl named Erin, played by Kristen Davis, only the roles reverse, and she's not interested in him in that way. Even though he's had serious relationships before, more often than not, he doesn't. And I like when we get to see Joey grow a little more in the romance department, especially when he experiences the kind of heartbreak in this that he's probably done to others before. Although it's a good thing Kristen Davis didn't have any scenes with Tag, since Tag played Carrie's bisexual boyfriend in an episode of Sex and the City. Plus, Stanford is probably still the tenants president in Ross's building. Ross has had enough to deal with. People are having sex in front of his book in the library. I'm old enough to remember not necessarily sex in the library, but sneaking in to look at the porno magazines. It's another episode where I forgot about my coffee and accidentally left it in the background. In this Thanksgiving episode, we're introduced to the states game, where you have to write down all 50 states in under 6 minutes. I've played this game many times, and it is much harder than it seems. I have named all 50 states before, but it took more like 12 minutes, and I always forget one of the M states and Kansas for some reason. Plus, this is where we find out about Chandler's dislike and fear of dogs. I see people mentioning that in the past he hasn't really seemed to dislike dogs, but I'm going to allow it. He was keeping his hatred of dogs a secret, and he always did seem a little hesitant whenever dogs came up. And earlier in the season, when he told Monica that they could get a dog instead of a cat, that just came across like he was simply trying to avoid an argument. I understand where Chandler is coming from. I don't know if you know this about me, but between the Lloyd animated series and Lloyd being the mascot of the website, I am indeed a cat person. Rachel and Tag have started dating, and they do have really good chemistry together. They have better chemistry, I think, than Ross and Lizzie did last season. Damn it, why do I keep accidentally putting this there? Even though there's an age difference, Rachel and Tag's predicament is more that he's her assistant, and less that he's 5 years younger, even though that does come up later. For now, though, we get to see more of Mr. Zellner having none of Rachel and Tag's shenanigans. One thing I want to point out, too, is that Ross is really funny this season. I love him comparing his newspaper getting stolen to a crime wave. I love Ross anyway, but in season 7 especially, he's given a lot of really funny lines throughout it. Which could be because there's not really any Ross drama plot lines going on. This season is mainly about preparing for Monica and Chandler's wedding. So that certainly gives Ross a break in the depressing life decisions department, and just lets the character have fun this season. I like that. Ross needs a year off from some drama, especially considering that originally this season was going to be about a pregnant, cheating Lizzie. Case in point, there's great Ross stuff in this episode too, because this is the holiday armadillo episode. Ross dresses like an armadillo to explain Hanukkah to Ben, and usually it's the Thanksgiving episodes that are the best holiday episodes of the season. But here, this is definitely one of my favorite season 7 episodes in general. This is a hilarious episode for everyone in the cast. I love when Chandler dresses up like Santa and then finds out that Monica has a Santa fetish. I love that Joey dresses like Superman, and all of this has to be incorporated into Ross's Hanukkah story. The other plots are great too. Rachel and Phoebe's apartment is now fixed, so Phoebe is trying to sabotage Rachel and Joey's living situation so that Rachel will want to move back in with Phoebe. Each one of her plans backfires, like when she gives Joey a drum set, only Joey and Rachel end up loving the drums, and then she gets Joey a tarantula, but it turns out Rachel loves tarantulas and it's Joey who's scared of them. That's definitely not something Rachel has in common with my wife. Rachel does end up staying at Joey's instead of moving back in with Phoebe, and if I were her, I'd want to stay at Joey's too. Moving is a pain in the ass. Plus, Rachel and Joey are really adorable together. More on that later. The Chandler and Rachel plot about stealing cheesecake is fun because, again, they don't get a whole lot of plots together, just the two of them. The most fascinating plot here, though, is where Phoebe is mad at Joey because he breaks their dinner plans since he was off having sex. She's mad at him because canceling plans with your friends is against the rules, even though she's canceled many plans in the past. This makes sense, though, when you know that originally, towards the end of the series, it was going to be revealed that Phoebe and Joey were bang buddies for several years. Knowing that, you can see hints of this drop throughout the series, especially here. They talk about meeting up once a month to gossip about the other friends, plus breaking their casual sex date to have sex with another woman suddenly makes Phoebe's anger make sense. I'm kind of glad they ditched that reveal, though, since then all of the friends would somehow be coupled, and I wouldn't want that. The Phoebe relationship I do root for is her and her lost love David, played by Hank Azaria, who is in this episode, and Phoebe is crushed that he again has to leave the country. This is something that could have been a great arc through the series. Their goodbye here is really heartbreaking, but more on that later. Joey and Ross get stuck on the roof in this episode, and I wonder if it's really hard to do a stuck on the roof plot nowadays, given how prominent cell phones are. That's gotta be hard. There was a point where I think every TV show had at least one stuck on the roof episode. Though there is still timeless stuff here, like Phoebe not being able to figure out how to shut the beeping off on the smoke detector. There's been times when I've lost hours just looking for which smoke detector is beeping. On a serious note, though, between Ross and Joey hanging from the fire escape and Rachel dangling from the Christmas lights in season 1, these people have come seconds away from plummeting to their deaths thanks to this building. Given how very real the Seinfeld versus Friends war is, as someone who loves both Friends and Seinfeld, having Jason Alexander guest star in this episode felt very right and peaceful, like sowing the divide. Like, hey, we're all on Thursday together. Let people enjoy things. This is another very funny episode too, with great sitcom misunderstandings. Rachel breaks Joey's chair, and there's a lot of confusion when Chandler thinks that he's the one who broke it and then replaces it with his. Sure, Joey and Chandler are the show's best couple, but more love should be shown to how great Rachel and Joey are as roommates. Their comedic chemistry is excellent, and they could almost have a sitcom just the two of them. And I really feel for Monica here too. When her parents move, all of her old stuff is accidentally ruined, while Ross's is fine. I love that Ross really does try to fix the situation and explain to their dad why Monica would be upset. That would be a truly awful feeling, seeing all of your stuff destroyed, and I don't even have a sibling to compete with. I'm still not over losing a lot of my childhood toys in a move 2 years ago. Okay, so this one establishes that Rachel is the youngest and Phoebe is the oldest. It's hard to keep track because Ross lives much longer years than the rest of them. I love this one because it shows how they've all dealt with turning 30, from Ross buying a car to Joey crying a lot. Oh, and Joey giving Phoebe her perfect kiss, that is another example that the writers definitely still had the Joey and Phoebe casual sex plot in mind. I remember when I turned 30. When I turned 30, we all went bar hopping, which is what we did for all of our birthdays at the time. I was also looking through a lot of movies to fall asleep to because I had to find the right movie to be the first movie of my 30s. I picked Conan the Barbarian. Great choice. Tag and Rachel, however, break up here because she feels that he's now too young for her. Although he seemed sweet enough and they had better chemistry than Ross and Lizzie did, and as far as maturity goes, a couple episodes back Rachel was eating cheesecake off the floor. I also love that during the flashbacks they try to match Rachel's hair with what it would have looked like during their 30th birthdays. Meanwhile, Chandler and the rest of them look exactly the same as they do now. Sans Chandler glasses, I guess.
Susan Sarandon guest stars as a soap actress that Joey is taking over for, and it's weird that I'm watching this on a day when Susan Sarandon is the top trend on Twitter. I don't know, she probably said something controversial or something. You know what I do when a celebrity says something I disagree with? I look at it and I say, well, I don't agree with that. And then I go about my day like an adult. Sarandon's a brilliant actress, and she's great here too. Her comedic skills have always been pretty underrated. I wonder if Ross realized, though, that this soap opera actress bears a striking resemblance to Susan Sarandon, who is on Ross's celebrity sex list. Speaking of Ross, again, this is a great season for hilarious Ross moments. Him practicing the bagpipes in front of them is brilliant, not just for Schwimmer's comedic skills, but also the reactions that the rest of them are giving as well. Alright, I still have 2 names on my celebrity sex list. Okay, Helen Mirren. Here's where we find out that Monica actually wanted to sleep with Joey in London, but went with Chandler instead. I don't know if I would have been upset by this, at least if I thought about it for a little bit. She was depressed and looking for meaningless sex, so yeah, Joey would be the go-to person in that instance. And come on, now they're even for Joey stripping down naked in front of her when they first met, and people thinking that Joey was a sex addict when he was covering for Monica and Chandler. There's subtle nods here too, like the case of Boddington's on the fridge, which is what Joey and Ross got hooked on when they were in London. Side note too, this is the last episode to feature Carol, who is very visibly pregnant in this scene. Something is going on here. Clearly, Carol is pregnant by a sperm donor to try to keep Susan around, who is still having an affair with Emily. I mean, obviously. Marcel gets mentioned again, this time by name when Ross is defending him. See? He did love that monkey! Apparently this episode was supposed to air much earlier in the season and not the 17th episode. Really, you can't tell. The plot revolves around Monica getting her wedding dress, which could conceivably be at this point in the season. Really, the only way you can tell is that Joey's Barcalounger is in some shots when it's been destroyed by this point. Rachel was right. Angels were sent to put it back together again. Maybe it contains the same spirits that were in Ross's changing hair in season 2. I guess I can talk about my lunch in this episode, even though I ate it way earlier. Heard a lot of great things about California Pizza Kitchen, so that's what I got. It was pretty good. It was delivered and kind of cold when it got to me. Plus, given the price, I wish it was a lot bigger. The barbecue chicken pizza from Brick's Wood-Fired Pizza was a lot better, but I'll dine in sometime at California Pizza Kitchen in the future. I like that we get to see some of Ross's students this time, and Vince Valiff and Kyle Howard add a lot to their roles as 2 students who pretend to have feelings for Ross. It does make me realize, oh yeah, I guess Lizzie wouldn't be Ross's student anymore. Plus, what about Tag? After he and Rachel broke up, did he stop being her assistant, or did he just move to another department? And I can't lie, when Joey makes his angry and then clapping face when losing a Soapy award, I think about that all the time when I'm watching award shows. I want to see more of actors' honest reactions like this. Plus, these Soapy awards remind me of when Passions was on the air. Remember Passions? I miss that show. That show was insane. I could never tell if the show was self-aware or genuinely crazy or both. Now we have our What If Ross Did This episode. As in, the writers were probably sitting around thinking, what if Ross tried coming on to his cousin? This is like the equivalent of how on Cheers they would purposefully give Kelsey Grammer a lot of bad lines to watch how masterfully he would make them work. It's great watching how brilliant Schwimmer is at scenes where he's playing the bagpipes, or in this case, making a pass at his cousin. The Joey plot, however, is a little silly. He's auditioning for a movie where he has to show his dick and be uncircumcised. So Monica makes an add-on to his penis using meat. How would that work? I mean, maybe some super glue and a tiny piece of sliced meat? I don't know if I'd show the full Monty in a movie. I mean, maybe. I did show my dick on the Nudies, Rudies, and Crudies DVD, so I can scratch that one off the bucket list.
I have the feeling this episode was supposed to come later in the series, since Joey mentions Chandler's parents coming to the wedding, but Chandler hasn't made up with his dad yet, although they're way more worried about tux here. At first, Chandler is excited that he has James Bond's tux, but then gets jealous when Ross gets Batman's tux. As a James Bond super freak, I would still want to have James Bond's tux. Plus, tuxes are way more synonymous with James Bond than Batman. I wouldn't even have to think about that. I mean, well, it depends. This is Val Kilmer versus Pierce Brosnan. If it were Michael Keaton versus Die Another Day, '89 Batman is one of my favorite movies of all time, so I might go with Batman in that instance. Also, does Ross know that his cousin Denise Richards was a Bond girl? But this is twice now that we meet someone else from Ross's celebrity sex list. Winona Ryder was on Ross's sex list, and here she plays Melissa, an old friend of Rachel's that she once made out with. I don't know why the boys think this is a big deal. They saw Monica and Rachel make out to get their apartment back. I know I still have one more name to add to my list, but stop pressuring me. This is a very tough and important decision. Maybe if this extra long binge watch thing takes off, I can start doing clip shows once it reaches around hour 4 or so. This one has to do with Monica and Chandler writing their vows and flashing back to important moments in their relationship. I understand this being a clip show. At this point, Rachel would be pregnant, and we can't show Ross and Rachel hooking up. That's a surprise for later. Spoiler. And maybe the cast needed a break. This was a season that contained supersized episodes. Supersized episodes were a handful of episodes that when they originally aired, they were 40 minutes with commercials as opposed to the usual 30. The frustrating thing about that is I understand that they need to be edited for syndication, but the streaming versions of these episodes really should be the supersized episodes. That's what originally aired. I promise, however, that I will never edit down these supersized mega episodes of Binge Watch.
Oh my god, this episode is so problematic.
Okay, I'm gonna defend the hell out of this episode in response to Modern Friends think pieces. So Kathleen Turner guest stars as Chandler's estranged father, Charles, who is a drag queen who goes by the name Helena Handbasket. Now, would this episode be written and casted differently in 2020? Yeah, probably. But that doesn't mean this episode is hateful. In fact, there's a lot of great lessons in this episode, and 20 years ago, this was very progressive. Chandler's always had problems with his dad being gay, and clearly isn't very confident in his own sexuality because of this. So yeah, Chandler does have a lot of homophobia issues. The thing is though, he is written to be in the wrong about this, and it's pointed out to him several times that his dad loves him and has always supported him. It shows Chandler realizing this kind of thinking is wrong, and it does give context to how he ended up a bit homophobic to begin with. He grew up in the 70s and was embarrassed and picked on a lot in school because of his parents' divorce and his dad sleeping with his teacher. That doesn't make Chandler right, of course, but the show isn't written to make him right. But it does give some psychology to the issue and makes him a very three-dimensional character with flaws. This is a great arc for the character and a real moment of growth. Plus, it's a way better written parent resolution than Phoebe's dropped plotline with her dad. This two-parter opens with Chandler laughing at the concept of Ross kicking his ass if he were to hurt Monica. I don't know why he's laughing. I would easily put down money that Ross would win that fight. Yeah, Chandler did bring Ross to his knees when he bent his finger back in season 1, but this is later seasons Ross, who knows karate and has the power of unagi. Joey's now an ordained minister who marries Monica and Chandler, which again is a great move from the writers, because deciding on who's going to be Chandler's best man seems like it would be a much longer conversation than who's going to be Monica's maid of honor. The sex lists are a deeper conversation with that, and here we find out that Judy Geller would put Gunther on her list.
As for mine, okay, fine. I'm gonna make an alteration to a previous entry. I'm gonna switch out Christy Ducati for Elizabeth Berkley. I did watch Showgirls way more than the Bikini Car Wash Company, and the Bikini Car Wash Company 2 disappointingly had a lot less nudity than the first one. Plus, in terms of Saved by the Bell, I was way more of a Jesse man than a Kelly man. I should probably make Saved by the Bell my next supersized episode of Binge Watch. If it's a wedding episode, that means shenanigans, and if it's a two-part episode, that's double the shenanigans. It's a fun episode, and this whole season is a blast, especially with Ross, who, like I said, is given a bit of a break this season, with nothing sad happening to him. But let's get back to the shenanigans here. Chandler has a Chandler freakout and wants to walk out on the wedding. Monica lets it go pretty easily when she finds out about this. Granted, I have seen this plot done dramatically, and that was in the Sex and the City movie. That movie sucked. Joey is stuck on a movie shoot with a drunken actor played by Gary Oldman, and I would have liked Lost in Space a lot better if Matt LeBlanc and Gary Oldman played their parts like this. While Chandler's dad is in this episode, I kind of wish it was him who was calming Chandler down to give them even more of a rebonding experience. The big reveal, though, is that they find a positive pregnancy test and spend the whole episode thinking that Monica is pregnant. The cliffhanger at the end is that Rachel is the one who is pregnant. And I remember when this first aired and being surprised, yes, but also very unsure about this plot turn. I'll explain why in a handful of seconds, unless you're watching this early on Patreon, in which case I'll explain it next week.
Okay, so a lot has happened between season 7 and season 8. Yes, Monica and Chandler got married, and it turns out that Rachel is pregnant. But more importantly than that, there I was talking about season 7 when armed forces come in with AK-47 saying something about some kind of world-ending virus or something like that. I guess whatever is going on in the world is way more important than me standing here breaking down each episode of a 20-plus year sitcom. So they forced me to go into this closet or shelter or some sort to do the rest of my very, very, very important work from in here. I guess I should have been binge watching The Stand instead of Friends. Oh yeah, check out the new Cinema Snob episode on The Stand. Okay, so anyway, back to the show. This is one plot line that I was initially worried about when it did air. The reason being is that adding a kid or a pregnancy to a long-running sitcom is one of the more notorious ways that a show could go downhill. Especially because this wasn't that many years after Paul and Jamie had Mabel on Mad About You. Then again, this series did start out with a pregnancy, with Ross and Carol having Ben, so the show has handled kid characters well in that they don't really interfere with all that much. I remember first watching this episode and being relieved at first when Phoebe said that Rachel wasn't pregnant, but then when she said she was pregnant, I thought, oh no. In retrospect, I was way wrong, because I would honestly say that season 8 is my second favorite season of the show. And Friends is probably my go-to example in how adding a baby to a show didn't ruin it. In fact, it was a very nice addition. Sorry, I'm getting way ahead of myself again. I should probably stick to this episode for now. It's a very funny episode, especially when Phoebe has to pretend to be the one who's pregnant. We also meet Ross's season 8 love interest Mona, played by Bonnie Somerville of NYPD Blue. And there may be a virus out there, but my back feels a little better in that I can sit down now, and I got a pillow to cushion myself. we find out who the father of Rachel's baby is. You know what a bigger twist would be? In the previous episode, Phoebe says the father of her fake baby is James Brolin, except he's married to Barbara Streisand. What if Jack Geller was the father of Rachel's baby? He was once married to Barbara Streisand? I take that back. That would be a very shark-jumping moment. There's still some hilarious gags too, like Joey thinking Phoebe is the one pregnant, so he proposes to her, again going along with the theory that they are secretly bang buddies. I figured the father was probably Ross. He needs this because right now, alternate universe Ross is about to jump off of a bridge upon finding out he is not the father of Lizzie's baby. I like that they address that the baby could be Tag's, and they even bring him back when the girls think that he may be the father. Though when he runs out of Central Perk after Rachel tells him that she's pregnant, that seemed a little out of character. He was young, but always came across as a little bit more mature than that. That seems like something Jack Berger from Sex and the City would do, not Tag. I'm still assuming he's the same character as he was in Sex and the City. This season is noteworthy not just for the very well-written pregnancy plot, but for something else too. And you know what that is? 9/11, bro. 9-fucking-11. The first few episodes of the season was shot before 9/11. The end of the premiere even has a dedicated to the people of New York City title card. This episode, however, originally had a subplot in which Chandler is arrested by airport security for saying the word bomb. Don't worry, you can still see King Kong swatting an airplane away from the Empire State Building on the Magnadoodle. It's rewritten to where Monica and Chandler are competing with another couple over perks. And they do it well. Like, you can't tell by looking at it that something was taken out or rewritten. It's always fascinating to watch shows from around this time to spot the 9/11 references or the more patriotic stuff in the background. The snow globe from Sex and the City or the flag banner plot from Frasier. Those come to mind. There will be some 9/11 references coming up in this series, but until then, Ross finds out that he's the father, and we must also never forget Mr. Trieger, who makes his last appearance in this episode. Here, Monica and Chandler learn what it's like to be fake numbered by someone, and we learn who came on to who when Ross and Rachel had sex. Oops, whom, as Joey says. I love this episode, and I love that Ross gets a nice little win when it turns out Rachel is the one who came on to him when she used the backpacking through Western Europe story. Especially because even though no one believed at first that Ross didn't make the first move, he was ready to suck it up and bite the bullet and let Rachel destroy the tape. Ooh, and I spot an I Heart New York on the Magnadoodle. This game took a dark turn. It used to be about spotting the fake products, and now it's about spotting the 9/11. Ooh, Rachel wearing a New York shirt, spotted. Anyway, we find out that Chandler's middle name is Muriel when he can't correct his coworker Chris Parnell, who thinks that Chandler's name is Toby. Just like when I'm at a convention and people think I'm Doug. It is much more hilarious to just play along. Although my middle name is Douglas, so maybe some people just think I'm Doug Jones. I'm totally just as tall. Speaking of Dougs, I wonder if Sam McMurray's Doug character died on 9/11, since in this episode, Chandler's boss is now played by Jeff Pearson. When it easily could have still been played by Sam McMurray, there isn't even any explanation given to the boss change. I'm gonna guess either dead or prison or something less sinister because he does come back one more time. Ross, meanwhile, is going through a bit of a depression because Rachel's going out on a date. There's a bit of his jealousy issues there, but he does explain it further, like how with Ben, he is again single, divorced, and having another baby, when he always pictured that he might be settled down by this point. There is a good arc there, though, like how Joey gives Ross a pep talk about how wonderful it's going to be to have a baby, and then Ross gives that same talk to Rachel to comfort her. Then Rachel starts having those Ross-like jealousy moments too, when she sees Ross having coffee with Mona. Ooh, drama! Whoop, Joey in an FDNY shirt! Surprisingly, this is the only Halloween episode. I'm shocked they didn't do more. This is a fun episode. Joey dresses like Chandler, Sean Penn is Ursula's fiance and solar system, and Chandler is resorted to dressing like a pink rabbit because Monica got him that costume since his favorite book is The Velveteen Rabbit. I'm also surprised that didn't come up years ago when he gave Kathy a copy of The Velveteen Rabbit because it was her favorite book. There's a plot too where Ross and Chandler have to determine who would win in a fight, so they do an arm wrestling contest. Again, I think the clear winner would be Ross. Hello, karate, he works out. Plus, he did almost kick Chandler's ass when he thought Chandler was gonna run out on Monica at the wedding. We say goodbye to Phoebe's twin sister Ursula, though, who makes her last appearance. Again, with Mad About You coming back on the air, it would be a huge missed opportunity if they didn't bring back Ursula as the monk's waitress. Sean Penn is back in his two-part appearance. He's no longer engaged to Ursula, and he and Phoebe are into each other until he accidentally sleeps with Ursula again. That is classic oops twin sex. And good God, even on a sitcom, Sean Penn is intense. It seems that between Sean Penn and David Arquette's character, Phoebe and Ursula certainly have a type. Hey, on the plus side, Phoebe has a two-part dating arc that has a beginning, middle, and end. Remember Jake from season 7? That was weird. Normally I'd have thought Jake was just some kind of fling, but he was on 2 episodes last season. It seemed kinda serious, except he had no intro and he had no ending, and he disappeared just as randomly as he appeared. It was like watching only the middle part of a sitcom relationship. Again, though, I can guess what happened. Jake, Mr. Trigger, 9/11 bro. Oh, and Phoebe cancels plans with Ross to have sex with Sean Penn. That is against her rules, but again, I am still leaning towards she was mainly mad at Joey in that instance because they were banging. This is a great episode all around. One of the best of season 8. Chandler finds out that Monica had a bachelorette party, so he and Joey make up for it by having a bachelor party. One thing leads to another, and oops, they got a hooker instead of a stripper. The lines are hilarious, especially when they're trying to decide on who has to throw out the hooker. And this leads to a great scene where Joey starts to reminisce about he and Chandler's shenanigans that they used to have when they were roommates. All plots are great here. Rachel tells her dad about being pregnant, and he is so intimidating that at first she says that she and Ross are engaged, but then he dumped her for being used goods. Just picturing that Ross would even say that is funny. There's great Ron Liebman moments here, from chasing off the waiter to showing up and confronting Ross during his date with Mona. Mona, who, by the way, finds out about the Rachel situation and has the patience of a saint. In this Thanksgiving episode, Brad Pitt plays a former classmate of Monica, Ross, and Rachel's who's invited to their Thanksgiving dinner. And he hates Rachel because back in school she picked on him for being fat. Also, I hear that Brad Pitt and Jennifer Aniston were married at the time. Who knew? NBC promoted this episode as a mystery guest star and even blurred out his face in the promos, which was odd because everyone already knew Brad Pitt was gonna be on it. The network even had to dispel a rumor that he was going to appear in a fat suit. Though no one says they're thankful to the survivors of 9/11, considering that the Magnadoodle says one people, one New York. The main thing that sticks with me in this episode, though, is Joey wearing Phoebe's pregnancy pants because he has to eat a whole turkey all to himself. Whenever I eat myself into a bloating mess, I always picture Phoebe's pregnancy pants. Considering I'm gonna have Sonic for lunch, I'm gonna need some of those. Monica gets some expensive new boots that cause her feet to hurt. Yes, thank you. Thank you for reminding me that my feet are still killing me from C2E2 recently. Well, they've got plenty of time to get better though, since the other cons we were booked at got pushed back a little bit. Honestly, the hurt feet from conventions are totally worth it because the foot rubs afterwards and the toe pulling and cracking, orgasmic. There's yet another pregnancy as Joey's sister Dina is also pregnant. Dina is played by Marla Sokolov, who is also Gia on Full House and Fuller House, because no matter what I binge watch, it will somehow always go back to Fuller House. It happens so much that I forget if I even made that joke yet in this video. But I tell you what I do remember, September 11th. I wonder if 9/11 actually happened in this universe, or between the Statue of Liberty painting in the back of Central Perk and the FDNY and NYPD hats, the characters all just simply have a lot of New York pride this season. Folks, good news. I can confirm that Chandler's boss, Doug, can mark himself safe after 9/11. Sam McMurray returns in this episode, which, as it turns out, is his last appearance on the show. I still want answers to the mystery of where the hell did the Jeff Pearson boss come from, and where did he go? He's got no beginning and no end. Maybe he's the father of Phoebe's ex Jake, though we know where Ross and Mona's relationship is going, since that's what the episode is about. I'm kinda with Ross and thinking that it is too soon for a couple's Christmas card, but I'd probably do it anyway because I am very pro not having arguments. But I wouldn't change my locks if I gave her my key. I wouldn't be worried she's gonna rob me. And according to IMDb, this is the one with the Pac-Man machine and Joey and Rachel going on a fake date. It isn't though. That's the next one. Now we have the Pac-Man episode. I like how on IMDb it's not even a copy and paste plot summary. It's written in two different ways on this entry and the last one. I identify with this episode. I remember being hooked on trying to get the high score on Donkey Kong. Also Galaga too, but only when I was drunk. I am much better at Galaga when I'm drunk. You can tell they're getting ready for a new kid because this is Ben's last appearance on the show. You get out of here, Ben. We got a new family now. This episode also marks the beginning of a very important plot to the later seasons, which is Joey's feelings towards Rachel, which extends to even season 10. It begins when Joey and Rachel go out on a pretend date because she misses going out on romantic dates due to being pregnant, and it goes so well that Joey gets a crush on her. It ruins his date with Krista Allen. It's a Friends, Emmanuel, and Space crossover. The plotline of Joey and Rachel is a little polarizing to the fan base, and I could get into that here, but best wait a few seconds. Okay, and I'll get into it in just another second. This is the one that opens with Joey wearing an FDNY shirt that honors a captain who died on 9/11, which I guess means that the attacks did happen in this universe. The characters just choose not to talk about it. All joking aside though, I honestly thought this was the best way to handle 9/11 for this show. It would have been weird having an episode revolve around it, so adding things like the shirt, the flags, the Magnadoodle references. It was all very respectful and subtle. But back to Joey and Rachel. Joey is dealing with his crush on Rachel, and honestly, I do like this plotline. I stick up for the Joey and Rachel thing. Plus, it was pretty foreshadowed through the series. Joey had made moves on her in the past, and one time she even admitted that she had a crush on him when she moved in with Monica. Hell, she wanted to have sex with him when she was pregnant horny. He even attempted to date her when he saw that Monica and Chandler were such a good couple, so he wanted to start dating a friend. It's even realistic, too, that he would develop this crush on her. They're adorable as roommates, and they had great chemistry with each other when they went on that pretend date. And it was adorable when he was holding on to her because she was scared while watching Cujo. I think any person would probably develop a crush on her in this instance. Now, if you'll excuse me, Chandler taking his bath is my cue for me to take my bath. That's right, I said I take baths, and I don't even need a toy boat. I've got my bubbles, I've got my podcasts, I'm good. And no clue if anyone saw this, but I did notice I still had some shaving cream behind my ear. Look, baths are relaxing after a long day, and I smell great afterwards too. Plus, I can shave my head in there, which is maybe what Chandler should do. Season 8, weirdly big Chandler hair is my least favorite Chandler hair. Season 1 Chandler hair I like better than this. Joey is still dealing with his feelings for Rachel, and again, you can see how this is happening. Since he's there when the baby is kicking, he's there when she needs to be taken to the hospital. He is having all of these dad moments because he's her roommate. And I love that he has to be the bigger person and realize that it should be Russ who's the one who is there for Rachel during all of this. When he notices the hurt in Ross's eyes when Ross is missing all of this, he's the one who proposes to Ross and Rachel that they both live together during this pregnancy, and he's incredibly devastated when she leaves. Oh, and Ross is still dating Mona, by the way, who he accidentally leaves at the movie theater when he rushes to the hospital. Again, Mona has the patience of a saint. Since we're past January 15th, I wonder if Monica and Chandler had their double date with Greg and Ginny, who they met on their honeymoon. Probably not. They totally got ghosted. I like how Joey isn't over his crush on Rachel just because she moved out, and it appears that Mona finally hit her threshold. She's not so into Rachel living with Ross while she's pregnant. After putting up with Rachel's dad showing up to yell at Ross, and Rachel even being pregnant to begin with, Mona may actually be a little crazy for sticking in this relationship for so long. And I know Chandler's threshold too, which is not being in the mood after watching a birthing video. Yeah, I wouldn't be in the mood after watching a birthing video either. I don't care if it is Valentine's Day. If I wanted to see a bloody birthing video, I'd watch Caligula, thank you very much. Actually, now that I think about it, Caligula is an excellent Valentine's Day movie. Joey tells Ross that he has a crush on Rachel, and Ross finds out that Chandler and Monica are sleeping together. Oh wait, that was a few seasons ago. The writers did a great job at foreshadowing this earlier in the season, when Ross told Joey that he'd help Joey out with any girl troubles he was having, and Joey scoffed at him. But now that's exactly what's happening, and Joey is confiding in Ross. I think the characters' reactions here are really genuine. This is a very weird and awkward situation to be in. I understand Ross being pissed at first, and Joey just wanting to let it go because of the pregnancy, which letting it go is probably what I would do, but one of the reasons I love this story is how much growth it gives to Joey as a character. We've seen before where he's had feelings for someone, like Kristen Davis's character, but this time he is truly in love and knows how wrong that is. He even says it's the first time he's ever been in love. It's very heartbreaking when he tells Rachel about it, and he knows nothing could ever come of this. And it isn't just that either. Even him being wonderful at taking care of her while she's pregnant also shows some serious growth in the responsibility department. Ross has moments of greatness here too, like when he puts his own personal shit aside and gives Joey some very good advice about this. Because Ross is a great friend. Suck it, internet. Like with other important breakups on the show, this season does a great job at being very realistic with the Joey and Rachel situation. A lesser show would have had her turn him down, and that's the end of that. This addresses that it would be really awkward after that, so Joey is avoiding seeing her, and she is trying very hard to reach out to Joey because she misses being around her friend. There's a great plot where she gets Joey to finally talk to her by making up a story that her boss wanted to buy her baby. This leads to another great Mr. Zellner wanting nothing to do with these shenanigans scenes where he assures her that he does not, in fact, want to buy her baby. Even though clearly Ross and Rachel have to end up back together, because that's just the natural arc of the series. Part of me really does root for Joey and Rachel, though. He is incredibly sweet and attentive, and even though he's avoiding her because of the awkwardness, he puts all of that on hold to yell at Mr. Zellner about buying her baby. Joey is a really good catch. He's sweet, he's protective, he's caring, and he's on Days of Our Lives. It's a sitcom in the 2000s, which means at some point Alec Baldwin's got to show up. Baldwin plays Phoebe's date Parker, who is overly enthusiastic and positive. Phoebe's upset when everyone's making fun of him, and she says to them, "Friends don't do that." Point of order, you guys do that all the time. I remember Phoebe chiming in when they were all giving Ross shit about Lizzie. There is great stuff here though, like Ross and Rachel having to pretend to be married when they're at Jack and Judy Geller's anniversary party. There's great little moments here too, like Ross explaining how he would have proposed to Rachel, and Rachel being left speechless because of how romantic it is. Maybe these two should just try giving dating another shot. Remember when she said she was still in love with him when he was marrying Emily? Now's the time to ask, are you still in love with me? It's that time of year again when the writers need a bit of a break, so bam! Clip show. This one revolves around Joey giving an interview to Soap Opera Digest, so it flashes back to his past acting experience, his love life, and a lot of other Joey plots. I feel like we already did this kind of clip show with the one with mac and cheese. Maybe I should just show clips from this binge watch from a few hours ago. That would be a nice little break. Remember when I was recording this from a studio? Dissolve, dissolve, dissolve. Oh right, clip shows are when I talk about my food. I did get a Sonic double cheeseburger, thank you very much. I mainly went there because they have a new Reese's Overload Blast, and I am a freak for peanut butter and Reese's. So the thing was fine. It needed more peanut butter syrup and more than just Reese's Pieces in mini cups. Throw some Reese's Outrageous in there. The best Reese's sundae you can get from a chain is the premium one over at Baskin Robbins. That is heavenly peanut butter overload. Anyway, that's my equivalent of a clip show. Now on with the series. Chandler cut his hair, thank God. His big season 8 hair looked like if I tried to have Steve's haircut from Stranger Things. In the previous episode, he just wore his hat backwards. Now that I could definitely get behind. This marks 2 Joey episodes in a row about his career, which is fine with me because I love Joey career episodes. And this makes up for that clip show being pretty pointless. Here Joey is auditioning to be the host of a very complicated game show called Bamboozled. This is going on at the same time Rachel is having a baby shower, and Rachel is panicking because her mom wants to move in with her. Honestly, probably wouldn't be more awkward than living with her ex while he was dating Mona. Plus, just get Joey to make out with Rachel's mom again. That would distract her. Ooh, you can see the Twin Towers in one of the establishing shots. Sure, it could just be accidentally left in, or it means that 9/11 did not happen in this universe. I'm gonna lean towards that, because better that than all of the friends forgetting 9/11 in the one year when you should not forget 9/11. You know what I will forget though? The official name of Chandler's job. We find out here he is a procurement manager with specialization, statistical analysis, factoring, and data reconfiguration. Holy shit, I had to look down at my notes because I tried 100 times to get that line out. Ross is the devil for making that one of the answers in the Friends trivia. Rachel, meanwhile, doesn't want Ross to date anyone during the pregnancy, and he agrees so he can be at her beck and call.
Oh my God, Ross is such a monster.
But this means he can't date Rena Sofer in this episode. She needs the promotion since the American remake of Coupling will try to be the next Friends in a couple years. And for the record, Ross saying, am like Indiana Jones is one of my favorite Ross lines in the entire series. And I say this as someone who is also like Indiana Jones. This is why I'm terrified about having kids. No, not that I'm worried about being a dad or anything like that. It's just that my wife is a lot like Rachel, and pregnant Rachel is really, really scary. She's very late, and even though totally understandable, is very irritable. Though I guess spicy food is one way to speed up a pregnancy, and Laura does love spicy food. Long story short, if Laura and I have a kid, Lloyd and I may be living in a panic room for the last couple weeks of the pregnancy. It turns out I have one. We could watch one of my Friendsuary episodes. This is the one that's got the scene where Chandler falls asleep during Joey's big movie premiere, and I'm pretty sure I used that clip in the Cinema Snob Ed episode. Though who falls asleep during a war movie starring Matt LeBlanc and a drunken Gary Oldman? It's like Lost in Space meets All the Queen's Men, because all of the fake Joey movies have a real Matt LeBlanc movie equivalent. You know how when you're a huge fan of a show, so much so that you even watch the syndicated reruns all the time, there's always that episode, which seems to be the episode that you catch way more so than all of the other episodes. In the case of Friends, it's the two-part Rachel Gives Birth episode that I seem to always catch in reruns, whether I'm sitting at home or away on a trip. That'd be annoying if it were an episode I didn't like, but I do really dig this two-parter. I love the revolving door of roommates in Rachel's hospital room, all of whom start giving birth long before she does. One of them is even the great Debbie Mazar, who is so good at playing an evil bitch that here she is literally credited as Evil Bitch. We also get an appearance by Janice, who, wait a minute, she shows up at the very end of part 1. Okay, hang on a sec. Okay, anyway, Janice is in this episode and is also pregnant. And Chandler's double take to her telling him that he's the father is in my top 5 favorite Chandler reactions. They really build up Phoebe into being into this dude named Cliff who broke his leg, and she even gets Joey to dress up like a doctor to interview him. By the end, he agrees to go out with her, and that is a lot of build-up for a character who is never seen or mentioned again. There is great stuff in here, though. This is an excellent finale. Chandler is finally ready to have kids, and they all call out Ross on why he doesn't want to be with Rachel. Phoebe puts it best when she says he could have everything that he's always wanted in life since high school. Even Janice asks Rachel, so what are you going to do when Ross starts dating? This leads to the cliffhanger where Joey finds a ring in Ross's jacket, and Rachel thinks that Joey is proposing to her, and she says yes. This is a great bookend, because at the beginning of the season, he proposed to her, and it was played for laughs. Anyway, even though it's a misunderstanding, I bet Joey and Rachel will end up getting married. Oh, right. It was an accidental proposal. Rachel and Joey aren't getting married. Plus, Ross and Rachel can't get back together just yet, so something dramatic needs to happen. In this case, not only did Rachel think that Joey was proposing to her, but she said yes, which Ross then finds out about. I like all the misunderstandings in the episode, like Phoebe telling Rachel that everyone wants them to be together, and Rachel thinks she's talking about her and Joey, but she's actually talking about her and Ross. And when Ross tells Phoebe that he didn't propose, he's so confused and sleep deprived that he actually starts to think, maybe I did. It seems like something I do. Plus, I like that Jack Geller has to be reminded of Ben's existence. Makes sense. Ben isn't on the show anymore. And Jack shouldn't be upset that he caught Monica and Chandler having sex. Monica's caught him having sex like twice. As for my own health, while it is nice sitting down now, my foot keeps going asleep. This second episode begins immediately after the season premiere, but Joey has a completely different hairstyle now. The only thing weird about that is that's usually something that happens between a season finale and a season premiere. Unless, of course, Joey switched to Ross's season 2 barber. There's subtleties here I really like. Emma stops crying around Monica, whereas in season 2, Ben only cried around Monica. So Ross and Rachel were going to start dating again, but now they're not because he's mad that she said yes to Joey's accidental proposal. I know that something like this needs to happen because they want to save them getting back together for the series finale, but here I'm like, Ross, give her a break. This is honestly something that would not have bothered me. Like, okay, I would have been a little weirded out, but looking at it from Rachel's point of view, she had just gone through 40 hours of labor, she's single, now has a baby. Of course there's going to be some confusing emotions. Not to mention, considering Ross hiding their Vegas marriage and the whole we were on a break thing, just give Rachel this one. Chandler has to move to Tulsa for work reasons, and at first Monica is going to move with him, but by the end it's decided she'll hang back and they'll do the long distance thing. Which, that's what realistically should have been the only option to begin with. His job in Tulsa is only temporary, Monica has a successful job, she's about to get another successful job, and subletting the apartment sounds like a pain in the ass. This episode has Ross and Rachel looking for a pediatrician, and as I said at the beginning of the season 8 breakdown, this is my go-to example of how adding a baby to a show didn't ruin it. I've seen it in plenty other shows where suddenly the tone is thrown way off and it becomes really corny and cheesy. In Friends, the humor is still all the same. It's still about these characters and their relationships and how having a baby is affecting Ross and Rachel's dating life, plus their own on-again, off-again relationship. Even then, though, it doesn't take up 100% of the show. There are still tons of plots that don't have anything to do with the baby. It doesn't do like Mad About You and just get weird with the plots, like having Paul and Jamie sitting in front of the baby's door for a whole episode. Or the episode that's just Paul hallucinating after he slips in the shower. Or the virtual reality one with Mark McGuire. Okay, maybe I'll get into that some other time. As for Friends, this is the first appearance of Phoebe's love interest Mike, played by Paul Rudd. Okay, here we have a weird one. Maybe not Mark McGuire virtual reality premonition weird. Oh yeah, that was a thing that happened. Phoebe and Mike are officially dating. Mike is recently divorced, and Ross accidentally weirds Mike out when he says that Phoebe's never been in a serious relationship before. Phoebe is insecure about this too, but it isn't even true. Did they already forget about Gary the cop? Ross has to make up an ex of Phoebe's named Vikram, so she dated Ronnie's brother from Boggy 3? Also, in one of the oddest plots on the show, Monica goes to Tulsa to surprise Chandler. She walks in on him masturbating, and in switching the channel away from porn, he lands on a shark documentary to try to play it off that he's just watching TV. So Monica thinks that his kink is watching shark attacks, and even tries seducing him with shark videos. What? Why would anyone think this? Sure, he was lying when he said he was just watching TV, but it's pretty obvious he was just switching the channel over when she walked in. And why would Monica try to be cool with this shark fetish thing? This is a very unlikely misunderstanding. Ah, the good old days when there were still some states where you could smoke in offices with a certain amount of people in the room. Have I slipped and had a cigarette during the making of this binge watch? Yes. Yes, I have. When I slip, I maybe have a couple shots and a pack of cigarettes, and then make sure to not smoke the next day. Chandler, meanwhile, has 3 cartons in 2 days. That's 600 cigarettes. If I did half a carton in a day, I wouldn't be able to breathe. Jesus Christ, Chandler. Russ and Rachel, meanwhile, have a first night out without the baby, but uh-oh, they get locked out of the apartment. Hey, at least it doesn't pull a Mad About You and have them sitting in front of the door for the whole episode. Have I mentioned that I like this show with a baby better than Mad About You with a baby? I'm not sure if I've gotten into that yet. Hell, Niall's doppelganger from Frasier is in this episode, and Frasier was another show that added a baby to it way better. Granted, when Niles and Daphne have a baby, that's the series finale, but still. Chandler gets his feelings hurt when Monica says that she works with a guy who's the funniest dude she's ever met. Yeah, I would also be upset if my wife said, I work with the snarkiest guy in the world. That's my thing. This is also the one where Freddie Prinze Jr. guest stars as Sandy, a male nanny who Ross has a problem with. And I gotta be honest, I'd be weirded out by this guy too. Not for the same reason as Ross. Ross is coming more so from a place of sexism, and he is really rude to him in the interview. But Ross is given an arc during this. The nanny gets him to talk realistically about these issues that he has, and Ross is written to be in the wrong here. This particular guy, though, I don't know. It is odd that he's the same way around adults that he is with babies. The dude starts randomly crying twice during the interview, and he also has this homemade cream that could be anything. I would be uncomfortable. He comes across as someone who has skeletons in his closet, figuratively and maybe literally. And sorry, Ross has a solid point when he says they need to pick someone that they're both comfortable with, and that he'd never make her choose someone that she didn't like. His reasoning is flawed, but even if a woman cried 3 times in my apartment, twice during the interview, I'd have questions. Oh, and Hank Azaria's David comes back, but again, they don't end up together because she's currently with Mike. Yeah, I'm gonna come right out and say it now. Phoebe should have ended up with David. And happy 200 episodes! Phoebe and Mike's relationship is now super serious. She meets Mike's parents and it does not go well. She needs to be really careful too. His dad is Gregory Itzin, the evil President Logan from 24. He has the power to make her disappear with nuclear weapons or something. Though Richard isn't on the show anymore, this is still a heavy Richard plot, so that's interesting. Richard must have been watching a lot of coupling because he takes Patrick's move of having a lot of videotapes of the women he's had sex with. This makes Chandler super jealous when he sees a tape marked Monica. But why does this surprise him? In season 5, he and Monica were about to make a sex tape until they got caught. Do I even need to specify that I would not have a problem with this like Chandler does? I have a DVD that has my dick on it, and I've dated women in the adult industry. I would be honored if Tom Selleck had a sex tape with my wife from before we got married. But thinking about it, I'd also have questions. Honey, have you met Tom Selleck, and why didn't you tell me you slept with Magnum? Oh, and Richard taped over Monica with another woman, so he definitely has seen that coupling episode. It's the year's Thanksgiving episode, and it's not one of my favorite Thanksgiving episodes. Here is where we meet Rachel's other sister, Amy, because Jill was supposed to come back, but Reese Witherspoon was too busy, so they added this new character. Christina Applegate plays Amy, and she does a great job in the role, but Amy is one of my least favorite of the minor characters. Amy is one of those characters that is so abrasive, so rude, and so self-centered that they forget to give any quality to the character that isn't terrible. Characters like this, I'm always like, okay, it's completely unrealistic that within minutes she isn't kicked out of their apartment, let alone spending Thanksgiving with them. There is a funny plot, though, where Monica and Chandler are asked to be Emma's godparents. Unless Monica were to die, then Emma would be taken away from Chandler. That didn't seem like such a big deal before, considering a bunch of seasons back it was established that he's Ben's godfather. Or maybe Chandler and Amy could be the godparents, considering they were a couple before in that 80s Dance Till Dawn movie. It's Rachel's first night on the town with the girls since giving birth to Emma. She gets a phone number by the end of the night, and Ross takes a phone message from the guy. I like that this is starting to deal with his realization that, oh right, we're not together. Dating other people is gonna become a thing. Especially after his friend's date with Mike goes terribly. The two have nothing to talk about, and they just end up reading dictionaries and beer labels. There's a hilarious scene where Mike has to stay behind to answer the phone before Ross, so he lunges over Ross to get to the phone first. While they're not hitting it off well, this is honestly an easy fix. Just put in a movie or something. Or talk about how the Foster's beer is called Father's Beer. The fake names are celebrating Ross's new baby. The Chandler plot is hilarious too when he tells Joey that he isn't coming back to New York so he can spend some alone time with Monica. Joey then thinks Monica's cheating on Chandler and proceeds to come into the apartment with a bat. I love Matt LeBlanc. He can make even holding on to a bat funny, regardless of beating Monica's pillows with it. Whoop, the pipes are quiet. I think someone's out of the shower. Ooh, another clip show. Makes sense. It's been, what, less than 20 episodes since the last clip show? Chandler is stuck in Tulsa working during Christmas, and he relays to his co-worker Selma Blair about different holiday situations from past episodes. They then drop that, and it becomes another Monica and Chandler relationship clip show when Selma Blair starts hitting on him. Important things still happen in this episode, though, making it a clip show that you really shouldn't skip. Chandler realizes he's the only one in the friends group who hates his job, which makes sense. It is the most complicated job title I've ever heard. The episode ends with him coming back to New York early to announce that he's quit his job. I mean, I would have had an okay time going to Tulsa every week. They do have a Whataburger there. Monica and Chandler are still trying to have a baby, which maybe put that on hold. Chandler's now unemployed. I mean, temporarily. He soon gets an internship at an advertising agency, and we just found out about the short version of his previous job title, which is Statistical Analysis and Data Reconfiguration. Even the short version's complicated. But everyone else's job here seems great, especially for the guest stars. Phoebe is an extra on Days of Our Lives, which features the great Paul Logan. Watch the action insanity of Ballistica. Seriously. Also, Evan Handler is the Days of Our Lives director. He should definitely hook up with Kristen Davis's character, then this universe could have their own Harry and Charlotte. Rachel meets her temporary work replacement, Gavin, played by Dermot Mulroney. I like this character a lot and wish he was used a lot more, and apparently so does Mr. Zellner, who appears to really appreciate Gavin's lack of shenanigans. Ross and Rachel now have a hot young nanny played by Melissa George, but it is weird that they don't still have Freddie Prinze Jr. Ross learned his lesson by the end of that episode, and not only did he and Prinze bond a little, but Prinze and Joey got pretty close as well. It's weird to think that Ross still fired him after that, and I know it's just because they couldn't bring in Freddie Prinze Jr. as a regular on the show, but now it makes me think that Sandy the nanny did turn out to be a serial killer or a cult member in between the episodes. Mike has a funny line in this episode about he and Phoebe now being rat people because they're taking care of rat babies, and there is nothing wrong with being a rat person. Rats are adorable. The rat plot line is really funny, especially Phoebe trying to keep the rats from being incestuous. Also, I love the chemistry between Gavin and Rachel. They have an argument about office appropriateness, and he brings up her relationship with Tag. She doesn't even remember Tag's last name. I remember Tag's last name. It was Jones. I mean, it figures I'd remember that, I guess. You can always tell we're halfway through a season when the opening credits start using clips of the season you're currently watching. Uh-oh, there's a bit of drama here. Ross catches Rachel making out from Gavin, and he's upset by this because he didn't know it was now okay for the two of them to move on and start dating. Which, okay, Ross, in the previous episode, you were crushing on your own nanny. I mean, yeah, living together with a baby, there definitely needs to be a discussion about dating and moving on. But come on, guys, clearly you are made for each other. You don't have to wait till the series finale. At the least, we could have gotten more Gavin appearances. He makes his last appearance in this episode when Rachel says she's not ready to start dating. I wish we had gotten more time with him, especially because his character had a decent-sized build-up. He was pompous and arrogant, but also really cool, and he had a good sense of humor about himself. He and Rachel had kind of a Sam and Diane vibe. Although Dermot Mulroney does play a very similar character on New Girl when he played Jess's older single father boyfriend, so you could kind of pretend like that was just a continuation of Gavin. Rachel moves back in with Joey, and sure, that seems like it could be complicated, but in comparison, probably not as complicated as living with Ross. And even if things did actually happen between Joey and Rachel, they do seem like they'd be a cute couple. Though his feelings for Rachel really aren't back at this point, since this episode has to do with Joey and Phoebe purposefully setting Ross and Rachel up on 2 bad blind dates because they feel they belong together. I mean, obviously, Ross and Rachel definitely still have feelings for each other. The episode is hilarious. The bad date that Rachel's set up with is John Lovitz, who is playing the same character he played back in season 1. I love that all these years later, we see a return of Stoner Steve. He kind of fills in that in between those 8 years, he's lost his job due to being a drug addict, he's impotent, and lives in a studio apartment with 2 other dudes. This guy's 8 years have been a horror film. Chandler begins work at an ad agency, and he's the oldest one there. That means we get a name reference, huh? Who's that? type joke. I was the same age in 2003 as these interns, and I guarantee you I knew who Bob Hope was. Speaking of celebrities, Joey is auditioning for a play opposite Jeff Goldblum, and I like what the show does with celebrity guest spots like this. Sort of like with Gary Oldman, Jeff Goldblum is playing a fictitious actor and not himself, but kind of a parody of himself. Although Jeff Goldblum does exist in this universe, since Ross tried to take credit for Jurassic Park. Speaking of, this is another one where Ross tries to take credit for something, this time the Got Milk ads. See, this is why I believe that Chandler is the one who came up with that joke. There's even a great callback to Joey's southern accent sounding Jamaican. Plus, Chandler's new boss is Hooch from Scrubs, and Ross nearly gets mugged by Kyle Gass. I mean, Kyle Gass? Who's that? I love this one. It's probably my favorite season 9 episode. There's a brilliant sitcom-style misunderstanding here, one of my favorites of the series. Chandler and Monica both separately borrow money from Joey, which causes Chandler to think that Monica has borrowed money for a boob job. The two of them have a fight where he thinks she's talking about her breasts, and she thinks he's freaking out that she might gain weight from being pregnant. It's a hilarious scene, and the timing is brilliant. There's also some serious stuff here too. This is the one where Mike and Phoebe break up because he tells her that he never wants to get married again after how awful his first marriage was. This is one of those situations where it's like, dude, just give it more time. No one wants to get married again right after a divorce. Never announce that you're putting marriage off of the table. Well, except for maybe Ross. I'm sure he wanted to get married again after his divorces. It's an important Hugsy-based episode, which means I've got my Hugsy here. This is when Rachel lets Emma sleep with Hugsy because it keeps her from crying, and Joey is super jealous. He even tries getting her another Hugsy, but that Hugsy just isn't the same. I might be a little annoyed too if my roommate gave their baby something of mine without asking when it was clearly important to me. I probably wouldn't say anything though, because it does keep the baby from crying. I mean, it's not like I get jealous when Lloyd goes to sit on someone else's lap. I'm just kidding. I get super jealous. It's one of the most hurtful things in the world. I love a good prankster plot too, and this is the one where Ross and Chandler start pranking each other's alumni web pages, as in changing Ross's bio to say that he likes having sex with dinosaurs. I remember the MySpace days and pranking Dave's MySpace all the time. From switching his songs to James Blunt, to putting his face on Boomhauer's body and calling the profile Dave Hauer, to changing all of his blog posts to Cranberries lyrics and making it to where all of the romantic prospects he was getting was from 80-year-old men. Classic. Those were some good times, right? There's funny stuff here, like Joey not picking up on Chandler's sad tone when he's on the phone with his boss. As for the rest of the episode, though, it's kind of a pointless episode, aside from Chandler getting hired as a junior copywriter by the end of it. The gang all goes in on a shitload of lottery tickets. Well, except Ross. Since it's a Ross is a dick episode, he spends most of the time being really condescending to them about how the odds are against them in winning the lottery. Okay, don't tempt karma like this. If all of your friends are going in together on a lot of lottery tickets, you need to join them. You don't want to be the one dude who didn't do the lottery with them, and then they're all rich and you're broke. I don't care if the odds are against you. Monica is right to throw in $50 for him. He would eat his own arm if they all won and he didn't. Aside from that, though, Phoebe causes a lot of the tickets to blow away when she accidentally drops the bowl of them off the balcony. And let's just say, I think most people would be more than a little pissed that a lot of money just got blown away in the wind. Sure, she was trying to teach them a lesson, but it was a 10 grand lesson. They could have all gotten boob jobs. Monica's new restaurant, Javu, is doing great. And did I once say that her previous restaurant was where she stayed for the rest of the series, or just a bunch of seasons? I can't remember. That was hours ago, and I record these early in the morning. I've seen every episode of this show a dozen times, yet I guarantee you there's still some mistakes in here. Now it's Rachel who has a crush on Joey after she has a dream about him from watching him act. I love how super into the drama Rachel is whenever she's watching Days of Our Lives being filmed. I would be too. I am not ashamed of my love for daytime soaps. But wait a minute, when Rachel and Joey are practicing Joey's line readings, you can see on the Days of Our Lives script that it says, "the one with Rachel's dream." And this is the scene that is, in fact, in Rachel's dream. This is some Inception level shit. What if this whole series is Rachel's dream? The Rachel universe could be side by side with the Westfall universe. What if it was Rachel who dreamed of Tommy Westfall's daydreaming? Rachel's crush on Joey continues, and they're kind of doing that thing that they would later do on Joey, where Joey is a little too clueless about the other person's attraction towards him. It's also kind of repeating the whole, at first Ross had a crush on Rachel, but then in season 2, Rachel's got a crush on Ross. But this one is certainly played more comedically than Ross and Rachel, and it is realistic she'd have a crush on Joey after seeing how great he is with her and the baby, and also him very intimately describing his previous feelings for her. I think that would make anyone fall in love with this guy. But the biggest revelation is that during Joey's soap opera party, he mentions that he was briefly a Scientologist apparently, and feels no different. And since people in this party actually are Days of Our Lives cast members, why weren't Patch and Kayla invited? At least give an invite to Nick the Pimp. Oh, and Joey gets together with Aisha Tyler's Charlie, and Ross has a big crush on her. Ooh, this is kind of like a soap opera. Chandler and Monica have been trying to have a baby all season, but it's been a no-go. This is the one where we find out that Monica is infertile and Chandler has a low sperm count, which is usually what happens when a show wants a couple to have a baby but doesn't want to go through a pregnancy plot. So they'll just adopt in the final season and get their babies in the series finale. Oops, another spoiler. The ending scene where they both find out about their situation is genuinely sad, and Courtney Cox and Matthew Perry are great in it. Feel like I'm pregnant during the making of this. Too much binge eating during my binge watching. Did I get Indian food because of my Boggy 3 reference earlier? Yes I did. It took me way longer than I thought it would to find a place that has chicken tikka masala. That was surprising. I found some at a place called Bolo Biryani, and it's one of those places where it was good, but the portion size should have been way bigger, especially considering what the price was. And considering that I'm ordering Indian food, I'm expecting to have leftovers. I haven't said much about the Charlie plot, but I do really like her on the show. They do a good job of not making this feel really redundant, even though we've seen the whole jealous Rachel thing before. They do make it make sense that a paleontologist like Charlie would be with Joey, considering that her previous relationships with Pulitzer Prize winners didn't end up so well. I like when Ross kind of has to coach Joey into being more sophisticated and smarter. Plus, he does a great job at sucking up his feelings towards Charlie. In the previous episode, she even remarked that maybe she should be going out with someone smarter, and Ross was the one who encouraged her to give Joey a chance.
I mean, oh my god, Ross, such a monster.
Plus, David comes back from Minsk, and Phoebe is single, so the two finally have a shot. And given that John Stamos is in this as someone that Chandler wants to be their sperm donor, don't do it. I've seen Full House. You'll end up with twins. Or wait, sorry, can't spoil anymore. Season finale time as the gang all goes to Barbados for a speech that Ross is giving at a conference. But this is also the one where Mike comes back into the picture and Phoebe chooses Mike over David. Yeah, I don't like this. It's not that I dislike Mike. I actually like Mike quite a bit, and his normalcy does balance out Phoebe's craziness relationship-wise. But just from a writing standpoint, I don't like it, and I do like how quirky and weird David and Phoebe were together. It would have been far more poetic for David and Phoebe, after years and years of the timing being awful, to finally get them together. You can tell in all of their previous episodes that that would have been the natural conclusion of that relationship. Her ending up with Mike makes all of that completely pointless and really frustrating upon a rewatch. Phoebe and David's goodbyes in the past were all incredibly heartbreaking, and you can tell these two are in love with each other. Her ending up with Mike just comes across like the writers accidentally made Mike a little too likable than intended, so might as well end up with him. Sorry, I don't like it. It makes no sense, and it's a complete waste of a romance arc. But hey, since it's the same universe as Mad About You, maybe David's twin brother is Nat the dog walker. He could end up with Ursula. The cliffhanger is that Joey and Charlie break up, and Joey doesn't want to hurt Ross by kissing Rachel. He then sees Charlie and Ross kissing and decides, well, might as well kiss Rachel. Let's hope this season breakdown made it to a half hour. I'm still not over the season 7 breakdown being only 28 minutes. I was really slacking. My god, you guys, I am really slacking. My season 9 breakdown was also only 28 minutes. The only reason the season 8 breakdown was 30 was because I had to ad-lib that whole coronavirus thing. Hell, my talk of the one in Barbados part 2 was less than a minute long because I had to awkwardly put in a part 2 title card somewhere because for some reason I forgot they split that up into 2 episodes. I have let down my fellow friendsaholics, and now this video is gonna be only 5 hours long when it should be 15. But back to the show. This is a great premiere. Ross is now with Charlie, and Joey is with Rachel, only they haven't broken that to Ross yet. I love when there's so much gossip going on that the rest of the group has to keep switching walls because they're not sure on who to eavesdrop. I also respect that they kept Monica's bad hair continuity from the season finale. This is a universe where hair changes like that. Monica even once cured herself of the flu within seconds. No one likes Monica's big, uber dried hair, and I don't know, it's kinda hot. Even when she makes it look all Bo Derek-like, it still looks nice. Though Chandler's shocked look upon seeing it is a brilliant reaction, and I wish I could put shells in my hair. That's not the only drama either. Turns out Mike still has a girlfriend, hilariously named Precious. The interesting thing about this is she's played by Ann Dudick, who played Ted's Krav Maga girlfriend Natalie on How I Met Your Mother. On that show, Ted breaks up with her twice on her birthday, and in this one, she is also broken up with on her birthday. What a weird kind of typecasting. Ross has walked in on Joey and Rachel making out and is, of course, rather shocked and speechless. I get why it was hard to tell Ross about this, like in the previous episode when Joey tries to tell Ross on the plane, but Ross kept saying a bunch of nice stuff about him. I do like that they're not repeating the same thing from a couple seasons back when Joey told Ross that he had a crush on Rachel. That was played a bit more serious, whereas this one's definitely played for laughs, like how Ross has to pretend to be fine, so he cooks a bunch of food and gets drunk and burns his hand on a pan of fajitas. He's honestly pretty lucky he's still with Charlie, considering Charlie is there on this double date when Ross is having a very clear mental breakdown over Joey and Rachel being together. Again, it's totally played for laughs, but after he gets all of that out of his system, he does encourage Joey to keep dating Rachel, and that he'll just have to deal with his own discomfort on his own. He is a good friend, damn it. Side note, this is Laura's favorite episode, and it's easy to see why. Schwimmer is downright hilarious in this one, and it is a great example of how brilliant his comedy skills are. And she loves it too because of Rachel's line, "It's okay, girls tend not to like me," which she relates to. This is another great Ross plot because it's a what if Ross did this episode. In this one he goes spray tanning but does it the wrong way, which causes him to look like a leather sofa. That's the more comedic side of the episode. The rest of it is Joey and Rachel going out on an official date, and it doesn't go well to the point to where they call off the whole dating thing and just decide to remain friends. Like I said, I didn't dislike the Joey and Rachel thing. Take out the fact that Ross and Rachel have to end up by the end of the series. She and Joey do make sense as a couple. A really sweet, caring soap opera star seems perfect for Rachel, and someone who loves living with Joey and even joins him in throwing wet paper towels against the wall seems perfect for Joey. I don't know, even though this date didn't turn out so well, their feelings seem strong enough that maybe they could have given a second date a chance. Hell, remember when Ross and Rachel first started dating and she kept cracking up whenever he was kissing her? Sure, they do bring that up and they try to power through making out with each other, but maybe go on an actual second date? Joey just has to take her to the planetarium and play some Chris Isaac. One frustrating thing about the whole Joey and Rachel thing, though, is that when it first aired, I knew they weren't gonna end up together. Again, take the Ross thing out of it. By this time, it had been announced that Joey was getting his own spin-off, and Jennifer Aniston wasn't gonna be on that, although Ross would direct some episodes. I have the feeling there will be a lot of last appearances on this last season of the show. Jack and Judy Geller make their last appearance here, and Estelle makes her last physical appearance as Joey's agent, which is convenient considering this is right after an episode featuring Jennifer Coolidge, who would later go on to play Joey's agent Bobby on his spin-off. It's Emma's first birthday, and you can tell she's Ross's daughter because her birthday is warped. She's 17 months old, and they're celebrating her first birthday. She's gonna be exactly like Ross and spend 3 years at the age of 29. And it's no big deal to have a hilarious naughty cake. Those are always funny. One time I got Dave a birthday card that said, "This card's about to explode," and when you opened it up, a giant penis popped out of it. We had some great times. Ross is making a video in this episode for her to watch when she turns 18, which is this year, 2020. Ross even tells Joey that he's gonna be 52 that year. Oh my god, now I'm feeling old again. Trust me, time flies. Oh good, Amy's back and she's no different than she was the first time. Good god, this character is so frustratingly one note. She instantly insults Joey's acting, the baby's name. She says that Barry and her made out after Rachel would go to sleep, and she keeps forgetting who everyone is. No one would last 1 second in a room with this person without kicking them out. And in this one, Amy temporarily moves in with Joey and Rachel. Yeah, okay. They even let her babysit Emma. I'm sorry, was Pamela Voorhees busy? Oh, go figure, something terrible happens and Amy pierces Emma's ears. I can't imagine why Ross tried warning Rachel that maybe Amy babysitting's a bad idea.
But I mean, Jesse was an alright show. That was a Kaufman Crane series. The subplots here make it worth it though. This is an important episode. Mike and Phoebe get engaged after previous attempts fail, and they even get booed when she tries proposing to him at a basketball game. I love the plot with Joey writing a recommendation letter for Monica and Chandler to an adoption agency. So he uses a thesaurus for every word, which turns his name into Baby Kangaroo Tribbiani. It probably turned my name into, damn, I don't know. My name is kind of ordinary. Brad Yearning? I love this one. It's one of my favorites of the season. We finally get a story that revolves around Gladys, the creepy mannequin painting that Phoebe has had in the background of her apartment for several years. She keeps trying to give the painting to either Rachel or Monica as a gift, but they both hate it and keep trying to trick each other into taking the painting. At one point, Monica ends up giving the painting to Joey, and there's a hilarious scene where Rachel convinces Joey that it's haunted. There's a great callback to this too, as Rachel keeps scaring Joey in the middle of the night by opening his door and pushing the painting in. This is also the one where Greg Kinnear plays Charlie's ex, who is the one reviewing Ross's grant application. This is the last episode with Charlie, who ends up going back with Greg Kinnear, even after he tried blackmailing Ross into breaking up with her and even sabotaging his interview. Charlie may be a little crazy, because when she and Kinnear get back together, it's right in front of Ross that they start hardcore making out. Who does that? Everyone still goes crazy when dating the friends. At least give him a creepy painting as a parting gift. Seriously, I want that Gladys painting in my apartment. Oh, and I guess Phoebe had an orgy with Jethro Tull. Mike and Phoebe decide to donate their wedding money to charity, but then they change their minds and they're gonna need that money back. Mike's family is super rich. They can afford both a wedding and to donate to charity. This is the episode where Monica and Chandler are interviewed by a lady from the adoption agency, but it turns out she once slept with Joey in the past. There's a great scene where they try to pass off Joey's yelling and knocking as some crazy guy who roams the hallways named Bert. Plus, she's played by Maria Patillo, and maybe I'm just thinking about this because I am still sitting here next to a Godzilla 98 cup because of my Cinema Snob episode on The Stand, but whatever did happen to Maria Patillo? She's really good here. She had a great scene in True Romance, and she was good in Natural Born Killers and Bye Bye Love. Yeah, Godzilla, whatever. She was a fun actress, and I would have liked to have seen her in more. Chaplin, she was in that too. She played Mary Pickford. This one's bittersweet, mainly because it's the last Thanksgiving episode of the series. It isn't the best of the Thanksgiving episodes, but it is better than the one from season 9 with Amy. At first, Monica doesn't want to do Thanksgiving dinner, but then she's talked into it by the others, who end up running very late. It's really similar to previous episodes, like the Thanksgiving one where Joey and Ross were trying to hang out with models instead of going to Thanksgiving dinner. Here, it's that they want to go to a Rangers game instead. Plus, it's a lot like the one where they were all late to Phoebe's birthday dinner. It's still a funny one, though, especially when they're all locked out of the apartment and they all stick their heads through the cracks in the door. Plus, it's really funny when Joey rips Ross's shirt. But this one's different than all those other episodes. This one involves a baby beauty pageant. Hey, as long as Emma doesn't start talking like Baby Bob, Friends is still doing great with the baby edition. God, I really want Thanksgiving food now. What am I gonna do for lunch today? I'm gonna have to think about this one. Chandler and Monica find out that they're going to be parents when a pregnant woman, played by Anna Faris, is putting her baby up for adoption. Although it almost doesn't happen because there's a mix-up with the papers, and that is so Jerry from Parks and Rec. No, seriously, Jim O'Heir plays the adoption agency worker, though it's not necessarily something Jerry would do, just something he'd probably get blamed for. We get a real Chandler moment of greatness here, though, when he has a very wonderful and heartfelt speech in which he talks Erica into letting them adopt. I love, too, how even though we're nearing the end of the series, characters are still given memorable catchphrases. This is where Joey screams, "Joey doesn't share food," because his date steals his fries.
guys. That's right, I said steal. Do I have a Brad doesn't share food rule? Oh, you better believe I do. When I get hungry, I get angry, and if your hand is over my food, I may just eat it. How am I supposed to know if you're gonna end up eating half of my food? There is nothing worse than still being hungry after a meal. We're gearing towards final season type of plots now. Look, when you get into the final season of a show, odds are there's gonna be a plot somewhere about characters moving away. Chandler and Monica are looking into getting a house in the suburbs, and all the others think that Chandler's cheating on her. This leads to a hilarious part where Chandler enters the room and Joey looks at him and goes, "You son of a bitch." You can tell they're really excited about this house because Monica now seems totally okay with Chandler sneaking cigarettes. Or she just figures once a smoker, always kind of a smoker. Did I sneak a cigarette last night? Yes, I did. I'm recording out of a closet. Oh, and it's technically a clip show, but it is a good one. It doesn't really turn into a clip show until about halfway through, when they all start reminiscing about the apartment. The clips are random since there's an endless supply of Monica apartment scenes, but the episode does open with the important question of which would you rather give up, food or sex? If I were single, maybe sex, because food will always be there for you, whereas if I get so depressed because I had to give up food, no woman would want to be with me anyway, and then I would just be cursed being a damn incel who can't even eat. You can use that, Twilight Zone. It's weird that a clip show is more important than this episode, technically. In the previous clip show, a lot of important things happened. Monica and Chandler got a house. It's definitely one you shouldn't skip, and if you wanted to just fast forward the flashbacks, it's easy to do so since they're all in one big chunk. I had so much to talk about in that episode, I couldn't even talk about my food. Hell, I'm still talking about that episode. Don't get me wrong, this one is still a funny one. It's certainly a filler episode, but it's a funny filler episode. Joey as a celebrity guest on Pyramid is fun, and any episode with 80s flashbacks in it is instantly funny. Weird how that still sort of makes this a clip show. I mean, clip shows do contain flashbacks. This is just flashbacks to stuff we haven't seen. Well, maybe it's not totally a filler episode. Ross and Chandler go to their college reunion, where all the 80s flashbacks come from, and we see 80s Monica and Rachel as well, and Rachel actually remembers meeting Chandler on Thanksgiving. Hell, they even find out Ross was Monica's first kiss ever, and that's not even the weirdest part of the episode. I would think that Phoebe would be really into Danny DeVito as a stripper. Why is she being so grossed out? I guess this one isn't filler either, since, well, Phoebe and Mike get married in it. It's a great wedding episode, too. I think I may have come across a little too negative when I was talking about Mike earlier, but that didn't have anything to do with the character. That was purely just from a writing standpoint about why I thought she should have ended up with David. I really do like Mike, and it helps that Paul Rudd is just naturally hilarious. Mike's a very funny character. Mike's likability is probably why the writers felt like they wrote themselves into a corner about him and David. The plot about Ross and Chandler fighting over being a groomsman is really funny too, and Ross telling Rachel first thing in the morning that she looks breathtaking is also what I tell my wife when I want something, though I find it weird that no one from Phoebe's family is there. Not Terry Garr, not Frank Jr., not Frank Sr., not Alice. Maybe they all preferred David as well, or it could be that they're getting married during the worst snowstorm of the year, but it's a sitcom, so it looks perfectly warm and safe. This one kinda sucks. It's a bad filler episode. Not that there isn't stuff here that works. I love the plot where Rachel's dad has a heart attack and she wants to sleep with Ross, but he doesn't because he doesn't want to take advantage of her. But man, it really sucks this is Ron Liebman's last episode because the Joey plot, holy shit, this is one of the worst. Joey lies on his acting resume and says that he speaks French. So he asks Phoebe to teach him French, only he spouts out a bunch of gibberish thinking he is actually speaking French. This is too dumb. Way too dumb. Plus, this plot was already done better in the episode where he lied on his resume and said that he could dance. I have no problem with characters being more extreme as they go on. Monica is certainly more OCD now, and Ross is a lot more geeky, so I have nothing against Joey getting dumber. Even individual episodes, I don't mind their extremities coming out. He's dumber than usual in the pyramid episode, for one, and they made that work. And Monica is a lot more OCD in the closet episode. And Joey is, by far, one of my favorite characters on the show. But this plot? I'm sorry, this is beyond dumb. This is one step closer to putting food in your ass and shit in your mouth. Though Phoebe freaking out on him was kind of funny. Okay, this is a great one, and it's a great Joey one too. Joey is saddened by Chandler and Monica moving away, so he wants to sabotage them moving by saying their new house sucks. There's a funny scene with him and Dakota Fanning, where he learns his lesson, but my god, the payoff of this is brilliant. I go on YouTube just to rewatch the scene over and over again, where Chandler briefly convinces Joey that Dakota Fanning was a ghost. The look in his eyes alone is a great piece of acting. The other plots are great too. I love Phoebe changing her name to Princess Consuela Banana Hammock, and Mike getting back at her by changing his name to Crap Bag. And Rachel even loses her job when poor Mr. Zellner catches her interviewing for another company. He's hit his shenanigans threshold. Plus, Mark comes back so Ross can briefly restart the Mark jealousy. Ross has good news though. He gets tenure, which he really doesn't need. If Ross didn't get fired after school children caught him and Rachel after they had sex in the display, nothing is gonna get him fired. I do feel bad for Joey this season. Not only is he sad about Monica and Chandler moving to the suburbs, but his agent Estelle dies. And this is the second episode in a row where he thinks he's talking to a ghost when Phoebe pretends to be Estelle on the phone. And at least it was settled in the previous episode that he will have a room all to his own in Monica and Chandler's new house, so that makes him okay with the move. I know I said this in the Joey spin-off binge watch, but I'll say it again. Considering how distraught he is at everything changing, but then being okay with it because he now has his own room at Monica and Chandler's, it is weird that he suddenly decides to just pack up and move to LA for the spin-off. So many things about that show could have worked, one of them being just keep him in New York City and focus all of it on his acting career there. You could have even tried to keep Mr. Zellner around. He makes his last appearance here when Rachel decides to go for a job in Paris, even after Ross's shenanigans wooed him over. Ooh, and a character moving out of the country, another sign that you're watching a plotline that's in a final season. And also repeating plot lines again, Janice almost becomes Monica and Chandler's neighbor until they talk her out of it by saying that Chandler still has feelings for her. That's the same way they got her out of going to their wedding. This one gets me in the feels. Rachel is moving to Paris and has a going away party where she has to say goodbye to everyone. It gets me here because recently I had to say goodbye to all of my friends when I moved out of Springfield after living there for about 37 years. It's okay though, because I'm living in my own spin-off. Wait a minute, sorta. Dave and Sarah moved to the suburbs and they have a family, and I moved off to the big city. Crap, I am the Joey spin-off. I even get acting jobs now. Blink and you'll miss me on Empire. I love Rachel's goodbyes here, which are both very funny. Seriously, Joey tries killing himself after her goodbye to him. And they're also very serious because Ross doesn't get a goodbye because saying goodbye to him would be the hardest for her. When they actually do have a goodbye with each other, it's very sad. And sweet too, because they do end up sleeping together. We've just got one more episode left. Remember on the Big Bang Theory binge watch when at this point we still had 2 whole seasons left? Ugh. We're in the finale, which means all of the secrets will be revealed. For instance, the remaining entry on my celebrity sex list. Okay, I need to put someone on there Skinamax related since I made the Christy Ducati swap out earlier. So, I'm gonna make this a tie. Shannon Tweed and Shannon Weary. If you went through puberty during the golden age of Skinamax, you would understand. This finale is a great finale, largely because the Duck and the Chick are back, sorta. It's Duck and Chick Jr., which Joey is giving to Chandler and Monica as a going away gift because he thinks the original Duck and the Chick went to go live on a farm, which they didn't. The plot here is certainly what you'd expect, especially if you've been following along with the season. Erica goes into labor, and Ross finally realizes his feelings for Rachel and wants one more chance at the two of them ending up together before she leaves for good to Paris. Will he make it to the airport in time, or will he have to confront Petrovsky after she's living in Paris for a little bit? More secrets revealed. I had leftovers for lunch. That's kind of like Thanksgiving dinner. And of course, Ross and Rachel end up together. Everything here works. Rachel's reveal when she shows up back at Ross's apartment to say that she got off the plane is an iconic moment for the show. Sure, it's a finale that plays it safe, but you know what? Sometimes that's just what you want. I didn't want this to get all gimmicky and weird, like it randomly cuts off at the end, or they end up in prison. The finale represents a natural arc that's brilliantly carried over the entire series. We meet these people when they're young romantics in their early to mid-20s, and where we end up represents the maturity that you could get in your mid-30s. Monica and Chandler are married, have a family, and are going off to the suburbs. Phoebe is married now, and they're talking about having kids. Joey proves that he can be in love. And Ross addresses all of his immature shit, and it genuinely feels like these two, even with a rocky romantic past, actually have a chance at a mature relationship with all of the games of their 20s left behind. Remembering how the series opened, with them shooting the shit in the coffee shop, to how it ends with their new lives and they're leaving their keys in the empty apartment, it really reminds me of my own life. It truly gets to me. The writers of this show nailed what this 10-year moment in people's lives can be like. When you're standing there in your mid-30s with your significant other and happy and responsible, and then remember back to those carefree days where you're just sitting there drinking and being immature in a bar. It can feel like a lifetime ago. This show gets that, and it was the absolute best and realest and most bittersweet way to end the series. Allow me to bring in my Hugsy and my friends' magazines and my friends' trivia game to say that, hang on a sec, let me just make sure. Yes, I am a huge fan of this series. It's one of my favorite shows of all time. The show is just comforting. It's the perfect thing to put on to just relax, or to curl up in bed to watch, or to watch on a lazy Saturday and just laugh. It may be the best comfort show ever made because it treats its characters and plots with respect. Yeah, it's silly and cartoonish, but it's good at that. It's not lazy. When the show has to deal with something like a breakup or a crush or even maturity and getting older, it treats all of that seriously. It doesn't just gloss over these dramatic moments you have in your 20s, especially in your love life. It gives these moments the proper time that they deserve and lets the characters be funny and serious when need be. I know this show isn't for everyone, and it certainly isn't going to appeal to everyone, but you know what? Not every show needs to be made for everybody. I do identify with this show. I identify with it hardcore, and I wouldn't change a thing. Well, except for maybe having Phoebe end up with David. The show reminds me deeply of my 20s, all the way to my 30s. It hits close to home with things like the goodbyes, the relationships, and the immaturity that we all have when we're in our 20s. It helps too that it's one of the most perfectly cast sitcoms of all time. The jokes just land, and that's helped largely by the cast that's entirely made up of great actors with brilliant chemistry and comedic timing. Sure, you can tell it's made in the 90s, but that's a given. Any show about young people is gonna heavily reflect the
decade it was made in. But you can easily see why it has lasting powers because of its themes that can still hit close to home with anybody of any generation. Congratulations, you made it to the end. Now subscribe to our channel at youtube.com/StoneGremlinProductions and click on the notification bell to get alerts on new videos. Now if you excuse me, I need to go change my clothes and shave and shower, cause woof, I stink.